In a realm of mystery, a man slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He gazed around in bewilderment. Everything here seemed so fantastical. Objects resembling crystals floated in the space, scattered in varying sizes, while the ground beneath his feet was utterly transparent. A glance downward filled him with a sensation akin to plummeting into an abyss. Didn't I already die? Is this a dream? Panic surged within him as he looked around, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This strange, surreal place instilled fear in his heart. You're awake? A voice, unfamiliar yet alluring, echoed beside him, though no figure was in sight. Who? Who is speaking? Yet, no one appeared. The voice merely lingered in the air. Who I am is of little consequence, but one thing is paramount. The voice abruptly ceased, only to rise in pitch the next moment. That is, I saved your life. So it's true I am not dead. The man's expression shifted from fear to a gradual calm. Of course, it wasn't without cost. I hope you can assist me with the task. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. He stood still, contemplating for a moment. Thank you for saving my life. Please tell me what you require. Ding, ding, ding. Alert. Seed time-space meeting the plan conditions detected. Alert. Seed time-space meeting the plan conditions detected. A system announcement resonated in the space, and at that moment, the figure of the woman emerged from shadowy corner. Wonderful, she exclaimed, her anxious expression vanishing as her eyes fixated on a large screen. Drawn by her voice, the man rose to investigate, and the content displayed on the screen was a scene he recognized all too well. Planet Namek. The screen showcased the unfolding events of the Namek saga. Vegeta was confidently demonstrating his signature pose, yet it was clear he could not achieve Super Saiyan form at this juncture, only to face Frieza's brutal assault. The camera abruptly shifted to Goku, where both Vegeta and Goku were swiftly subdued by Frieza, casting a shadow of despair over planet Namek. What? Vegeta wasn't killed by Frieza. Goku didn't transform into Super Saiyan. How does this differ from the narrative I know? In the blink of an eye, the scene changed to the elder Namekian, who was solemnly communicating with Dend his grave words. Deeply captivating the man, the elder declared, Dend, the fate of Namek hangs in the balance. Only the Dragon Balls can save our kin. Quickly, gather the Dragon Balls. The man stared intently at the screen, realizing this diverged significantly from his understanding of the Dragon Balls. Just as his astonishment peaked, his body began to levitate, uncontrollable, as a blinding light surrounded him, obscuring his vision entirely. Ah, what is happening? He flailed his limbs in confusion. The woman's voice resonated once more in his ears. Please, train diligently. Please, Shenron. In an instant, his body was enveloped by a mysterious force, and he became dizzy as he shot through the fabric of space, vanishing from the enigmatic realm. Once he departed, the mysterious space erupted with dazzling light, revealing a colossal figure hovering above. The woman whispered, Ancient Dragon Ziggier, please assist me in merging the man who was just transported with the individuals named Goku and Vegeta on that screen. I implore you. The purple dragon chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across its face. Haha, your wish is granted, but I've also added a little twist, Sophia. The woman immediately sensed trouble. Ziggier, what have you done? Are you adding your own agenda? The purple dragon blushed slightly, replying with an earnest tone, Ahem, what do you mean by adding my own agenda? I merely transformed the souls of those two into females. Sophia stared in disbelief, yet felt powerless, as this was not the first occurrence of such a situation. Fortunately, the presence of this purple dragon allowed her plans to proceed. Sophia stomped her foot in frustration. Just then, a girl adorned with angelic symbols appeared behind her. Sister, will we succeed this time? The girl asked anxiously, continuing, This is the nth time we've rescued a traveler. Will this person truly not be discovered? The woman clenched her fists confidently. Sister, I assure you, this time it will be flawless. With her head held high, she gazed expectantly at the large screen. This time-space aligns perfectly with our plan, as they have devised this method to seek seeds entirely in harmony with our intentions. We will undoubtedly succeed, just watch. On planet Namek, a child positioned 7 magnificent Dragon Balls at his feet, and Din shouted in the Namekian tongue, Arise! Shenron! In the next moment, dark clouds enveloped the sky, casting planet Namek into night as a colossal entity emerged amidst the flashes of light. Shenron. Frieza had sensed Shenron's presence, abandoning the nearly defeated Vegeta and Goku to race toward the source. Elder, what wish shall we make? Elder. Nearest brow furrowed deeply, acutely aware of Frieza's rapidly approaching energy, urging Dend, hurry. Frieza is almost here. What to do? What to do? Frieza's silhouette was now visible. In a fit of desperation, Dend recalled the two most powerful Saiyans on this planet, a naive idea flashing through his mind. Yes, this could work. Shenron must be omnipotent. Dend cried out, please, Shenron Porunga, grant the two strongest Saiyans on this planet the means to defeat Frieza. As Dend plea echoed, Porunga's eyes sparkled. Yet the next moment, confusion clouded his gaze as he pondered how to fulfill this wish. I'm sorry, I cannot before Porunga could finish. A swirling vortex of time and space materialized bang. A white light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a chorus of screams. A man bellowed, What on earth is happening? What is this? Shenron Porunga. In the next instant, numerous bolts of lightning descended upon the exhausted Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, the white light surged toward them. In an instant, the white light intertwined with two green beams, radiating an intensely brilliant glow, illuminating all of planet Namek. Hope reignited in the eyes of the onlookers, as the light seemed to illuminate the fate of planet Namek and their future. As the radiance faded, a new entity emerged before them that a man, exuding an aura of invincibility, instantly materialized before Frieza. Frieza's path was abruptly obstructed. This repugnant face. Who are you? Frieza growled, his expression fierce as he interrogated the figure before him. In the next moment, the man's handsome visage radiated boundless confidence as he boldly declared his identity. I'm neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you. Chapter 2. The first battle. My name is Wang Xian, a time traveler. I only recall my previous life when my good friend and I took a taxi home. And in an instant, I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself saved by a mysterious woman, and subsequently, I arrived in the world of Dragon Ball. Fortunately, I had watched Dragon Ball with my friend in my past life, granting me a rudimentary understanding of this realm. Now, in the second year of my journey, I inexplicably found myself with a son who is not biologically mine and a wife who belongs to someone else. Currently, I go by the name Gogeta, while the name Wang Xian lingers in my heart. In my moments of repose, I often envision two figures relentlessly training and battling within me. They are Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but to my astonishment, both are women. Moreover, our three souls coexist in a mysterious space. As for why this is the case, it all began that fateful day. Is that the dragon Shenron? This is my hand. Why is it so strong? This familiar attire. Are these two Vegeta and Sun Wukong? Wait, something seems off. What? Why are they women? No. Why are they women? What is happening? A feminine version of Wukong and Vegeta? And the person before me is Frieza? In this interior scene, Wang Xian scrutinized the changes in his body, leading him to an explosive revelation. He had transformed into Gogeta. Who are you? Sun Wukong struggled to rise, evidently suffering significant damage from Frieza's assault. What the heck? Why is this Sun Wukong a woman? Regardless, I must first deal with Frieza. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I am here to save you. Wang Xian glanced at the two beings on the brink of death. Even after merging, they would likely remain in a critically weakened state, especially Vegeta, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse. With that, Wang Xian commanded this perfect body to intercept Frieza's advance. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. Dandy, make a wish immediately to send everyone except for Frieza and me to Earth. Dandy stood frozen, realizing that this person recognized him, and quickly responded, All right. You are neither Sun Wukong nor Mr. Vegeta. The next moment, a blinding light enveloped everyone on Namek except for Frieza and Gogeta, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the planet. Frieza, now let me entertain you. With those words, Gogeta assumed a fighting stance. Bang! In the next moment, a thick tail struck Gogeta's face. Something feels off. Gogeta's pupils widened, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. What is going on? Gogeta can't normally defeat Frieza? Lost in thought, Gogeta was struck down again by Frieza's relentless assault. Haha, you think you can defeat me? Not with you. Frieza pressed his attack, inflicting devastating damage upon Gogeta's body. But why do Frieza's attacks feel so dull? Could it be due to Gogeta's resilient physique? Oh, your face irks me. You possess Vegeta's arrogance and Son Wukong's confidence. Watch me shatter you into pieces. Frieza unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Gogeta. Damn it. Why can't I retaliate? If this continues, not even Gogeta, let alone Broly, can withstand it. Gogeta found himself in a precarious position. No matter how formidable his body, enduring continuous assault was not a viable strategy. Inwardly, he thought, the strength lies in this body, not in you. Son Wukong, enduring the pain, approached Wang Xian. Though you wield the authority over this body, you lack combat technique. So that's how it is. The feminine Wukong speaks the truth. Then please, enlighten me. Gogeta clasped his hands, seeking combat guidance from Son Wukong. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on sensing Frieza and Appo's presence. Since you have arrived here, you must be capable of sensing energy. What a load of nonsense. I have no idea how I got here. Nevertheless, Wang Xian complied with Son Wukong's instructions. This sensation, it is Frieza's energy. In the external realm, within the next moment, Gogeta's body skillfully evaded Frieza's assault. Yes, maintain this state. As Frieza's strikes repeatedly missed their mark, Gogeta's agility increased, and a triumphant smile began to form on his face. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, Frieza's speed intensified, landing a powerful blow that sent Gogeta crashing down once more. Oh no, I still haven't fully adapted. Damn, it seems you possess no combat experience. This could be problematic. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, anxious about the situation outside. Even with Gogeta's physique, it was nearing its limits, and predictably, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Internally, due to Frieza's relentless onslaught, Wang Xian's spiritual energy began to wane. He gasped for breath, his body trembling. I can't hold on much longer. The next moment, Wang Xian collapsed, hitting the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. Son Wukong rushed to check on Wang Xian. Hey, are you alright? Hey, uffed. A mouthful of blood suddenly erupted from Son Wukong, and Vegeta beside him exhibited the same reaction. Could it be? We three share a symbiotic relationship. Son Wukong quickly grasped the truth of the matter. In the external realm, Frieza had already gathered a small energy ball in his hand. Despite its size, Son Wukong could sense the terrifying power contained within. Die Saiyan. The energy ball surged toward Gogeta's body, aimed directly at his forehead. In a flash, Gogeta leaped, narrowly evading the energy blast. That was close. I almost got hit. Gogeta quickly regained composure, adopting a fresh combat stance before Frieza. Frieza, now let me defeat you. Gogeta revealed a confident smile. That smile. How infuriating. You are Son Wukong. Gogeta ruffled his hair, then grew serious. You've caught me. In a heartbeat. Gogeta's body whirled like a tempest, swiftly darting past Frieza's face, a smirk adorning his lips as the wind tousled his hair. The two locked eyes, and in the next moment, Gogeta's confident grin elicited a frigid terror in Frieza's gaze. Tenfold King Kai fist. Bang! The damage inflicted upon Wang Xian was returned to Frieza with a supercharged blow from Son Wukong, sending Frieza's body crashing into the mountainside. In that instant, the mountainside crumbled into rubble. How dare you treat this king so? Frieza and Appo's eyes widened in fury, his expression twisted in rage, veins bulging like swords as he lunged at Gogeta once more. However, the current Gogeta was not the same as 10 minutes prior. Gogeta extended his fingers, targeting the oncoming Frieza. Boom! A dazzling explosion erupted upon Frieza, contrasting with his disheveled state. At this moment, Frieza had lost all remnants of the pride he once held as the Emperor of the universe. Yet, Frieza struggled to speak, his voice barely audible. His eyes filled solely with fear. Frieza, provided you cease your indiscriminate planetary invasions, I shall grant you clemency. Vegeta approached Frieza, gazing down upon him with a palpable aura of dominance. Insolent fool, to dare command the likes of me. I shall never permit it. Very well. I acquiesce. Frieza's gaze remained fixed beyond Vegeta, a roseate disc stealthily approaching from behind. You are mistaken. Ha ha ha. Frieza erupted into maniacal laughter, as if the figure before him was already a mere cadaver. Perish. Just as the pink disc was about to bisect Vegeta, Frieza and Appo's S body was instantaneously cleaved in two. Impossible. Frisia's eyes were filled with incredulity as he stared down at his lower half, now awash in blood. Obstinate fool. Suffer your fate. With those words, Vegeta turned to depart. Damn you. Then perish with me, Namek. Frisia's hands gripped the ground, a violet luminescence emanating from his palms, expanding in all directions. A beam of blinding light erupted, piercing the heavens. No, in mere moments, the entirety of Namek was reduced to ash, vanishing into the cosmos. Chapter 3. Sun Wukong and Vegeta. How did I become a woman? How infuriating. Frisia. No, I refuse to believe it. In an unfamiliar environment, the voice of Gogeta filled the dimly lit room with liveliness. Frisia. Gogeta awoke from his slumber, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Where am I? Where is Frisia? Wasn't I fighting him? I was on the brink of death. Inside the room. Hey, brat, could you stop being so dramatic? You're disturbing me. Keep it up, and I'll have to kill you. It seemed that Vegeta had just awakened as well. Oh, Vegeta, stop fixating on violence. You think I care? I could easily take you out too. But in the next moment, Vegeta shuddered slightly, staring blankly at the figure of Sun Wukong. Huh, you're not Kakarot. Who are you? Sun Wukong, bewildered, shouted Vegeta. Why does your voice sound different? And what are you talking about? I am who I am. He then turned around, his expression frozen in shock. Vegeta, how have you transformed into a woman? Vegeta, what happened to you? Sun Wukong clutched his head, shaking it vigorously, his face a portrait of disbelief. What? Turned into a woman? I thought they were women to begin with. What on earth is happening? Vegeta appeared terrified. How infuriating. What has transpired? She then lowered her gaze, examining her new body. Observing this, Sun Wukong also scrutinized his own form, finally realizing the peculiarity of his body. So, they have inexplicably transformed into women. How ridiculous. What is going on? And who is this guy? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, seemingly humiliated. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion, indicating he was equally clueless. However, in the next moment, he approached Wang Xian, stating, We three are symbiotic. I discovered this while battling Frisia. This gentleman was on the verge of death during the fight with Frisia, and both you and I were spewing blood. Therefore, if he dies, we should also perish. Symbiotic? So, we are all within Gogeta's body. Sun Wukong spread his hands and continued. But why have we both turned into women? I have no idea. Sun Wukong looked at Wang Xian, seeking an answer, but Wang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. I also don't know, Mr. Sun Wukong. Oh no, Miss Sun Wukong. Who knows what is happening? I want to know what has transpired. Moreover, I have discovered something even more crucial. As long as this gentleman is awake, we cannot control this body. So, I am the one who dominates this body. But why is that? Is it because my life force was stronger when I entered this body? Did the body default to choosing me? Vegeta scoffed, then suddenly lunged at Wang Xian with incredible speed. If that is the case, I shall eliminate both of you. This transformation into a woman must be related to him. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He never anticipated Vegeta would make such a decision. Vegeta, stop. Have you forgotten our symbiotic relationship? Vegeta's body froze at that moment, halting just in time, her fist poised to strike. How infuriating. Next time he faints, I will take control of the body. After saying this, Vegeta began doing push-ups on the spot, attempting to distract herself from the fact that she had become a woman. This Vegeta, even after becoming a woman, she remains so tempestuous. My apologies, sir, if I startled you. Sun Wukong patted Wang Xian on the back, but the gesture startled Wang Xian instead. Oh my, despite being in a woman's form, her strength is incredible. No worries, just call me Gogeta. Wang Xian said, standing his ground. Mr. Sun Wukong, please teach me how to become stronger. Last time, Sun Wukong had me focus on sensing Frisia's energy, which yielded some success. Training with him should be fine. Suddenly, a sound of a door opening echoed from outside, revealing a pink alien. You're awake? Yardrats Star. This is Yardrats Star. Hello. My name is Gogeta. Did you save me? The Yardrats alien chuckled. Ha! I merely stumbled upon you while traveling through the universe. It's fate, perhaps. Yardrats Star, the renowned technique of instant transmission. I must learn it. My name is Gil, the strongest Yardrats alien, and I enjoy exploring. Inside the room, the strongest Yardrats alien. Sun Wukong was eager to engage him in combat. Gogeta, hurry and fight him. Let me see his strength. Mister. Sun Wukong, I currently possess strength, but lack the capability to utilize it effectively. Wang Xian spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Sun Wukong scratched his head, wearing an awkward smile. Kakarot, if you wish to fight, let me face you. Vegeta, infuriated by her inexplicable transformation into a woman, swiftly approached Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you're attacking me. Sun Wukong immediately spun around, engaging in battle with Vegeta, the strongest Yardrats alien. Please teach me combat skills. Gogeta's eyes sparkled with anticipation, awaiting Gil's response. Gil turned, pondering for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Gogeta. Very well, let us see if you have the talent for it. Gil leaned in close to Gogeta's face. What do you wish to learn? Instant transmission. Wang Xian blurted out. Gil frowned. Does this kid come prepared? Instant transmission requires a high degree of energy control, yet I sense your energy is quite chaotic. And it seems you struggle with mastering it? He noticed immediately. Mr. Sun Wukong. Inside, Wang Xian wanted to inquire about energy cultivation methods from Sun Wukong. But both he and Vegeta were embroiled in their fierce battle, completely ignoring him. Gogeta jumped out of bed, bowing with hands clasped. Please teach me how to sense energy. Mr. Gil. Gil turned to him and began instructing. First, close your eyes, forget everything around you, and focus on being the center of the universe, with all things changing because of you. Gogeta promptly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, the figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta fighting began to dissolve in his mind. In his consciousness, Gil's voice resonated again. In this world, the essence of matter is your awareness. Your thoughts are the key to sensing energy. Gogeta furrowed his brow. Come on, imagine you are an eagle ready to soar. Inside, Wang Xian's form transformed into a faint blue flame, ultimately taking the shape of an eagle. Outside, Gogeta's body began to levitate, a current of energy manifesting in his palms. As Gogeta continued to gather energy, the aura in his hands surprisingly coalesced into an energy sphere. Not bad, not bad. You've even managed to take the next step. Gil looked at his new disciple with satisfaction, ready to praise him. So swiftly. I never anticipated that Gogeta would master the control of his aura so quickly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sat cross-legged, meticulously observing Wang Xian's transformation. Gogeta opened his eyes, astonished as he gazed at his own body, realizing that within a mere 10 minutes, he had already learned the art of flight and how to unleash energy blasts. Could it be that this new body, a fusion of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, is the reason for my rapid acquisition of these skills? In the subsequent month, Gogeta diligently practiced these fundamental techniques, honing them to perfection. It was time to learn the secret techniques of the Yardrat people. Gogeta soared into the room of Queer, poised to knock on the door. There's another presence that isn't Queer's aura. Is Queer inside? Queer remained silent, and Gogeta could hear the sounds of his heavy breathing. Could it be? This doesn't bode well. Queer is in danger. Boom. Gogeta blasted the door open. Queer, do not fear. I am here to rescue you. Yet, the scene before him left Gogeta blushing. Queer and another pink extraterrestrial were embracing. My apologies. In the next instant, the figures of Queer and the other individual vanished from Gogeta and Appo's sight. Approximately 10 minutes later, Queer, feigning calmness, instantaneously appeared beside Gogeta. Ahem. Is there something you need? I wish to learn instant transmission. Please, Mr. Queer, impart your knowledge to me. This lattice aura has indeed stabilized significantly. It appears he has met the prerequisites for instant transmission. Inside, Vegeta and Sun Wukong also paused their training, both exclaiming in unison, instant transmission? The two of them immediately settled into a meditative posture, attentively listening. Instant transmission involves constructing a bridge using one's aura, connecting the starting point and the destination. By propelling oneself across this bridge with the aura, one can achieve instantaneous travel. Mastery over one's aura must be exceptionally refined, reaching a level of consummate skill. You may now attempt it. So that is how it works. Gogeta closed his eyes. Within, Wang Xian focused intently on Queer's aura, and a vast bridge materialized before him, enveloping him in this powerful energy. The aura propelled his body toward the bridge. Outside, Gogeta's figure vanished from the room. Yet he did not reappear for an extended duration. Alas, within, the grand bridge suddenly dissipated, causing Wang Xian to plummet into an abyss. Whoosh! Sun Wukong appeared before him, catching his falling form. That was close. Thankfully, Sun Wukong was here, but this position, how infuriating. What am I thinking? Wait a moment. Has he already mastered instant transmission? Truly worthy of Sun Wukong. Wang Xian gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Are you alright, Gogeta? The next instant, Vegeta's figure materialized beside the two. Damn you, Kakarot. I never expected you would learn it too. What? Vegeta has also mastered instant transmission. Are these two truly monsters? Outside, Gogeta opened his eyes. Where am I? Gogeta gazed in bewilderment at the unfamiliar environment adorned with feminine decor, utterly perplexed. A sudden scream interrupted Gogeta's thoughts. A female Yardrat stared at this strange man before her in terror. This is bad. Isn't she the one Queer was just holding? Could it be that my perception of the aura was flawed? Gogeta burst through the door and swiftly returned to Queer's abode. Did I teleport to the wrong place? Queer wore an expression of knowing amusement. Gogeta scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Indeed, you ended up at your lover's place. This indicates that your mastery over aura is still lacking. The aura you sensed was not mine, but rather a remnant of my energy. If you condense the bridge too briefly, you will instantaneously arrive at the wrong location. I see now. It seems I must practice more. Thank you, Mr. Queer. I understand what I must do. Gogeta ascended, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 4. Gohan must not read. After mastering the art of instantaneous movement, I prepared to return to Earth. Before my departure, Bulma used the Dragon Balls from Namek to wish for Piccolo's revival. Those slain by Vegeta were also resurrected through Earth's Dragon Balls. Subsequently, all Namekians, except for Dandy, were sent back to New Namek. The reason for Dandy's retention was that the Guardian seemed to have taken notice of the child's creative abilities, leading him to step back into the shadows. Dandy became the deity of Earth. It appeared that everything unfolded according to the original storyline. Yet an inexplicable sense of crisis stirred within me. However, as I observed Goku and Vegeta tirelessly training, my unease gradually subsided, for I had uncovered a secret. With the continuous training of Vegeta and Goku, my physical strength and power also increased, yet I seemed to have reached a plateau in this environment. Daddy, what are you thinking about? Gohan and Appo's innocent voice shattered Vegeta and Appo's reverie. Vegeta gently patted Gohan and Appo's small head, closely examining this boy who was not his own flesh and blood, and then smiled. I'm not thinking of anything, Gohan. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor. Gohan, where have you been? It's time to get back to your studies. Kiki appeared before the father and son duo. Vegeta placed a hand on his forehead, styling his hair to resemble Goku's, striving to mimic his expression. Hello, Kiki. Kiki stood frozen, for the person before her was neither Goku nor Vegeta. Despite Vegeta's efforts to appear like Goku, deep within her heart, she still harbored a strong aversion, knowing that this man bore half of Vegeta's blood. With a frown, Kiki exclaimed, Gohan, come here. Stay away from this person. Gohan reluctantly tugged at Vegeta and Appo's clothing, and in the next moment, tears streamed down his cheeks. Daddy. He.'s not your father. Hurry, Gohan. It's time to study. This scene seemed to resonate with Vegeta, who empathized with Gohan's predicament, forced to abandon playtime for an overwhelming load of homework at such a tender age. Vegeta lowered his hand from his head, revealing a wicked, menacing smile. Gohan must not study. I will take him to train. Kiki's eyes suddenly glistened with tears at Vegeta's outburst. I knew it. You're not Goku. Give me back my Goku. Kiki's tears flowed uncontrollably, and no amount of comfort from Gohan could soothe her. Within the interior, a feminine voice interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. Vegeta, isn't this a bit excessive? How could you make Kiki angry? I too wish to train Gohan, but we cannot let Kiki suffer like this. Goku stood with his hands on his hips, questioning Vegeta. Oh, it seems Goku is not merely the training fanatic he is reputed to be. He indeed cares for Kiki. However, now it seemed that Kiki could only befriend Kiki. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku. Gohan's plight reminds me of my past. Wang Xian bowed his head in shame, apologizing for his earlier rashness. Boring antics. Kakarot actually cares for you Earthlings. The next moment, Vegeta bent down to comfort Kiki. I apologize. My attitude was a bit harsh just now. Wah. If Gohan doesn't study, what will happen to our family? Goku is gone. How will I manage? Kiki sobbed incessantly. Vegeta stood up, gazing out the window. Indeed, compared to Bulma, Kiki has it hard, supporting the family alone through her toil. Kiki, Gohan, wait for me. Vegeta leaped from the window, disappearing from their sight. He arrived at Goku's homestead, rapidly plowing all the farmland and sowing seeds. The entire process took merely 10 minutes. In the next moment, Vegeta's figure appeared at a construction site. Workers stood agape as a building sprang up in a matter of minutes. On the street, countless passers-by found themselves with an inexplicable flyer in hand. "Hello, sir. Your speedy delivery. Don't forget to rate us 5 stars. Not enough? Truly not enough. I must devise more plans." Vegeta headed towards the vast ocean, commencing an underwater treasure hunt. 2 hours later, Vegeta returned to Kiki's side, tossing a universal capsule. With a bang, a mound of gold, silver, jewels, and a small mountain of cash appeared before Kiki. The sudden appearance of this monetary mountain left Kiki dumbfounded, overwhelmed with excitement. "Gohan, pinch me. Am I dreaming?" As Kiki's emotions began to stabilize, Vegeta cautiously inquired, "So Kiki, can I now take Gohan to train?" The tear-streaked visage of Kiki had completely transformed, now brimming with joy. "Ahem, our Gohan is destined to be a scholar. If you don't believe me, ask Gohan." Gohan hesitantly replied, Yes, that's right." In the next moment, summoning courage, he squinted and declared, "Mom, I still want to train with Dad." Gohan wore a pitiful, yet hopeful expression. Gohan's earnest plea began to sway Kiki, her gaze falling upon the pile of riches. "Fine, but you can only train for 2 hours each day. The rest must be dedicated to studying." Gohan leaped in excitement, shouting, "Yay!" Vegeta's tense expression relaxed, a smile gracing his face. "You truly have a way, Vegeta." Goku approached Vegeta, giving him a thumbs up in praise. "It's not that I have a way. It's that you are too stubborn. If I were you, I would have done this long ago, haha indeed. What will happen if Gohan trains continuously? I truly look forward to it. Alright, since training is the plan, let us head to Bulma's house." Vegeta placed his fingertip on his forehead. "Gohan, grab my hand. West City, Bulma's residence." "Damn Yamcha, where have you gone? I haven't seen him all day." Bulma gritted her teeth, dialing her friends to inquire about Yamcha's whereabouts. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before Bulma. "Hello, Bulma." "Bulma Auntie, long time no see." Gohan bowed deeply. Bulma was startled by their sudden arrival. "Son Kun, Gohan." However, she quickly realized that the figure before her was not Goku. "Hello, Mr. Vegeta. I want to take Gohan to train. May I borrow your gravity chamber, please?" The gravity chamber? Currently, we only have the gravity spaceship from the last time Goku went to Namek. To have a gravity chamber, it would require some time for modifications. Saying this, Bulma pulled out a universal capsule, tossing it into the yard, where a massive structure rose. "Thank you, Bulma. Gohan, let us go train. We must hurry. There's less than 2 hours left." "Okay, Dad." Bulma watched the two depart, filled with nostalgia. "I can't believe Gohan has grown so much." Coming back to her senses, she recalled Yamcha, her brow furrowing in irritation. "Damn Yamcha, don't let me catch you doing anything to hurt me." Chapter 5. The Vengeance Scheme of the Frieza Trio, 9998. 9,999. 10,000. Finally completed. Gogeta gasped for breath after executing 10,000 handstand push-ups under 100-fold gravity. "Dad, you're amazing." Son Gohan gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, forcing his body to adapt to the overwhelming gravity. "Don't push yourself too hard, Gohan. Let's call it a day. Your mother will be upset if she can't find you later." Gogeta rose and approached the control panel to deactivate the gravity system. Gohan exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Let us take a break and head home, Gohan." "I understand, Dad." Gogeta exited the spacecraft, intending to find Bulma for some sustenance to replenish his carbohydrates and protein. A series of sobs reached his ears. What is going on? Gogeta searched for the source of the sound, ultimately discovering Bulma seated on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "What is the matter?" Upon noticing Gogeta's arrival, Bulma turned away, wiping her tears and feigning composure. "What happened, Bulma? Is everything all right?" "And nothing." Bulma continued to sniffle. Observant Gogeta noticed a smartphone resting on Bulma and Appo's fair thigh, playing a video. The video depicted Yamcha, inebriated, surrounded by dozens of girls, unable to keep up with their affections. "What? Is Yamcha so charming?" Gogeta snatched the phone and crushed it in his hand. "Enough, Bulma. He is not worth your tears. You deserve someone far better." "Someone better." Inside, Wang Xian glanced at Vegeta, who, despite transforming into a female, was still tirelessly training with Son Goku. "Son Goku." Whoa. Bulma threw herself into Gogeta's arms. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, all her grievances erupted in a flood of tears. What have I done wrong? Why does he treat me like this? Son Goku? Could it be that Bulma's regret is truly tied to him? Wang Xin turned his gaze back to Son Goku, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta. You are not at fault. It is Yamcha who is in the wrong. He does not deserve your sorrow. Gogeta placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder, locking eyes with her, gently wiping her tears with his hand. Bulma suddenly realized that the person before her merely bore a resemblance to Son Goku. After all, he had stated that he was neither Goku nor Vegeta. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. With that, Bulma broke free from Gogeta's grasp and dashed into the room. You deserve someone better. Gogeta called after her, his voice trailing as he watched her retreating figure. Gurgle, gurgle. The protest from his stomach snapped Gogeta back to reality. I forgot about the important matter. He walked toward Bulma and Appo's room and knocked on the door. Bulma. Before he could finish, the door swung open. Their gazes intertwined, and in that moment of close proximity, a blush crept onto Gogeta's face. So beautiful. Bulma, now radiant with a smile, looked entirely transformed from her earlier sorrow. You are right, Gogeta, I deserve better. Yes. Gogeta feigned calmness, yet his stomach growled in embarrassment. I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Bulma, with a snap of her fingers, led Gogeta to the courtyard where a grand feast was laid out before them. Eat up. I know you Saiyans have a big appetite. If it's not enough, there's more. This scene captured the attention of the two inside. I want to eat too. How infuriating. That guy gets to enjoy such delicacies. Son Goku and Vegeta simultaneously displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. Then I won't hold back. This declaration was directed both at Goku and Vegeta, as well as Bulma. At the Frieza Force headquarters. Father, our journey to Earth is not solely for vengeance. There exists something called the Dragon Balls on Earth that can grant wishes. The sound of a door creaking open echoed through the room. Wishes? How intriguing. Cooler, hands clasped behind his back, emerged from behind the door. A sinister smile on his face. King Cold sat upon his throne, revealing a wicked grin. Then let us eradicate all the Earthlings and seize the Dragon Balls. Gogeta, the Frieza trio will arrive on Earth in a month. Can you hear me? That voice. It's King Kai. I can hear you, Lord Kai. The Frieza trio? All three are coming? Understood, Lord Kai. It seems we must hasten our training. If it were just Frieza, it wouldn't be much of a problem, but with Cooler and King Cold joining him, things might become complicated. What? Frieza is not dead and is coming to invade Earth again. I should have dealt with him decisively back then. How did Son Goku also hear King Kai's message? Is this shared telepathic communication? Kakarot, let this brat be knocked out by Frieza once more. I will handle the three of them. You are not to interfere. Wang Xin felt speechless. Did they truly perceive him as so weak? This time, I will defeat them with my own strength. Gogeta swiftly finished the food before him and made his way back to the gravity chamber. News of the impending threat was not only received by Gogeta. All the Z fighters began their training. A month later, the energy of the Frieza trio drew ever closer to Earth. Everyone gazed at the sky, awaiting their arrival. However, Gogeta was solely focused on the appearance of a certain young man, keenly observing Frieza's movements while remaining alert to the surroundings. Strange. Where is Trunks? Gogeta soared into the air, scrutinizing the terrain. Indeed, this is precisely the location where Trunks crossed over in the original story. Gogeta verified repeatedly, reasoning that Trunks should have been covertly observing by now, yet there was no sign of him. Heads up, they're coming. Piccolo's shout pulled Gogeta back to reality. A colossal spaceship descended from the heavens, exuding an unusual allure that captured everyone's gaze. The once tranquil mountains began to tremble, and at that moment, everyone's hearts raced, their expressions tense and beads of sweat forming. With a clang, the spaceship's door opened, revealing Frieza, adorned with mechanical parts, accompanied by two familiar figures. Oh ho ho! Long time no see. Chapter 6. Am I really this strong? Indeed, it's King Cold, Frieza, and Cooler. Gogeta gazed at the three infernal demons before him. Frieza's aura seems even more formidable than last time. Gogeta was completely confident in his ability to defeat Frieza once more. However, my concern lies with King Cold and Cooler. I wonder if King Cold can transform. I must eliminate him before he can transform. Frieza, you certainly talk too much. Cooler crossed his arms, regarding his brother with palpable disdain. Silence. Cooler. Frieza erupted in fury, rebuking Cooler. King Cold surveyed his surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the warriors before him. So this is Earth? The scenery is quite pleasant. After exterminating the Earthlings, it could fetch a good price. Piccolo gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. The three before him clearly dismissed the Earth warriors. Yet Gogeta paid them no mind, merely scanning the area. At this hour, where's Trunks? Frieza, is this the person who defeated you? Cooler gestured towards Gogeta, then shot a derisive glance at Frieza. You were defeated by such a weakling. This won't do. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Whoosh. Gogeta's form suddenly appeared beside Cooler. What's wrong with me? In the next moment, Cooler felt an overwhelming pain surging through his abdomen. He bent over like a bow, while dripping from his mouth, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment. Frieza. Gogeta shouted Frieza's name, seemingly alerting him to the impending doom. In Gogeta's hand, a blade of light coalesced, and in the instant Frieza turned his head, the blade was already drenched in blood as it withdrew from Frieza's body. Frieza's pupils dilated. Clutching his wound, his eyes clouded with confusion and resentment. No, it can't be. Nothing is impossible. Big Bang attack. Boom. Frieza instantly transformed into a pile of charred remains, ultimately disintegrating into dust upon the ground. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. They knew Gogeta was powerful, but this strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. This was the cosmic Emperor Frieza, obliterated in the blink of an eye. This is utterly unbelievable. Krillin marveled. Piccolo's eyes were wide with astonishment. Is this the extent of Gogeta's power? Dad, so strong. I want to be as strong as Dad. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to himself. Frieza? King Cold finally realized that Frieza had vanished from the land, and Cooler was severely injured. How infuriating. You dare to kill Frieza. I will tear you apart. Gogeta paid no heed to King Cold's lamentations. To him, it was merely the rage of the impotent. Bang. I must eradicate him before King Cold transforms. Just as Gogeta believed his fist had struck King Cold, a glowing figure suddenly appeared before him. As the light faded, it revealed Cooler, fully transformed. Your opponent is me, Cooler coldly declared, his eyes quickly turning cunning. The two locked arms, neither willing to concede. Gogeta gritted his teeth. Cooler's power was indeed formidable, leading him to make the most prudent decision. Tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, Cooler's body was thrust backward, entirely beyond his control. How infuriating. Cooler glared wide-eyed, using all his strength to resist Gogeta's onslaught. Is Cooler truly this weak? Have I underestimated the power of my own body? Gogeta smirked with confidence, vanishing from sight. Cooler's body lunged forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. What? Cooler stared ahead in shock, but Gogeta had already disappeared. Kamehameha wave. Instant transmission. Cooler scanned the area, trying to locate the source of the voice, when suddenly, a blue beam of light appeared from behind him. Whoosh! Blood erupted from Cooler's mouth as his life began its countdown. Like Frieza, Cooler's eyes filled with confusion and resentment. The blue beam pierced through Cooler's body, propelling him like a rocket towards the stars. How infuriating. This was Cooler's final wail. His form vanished from view, racing towards a radiant star. A chilling aura caught Gogeta and Appo's attention. What is this aura? King Cold. Oh, King Cold has transformed. Before him stood King Cold, now in a form akin to Frieza's final transformation, albeit larger in stature. If this were 3 minutes ago, I might have felt some trepidation, but now, I can hardly believe just how powerful I've become. A confident smile adorned Gogeta's face as he beckoned King Cold to attack. King Cold's eyes blazed with fury, all ignited by Gogeta's taunt. Whoosh! You killed my 2 sons. I will make you pay with your life. The enmity of a slain child is an unforgivable sin. King Cold and Appo's voice thundered from above Gogeta, and as he finished speaking, a pair of iron fists descended. Gogeta crossed his arms above his head, resolutely catching the punch. No, I have underestimated him. Gogeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging. To his astonishment, King Cold's power had surged tremendously after his transformation. Gogeta's body was pressed down by King Cold's heavy fist, gradually sinking towards the ground. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the ground beneath Gogeta caved in. Waves of powerful energy radiating outward. Get behind me, Gohan. Piccolo shielded his eyes, the overwhelming force rendering him unable to open them. I'm fine, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan observed the battle between Gogeta and King Cold with utmost seriousness, unlike the others who hid behind Piccolo. Inside, Goku watched Gogeta with concern, while Vegeta sported a smug grin. Damn King Cold. Come on, knock this brat out. I want to kill you myself. Hey, Vegeta, how can you say that? Humph. What's it to you, Kakarot? If you disagree, come and fight me. Damn it. I will not be knocked out again. Vegeta, you'd best give up on that thought. Huh. 20-fold KO can. In the next moment, a red aura enveloped Gogeta, his muscles swelling rapidly. In the state of 20-fold KO can, he reversed the tide. The ground beneath him ceased to collapse, while King Cold's form began to move in the opposite direction. How infuriating. No matter how hard King Cold tried, he could not budge Gogeta's position. Instead, he was sent flying once more. Today, I will ensure that all three of your line perish on Earth. Die, King Cold. Gogeta's fist transformed into a golden dragon, hurtling towards King Cold's abdomen with lightning speed. Boom! In an instant, a massive hole appeared in King Cold's abdomen. Ultimate flash. King Cold was dead, and his demise was most gruesome. Vegeta, having fulfilled his desires, brought the fates of the three individuals to a close upon Earth. The crowd surged forward, jubilantly celebrating around him. The scene was so sudden, as if it had transpired in the blink of an eye. The three demons had vanished completely. However, there was no trace of joy in Vegeta's eyes. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, for the boy from the future had yet to make his appearance. A shiver coursed through Vegeta's body, as if he were beginning to grasp something profound. Could it be? Chapter 7. Healing with Dragon Balls. Gogeta stood still, once again soaring into the sky, eyes closed as he meticulously sensed his surroundings. Indeed, there was no other presence. This meant, I am not in the primary timeline. Rather, I am in a timeline similar to future Trunks. This implies that Son Goku may very well succumb to heart disease. It is highly probable that I might also meet the same fate. The absence of any visitors from the future further solidified Gogeta's hypothesis. To be on the safe side, I must utilize the Dragon Balls. After all, this world lacks miraculous cures. Everyone, to celebrate our victory over Frieza, how about we gather at Bulma's place for a party? Krillin's voice interrupted the cheers of the crowd, and they all nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion delightful. In West City, Bulma was engrossed in a video showcasing the battle between Gogeta and King Cold. Her hands were tightly clenched, and her expression was grave, but the next moment she relaxed. I knew it. Gogeta is the strongest. Having witnessed Gogeta's month-long arduous training, Bulma was utterly confident in his abilities. Krillin's voice echoed from the video. Oh, Krillin, Bulma muttered, crossing her arms in disdain. No worries. Let us just treat it as a celebration. Bulma dashed out of her room, preparing for the gathering. Meanwhile, Yamcha scratched his head awkwardly and remarked, I think I'll skip the festivities, haha. Gogeta, still wearing a serious expression, caught Gohan's attentive gaze. Dad, what's wrong? Gogeta snapped back to reality. It's nothing, Gohan. All right, everyone, let us meet at Bulma's. Gogeta smiled at Gohan, saying, Gohan, please go home and fetch Chi-Chi. I have a few matters to attend to. Gohan nodded and flew in the direction of their home. In Bulma's room, she pondered, what should I wear? This is quite the dilemma since we haven't seen each other in so long. She stood before the mirror, trying on various outfits. Bulma, please bring the Dragon Ball radar. Gogeta's voice abruptly cut off, leaving him frozen in place as blood trickled from his nose. Bulma clutched her chest, and in the next moment, she slapped Gogeta's face. I am sorry, Bulma. Gogeta quickly shut the door, his heart racing. After about 10 minutes, Bulma emerged from her room, her attire disheveled and dusty. Gogeta's gaze was riveted on Bulma, who looked exceptionally graceful today, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her figure beautifully. She is stunning. Hey, Gogeta, you mentioned needing the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma's voice jolted Gogeta back to reality. Yes, I need it right now. All right, I'll fetch it for you. Gogeta followed Bulma closely, his shyness preventing him from meeting her gaze. Suddenly, a shriek shattered the tranquility as Bulma stumbled, her foot caught in her long dress. Gogeta swiftly caught her waist, their eyes locking for a moment. Bulma's cheeks flushed. This man is so handsome, but he's already married to Chi-Chi. Recognizing the awkwardness of the moment, Bulma adjusted her stance and stood up. The Dragon Ball radar is in there. Let me get it. She pointed to the cluttered room and headed inside to rummage. Half an hour later, Bulma emerged disheveled and covered in dust. Here, cough cough. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. Gogeta expressed his gratitude. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving Bulma to assess her dress, realizing she would need to change. On a snowy mountain peak, Gogeta had successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, their surfaces shimmering faintly. Come forth, Shenron. The skies darkened, and a colossal figure appeared before him. Shenron, please examine my health. As Shenron's eyes glowed, the crimson light flickered and vanished. You suffer from viral myocarditis, which will likely manifest in about 3 years. Indeed, I was right. This timeline is akin to future Trunks' timeline. As Gogeta, the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, I will also be affected. Thankfully, I anticipated this. Please help me heal. Thank you. Once again, Shenron's eyes shone brightly. Your 2 wishes have been granted. With that, Shenron transformed into a beam of light, retreating into the Dragon Balls, scattering them across the earth. Gogeta leapt into action, intercepting the scattered Dragon Balls with incredible speed, embracing them. He sighed in relief. Wonderful, now I must confront the androids. There are still 3 years left. This means the androids might be even stronger by then. They possess not only Frieza as combat data, but also that of King Cold and Cooler, and ultimately, my own battle data. Gogeta instantaneously teleported back to the party venue. Let us welcome our hero, Krillin announced, microphone in hand. Gogeta. In the next moment, Gogeta waved and appeared before the crowd. It's him, our hero. It's he who has saved our Earth from destruction. He is Gogeta. Now, I shall sing a passionate tribute to him. Krillin began to sing, lost in his own world. Much to the audience's amusement, Gogeta relished the moment, the serene atmosphere inspiring a thought. With great power comes great responsibility. I shall protect the Earth and my friends. A figure approached Gogeta. Why aren't you with Chi-Chi? Gogeta turned to find Bulma beside him. Chi-Chi doesn't like me because I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. She says I merely resemble him. Gogeta scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a smile. Bulma's gaze lingered on Chi-Chi, who was seated next to Gohan and seemed detached from the festivities. A subtle smile graced Bulma's face, which Gogeta readily noticed. It seems Bulma may indeed have feelings for me. This simplifies matters. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains. A woman pursues a man through a veil. A mere hint from me, cough cough, should suffice. Thus, the two exchanged tales of the past. I can't believe how much Gohan has grown. Bulma laughed, but a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. Forget the past. Look towards the future, Gogeta gently reminded her. Son Goku is no longer with us. He placed a tender hand on Bulma's shoulder, gazing deeply into her fair face. I have said that I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. This unexpected gesture caused Bulma to blush deeply, her demeanor becoming shy. Sensing the desired effect, Gogeta released her shoulder and sauntered away, leaving a flustered Bulma standing alone. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Androids, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. During this time, Vegeta has been relentlessly training, and he is not alone. In the interior, Goku and Bulma are also engaging in even more intense training. Goten, please step outside for a moment. I am about to challenge my limits. Okay, Dad. Upon hearing this, Goten exited the gravity chamber. Next, set the gravity to 10,000 times. The gravity chamber erupted into alarm, red lights flashing ominously on Vegeta's forehead. A fierce expression crossed Vegeta's face as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him with astonishing swiftness. I can do this, Vegeta strained to straighten his body, his roar echoing throughout West City. The continuous cries persisted, yet Vegeta remained hunched, unable to stand tall. No, am I really going to have to transform? 20 times KO Ken. With a furious shout, Vegeta straightened up and approached the control panel. Indeed, maintaining his normal state was proving too much. Vegeta gasped for breath, his legs beginning to weaken. With heavy steps, he made his way outside. Clang. A sudden noise rang out as Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. Dad! Vegeta! Goten and Bulma rushed over, concerned for Vegeta. Bulma's eyes were filled with worry, her face etched with concern. Oh dear, how did you end up like this again? Vegeta? Bulma turned to Goten. Quick, give your father a senzu bean. For the past 3 years, Vegeta had been residing at Bulma's home, training, eating, sleeping, and awakening to train again. However, Bulma had never encountered such a situation before. Goten frowned. But Master Karen said the senzu beans aren't ready yet. No, it's not necessary. I just need to rest for a moment. This minor injury doesn't warrant a Senzu bean. Bulma is overreacting. Breaking news. City X has been attacked by unidentified humanoid citizens are advised to stay indoors and refrain from wandering. The trio was captivated by the news. At this time, could it be the androids? They choose this moment to strike. Goten, quickly inform everyone. This is clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Bulma discerned that the situation was far from simple. Hearing this, Goten felt a sense of urgency and stood up. Dad, I'll go notify everyone to investigate. Vegeta nodded. Very well, let Goten assess the situation. It's a good opportunity to gauge the results of our training over these years. City X, haha. Android 17 floated in the air, laughing maniacally as he unleashed energy blasts upon the surrounding buildings, wantonly destroying everything in sight. In a department store, a beautiful blonde woman called out to him. Hey, Android 17, it seems that Son Goku is no longer around. Can't you stop? This place is quite nice. Android 18 fiddled with a dress in front of a mirror, contemplating which outfit to choose, showing no signs of the murderous intent that characterized her counterpart. Oh, but what would we do if we're not causing destruction? Android 17's question left Android 18 momentarily speechless. We could go sightseeing, explore the world. Android 17 turned his gaze to a luxury car at the entrance, its owner already slain by him. The two then hopped into the vehicle and sped away on the mountain road. However, this scene had already been witnessed by the approaching Krillin. Piccolo, they are over there. Krillin pointed in the direction he had spotted the two androids, and with his keen eyesight, Piccolo immediately recognized their figures on the distant hillside. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps resonated as they blocked the android's path. Is there something you need, Mr. Piccolo? Android 17 nonchalantly spoke, surprising everyone with his words. How do you know me? Android 17's gaze shifted to the others. Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yanchum, Goten, Son Goku's son. His attention fixed on Goten. Interesting. Since Goku is absent, I shall make do with his son. In a split second, Android 17's eyes narrowed, and before anyone could react, he was suddenly before Goten. Poor child, you shall pay for your father's sins. Android 17's fist lunged toward Goten's abdomen. Goten, how infuriating. When did he get there? Like Piccolo. Everyone was caught off guard. Smack. A clear sound rang out as Goten intercepted Android 17's arm. Huh. Just as Android 17 was taken aback, an overwhelming aura burst forth from Goten, striking the android's face with powerful waves of energy. I care not who you are, but if you disrupt the city, that is your wrongdoing. Damn, this little brat. He actually nullified my attack. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Android 17's eyes. The data didn't indicate this child possessed such formidable energy. All the information must be erroneous. How infuriating. Ah, damn it. Android 17 broke free from Goten's grip, adjusting his stance. Humph, it seems I must take this seriously, Son Goku's son. Android 17 gradually increased his energy. Energy levels have increased by 30. Energy levels have increased by 30. The system within Android 17's head announced the updates. In an instant, he lunged at Goten like a fierce tiger. Having trained alongside Vegeta, Goten's strength had significantly increased. Even against such a ferocious assault, he chose to confront it head-on without flinching. Clang! Their fists collided, one large and one small, generating a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. So, Goten has grown this strong. Truly a worthy son of Son Goku. A smile of satisfaction spread across Piccolo's face. Since Frieza's attack 3 years ago, Piccolo had noticed Goten's considerable progress, and today he was even more impressed. The two in the air locked eyes. Unlike Android 17, Goten's gaze held no malice, evident from the force behind his punches. Underestimating me, you little brat. In the next moment, Android 17 accelerated his attack speed to the point that onlookers could scarcely perceive his movements. Bang! At last, Goten was struck by Android 17's punch. Indeed, in this state, I am still too strained, Goten murmured, coldly regarding Android 17. If only I could be like Dad, then it would be much easier. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, it was clear that Android 17 had inflicted significant harm. Dad, Son Goku. Android 17's pupils dilated, while Android 18 fixed her gaze intently on Goten, as if they had triggered a hidden keyword. Oh, I hear you are looking for me? A magnetic voice drew Android 17's attention. Turning towards the source, he saw a figure with hands atop his head, sporting a hairstyle resembling that of a crab. Son Goku. But in the next moment, the man lowered his hands and crossed his arms. No, it's Vegeta. Android 17's internal system rapidly processed information, and the name Vegeta materialized in his mind. Vegeta, awaiting your initial text for refinement and elegant rendition into English. Chapter 9. The mysterious visitor Android 17's gaze was fixed intently on Gogeta, not daring to divert his attention even for a moment, his face awash with questions. Goku was no longer present. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. Gogeta stood with an air of superiority, arms crossed, resolutely informing the two androids before him. Hey, Gogeta, what do you mean Goku is no longer here? Am I not still here? Well, you do seem to have a point, 17 admitted. My apologies, Mr. Goku. At least in my heart, you still exist. Confusion filled 17's eyes, for the man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. He could sense the immense power radiating from him, perhaps even surpassing his own. To his astonishment, 17 and Appo's hands began to tremble. Yet the system in his mind continued issuing commands. This person was Goku. With a hint of trepidation, 17's body involuntarily lunged toward Gogeta. Gogeta beckoned with a casual gesture. Come, let me witness your strength. Warning. Target's combat power exceeds limits, initiating 100% energy output. The system's notifications echoed in 17's mind, bolstering his confidence. He swung his fists with all his might, but no matter how he attacked, he could not land a blow on Gogeta, even at his utmost speed. What's the matter? Is this your limit? I haven't even begun to exert myself, Gogeta retorted, his composure unshaken, his icy words piercing through 17's mind. Provoked, 17 hastened his punches yet again. Gogeta's arms, previously crossed, began to relax. He was now compelled to engage physically, as 17 was pushing him to his limits. 17 unleashed a flurry of frenzied attacks, roaring in fury, yet Gogeta remained unfazed, deftly countering each strike. Warning. Final combat mode will be activated. In the next instant, 17 released all his energy. His veins bulged, glowing ominously. So, he is indeed powerful. But my father is even stronger. Gohan realized he could not match the being before him, feeling relieved that Gogeta was there. In the ensuing moment, the two clashed once more, yet this time, Gogeta could no longer afford to act as freely as he had minutes prior. Huh, Goku, die, 17 bellowed, his palms slicing through the air toward Gogeta's neck. Yet Gogeta, fully aware of his intent, seized 17's other arm, using it as a pivot to execute a full backflip, driving his feet into 17's abdomen. In an instant, 17 was hurled backward, crashing into the mountainside, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Humph. Had this been 3 years ago, I might have resolved this with the Kaioken, but now warning. Unable to defeat target with current energy levels. Shall we activate the soul system at the cost of your life? Soul, activate. With a cry, 17's skin began to develop growth lines, and in that moment, his veins ruptured, his body swelled, hair disheveled, as the energy expended at the cost of his life was indeed extraordinary. In a blink, 17 materialized before Gogeta, clutching him tightly. Run. Everyone flee. Gogeta commanded, sensing the insanity in 17. This power was overwhelming, and he could only surmise an impending self-detonation. Damn it. I never anticipated 17 would resort to self-destruction. There is no time. We must fight for our lives. In the next moment, a golden light erupted from Gogeta, ascending toward the heavens, intertwining with the brilliance of 17's impending explosion, engulfing the entire city in a blinding radiance. As the fleeting golden glow faded, Gogeta appeared anew before the onlookers, his golden hair defying gravity, his pale green eyes and brows stark against his tattered attire, revealing his muscular torso. Breathless, Gogeta inhaled greedily, knowing that without his transformation into a Super Saiyan, 17's detonation would have endangered the city and its inhabitants. We are saved, thank goodness for Gogeta, yes. Thank goodness for my father. As he observed the crowd in safety, Gogeta drew a sharp breath. Thank goodness I mastered Super Saiyan during these 3 years. In the vehicle, Android 18 cowered in fear, akin to a frightened kitten, as she watched Gogeta approach. Terror filled her eyes. Gogeta locked onto 18's gaze, and she could not avert her eyes from his. What is the matter? Do you wish to kill me too? With a quaver, 18 responded, Humph, do as you please. Gogeta, please spare her. I've seen her cause no destruction. Krillin interjected, stepping forward. Damn that Krillin, Gogeta thought. Oh, kill you? Was it not you two that sought to end my life? Your brother chose to end his own. That is not my concern. With that, Gogeta turned and departed, nonchalantly walking away. 18 stared after his retreating figure. Damn it, Gogeta continued onward until he reached a corner, where he suddenly curled up in pain. Ouch! Ouch! Gohan! Help me up! Upon hearing this, Gohan rushed to assist Gogeta, rejoining the group. Once again, they soared toward West City, and due to Gogeta's heroics, Krillin proposed a celebratory gathering. That afternoon, Krillin began to indulge in self-satisfied serenades, and to his surprise, he dragged Gogeta into the performance. Reluctantly, Gogeta complied. Yet both of their voices ravaged the ears of those present. What is this aura? Why is it so malevolent? Gogeta set down the microphone, gazing skyward as a sinister presence approached West City. Gohan also looked up, alert to the malicious energy emanating from the spacecraft. The VE arrived. A colossal ship descended slowly into the courtyard, prompting everyone to remain on high alert. This vessel bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza and Appo's. Seeing Gogeta remain unresponsive, the others watched cautiously. Soon, a figure emerged from the ship, cloaked in gray, yet the aura surrounding him was not formidable. Strange, where has that sinister aura vanished to? The gray-clad figure hastened to Gogeta and Appo's side and knelt, bowing respectfully. What does this mean? Gogeta was perplexed by the figure and Appo's actions. In the next moment, the cloaked man removed his garment, revealing a familiar visage. He had but one eye, the other concealed by a scar, the most distinct feature being his tail. Greetings, Prince Vegeta. It's Paragus. Chapter 10. Broly. Here lies West City, within the serene confines of the Briefs family's backyard. The usual clamor has been replaced by an unsettling tranquility, a stillness brought forth by the arrival of Paragus. The onlookers inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the alien's every movement. I am not Vegeta, yet, in a certain sense, I embody him, remarked Gogeta, leaning against the wall, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Paragus. Inside, Son Goku pointed towards Paragus. Vegeta, that individual is calling for you. I do not recognize him, yet he refers to me as and Appo's. Prince Vegeta, and Appo's, a title that evokes nostalgia, Vegeta replied. His eyes closed in contemplation of bygone days. In the next moment, Goku began performing push-ups. How infuriating! Kakarot, how dare you interrupt my training in such a manner? Paragus, upon closer inspection, realized that this individual was indeed not Vegeta, though he bore a striking resemblance. He carefully observed Gogeta's features. Convinced that this person was undeniably linked to Vegeta, Paragus soon articulated his purpose. An evil Super Saiyan threatens the safety of new Vegeta. I beseech Prince Vegeta to vanquish him, to restore the glory of the Saiyans and establish a new Saiyan empire. Indeed, I shall undertake this challenge. I wonder who is more formidable, Broly or myself, Gogeta mused. Gogeta, a new Saiyan empire. You could reign as king, Krillin encouraged, patting Gogeta on the back, urging him to acquiesce. Very well, your proposition is indeed compelling. I intend to bring my son along, Gogeta declared, summoning Gohan. Hello, sir. Gohan greeted politely. Son, could it be? You are the prince of our Saiyan lineage. Paragus immediately bowed to Gohan in awe. Let us proceed. I long to meet this legendary Super Saiyan. I merely wish to avoid a battle on Earth. Otherwise, I would storm the ship and drag Broly out, Gogeta thought. Wait. Gogeta, Bulma's voice called from behind. If you become king, will you return to Earth? Gogeta smiled knowingly, offering no reply. Moments later, Bulma presented Gogeta with a bag of senzu beans and several hoi poi capsules. These are the senzu beans given to me by Karin over the years. Take them. And within are your favorite delicacies, she said before turning away from the group. Gogeta and Gohan then boarded the spaceship. The massive vessel departed Earth, soaring into the cosmos. Gogeta and Appo's gaze fell upon a figure adorned with a collar. As they brushed past one another, Broly and Appo's expression twisted into one of fierce disdain. Kakarot. Yet, in the next instant, Paragus halted him with a remote control. Once we arrive on that planet, I shall engage you in a glorious battle, Broly. Everything unfolded according to Paragus's design. A willing combatant and a willing recipient of conflict. Prince Gogeta, this is my son, Broly, Paragus introduced. Both he and I wish to assist you in the revival of our Saiyan Empire. Regardless of Paragus and Appo's flattery, Gogeta remained indifferent, eyes closed, ever vigilant of Broly and Appo's movements. Soon, the spaceship reached the so-called New Vegeta. Paragus guided Gogeta ahead, as if everything was orchestrated by him. Suddenly, Gogeta halted. "Hey, what is it, Prince Gogeta?" Paragus turned back. A lightsaber gleamed in Gogeta and Appo's hand. With a swift motion, the lightsaber pierced through Paragus and Appo's chest, shocking everyone present. "Dad!" Gohan was bewildered by Gogeta and Appo's actions. "Do not be deceived by appearances, Gohan," Gogeta admonished. "Can you sense that malevolent aura still lingering aboard the ship?" Gohan closed his eyes, perceiving the sudden surge of evil energy from the craft behind them. "Could it be?" Gohan exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "Gohan, prepare yourself for a brutal confrontation. I hope you learn some combat skills from this encounter." Paragus stood frozen, bewildered and terrified by the unexpected betrayal. Perhaps he pondered when Gogeta had discovered his true intentions, or doubted the efficacy of his own ruse. Yet, none of that mattered now. Curse you, Broly!" Paragus shouted Broly's name with all his might, using his last vestiges of consciousness and strength to destroy the device controlling Broly's power. Boom! The ship erupted with a thunderous roar, and a figure burst through the roof. It was Broly. "This energy, it is unmistakable." Gogeta turned, gazing at the sky, his body betraying him as it trembled uncontrollably. "What madness is this? I am trembling. Vegeta, I too cannot contain my fear." Even the two within the interior of the ship were gripped by trepidation. Indeed, pure-blooded Saiyans tremble at the sight of a transformation. Yet the Saiyan blood coursing through my veins compels me to fight. "Hey, Broly, do you recognize who I am?" Gogeta styled his hair to mirror Goku and Appo's and taunted Broly in Goku and Appo's tone. In an instant, Broly erupted like a rabid beast, teeth grinding, face contorted in a snarl. As memories of his birth flooded back, a primal scream echoed, silencing the desolate planet in fear. Kakarot! In that moment, the debris around Broly began to levitate. Dark lightning crackled through the night, and as Broly continued to roar, the collar restraining his power fell away. Golden flames enveloped him, radiant circles of gold illuminating the darkness, as a terrifying aura pervaded the air. This immense energy surged towards Gogeta, relentlessly battering against his resolute gaze. What an overwhelming pressure! Gohan shielded his eyes, straining to witness the impending clash of titans. At that moment, Broly's fury ignited, his hair drawn by an unseen force, transforming into a magnificent Super Saiyan. His extraordinary form shimmered with light, his gaze fixated on Gogeta, intent and unyielding. Gogeta stood firm, his eyes sharp with determination. "Come, Broly. My blood is already boiling." Kakarot. Chapter 11. A conflagrant, unprecedented battle. Upon this desolate planet, darkness reigned supreme. Yet, this very moment was illuminated by the radiant auras emanating from two figures. Kakarot. Broly, akin to a ferocious tiger, exuded an overwhelming presence, his might seemingly insurmountable. Yet, his adversary was Gogeta. Gogeta, resembling a hurricane, stood undaunted by Broly's oppressive power. Their fists collided with cataclysmic force. Instantly, the air crackled with the concussive force of their blows. The collision of these immense energies generated concentric waves that ravaged the surroundings. The dilapidated spaceship, already battered by Broly, was further pulverized by the relentless energy surges. Such formidable energy, just as my father described. Son Gohan, perched atop a dilapidated tower, meticulously observed the enthralling battle. Broly is indeed formidable, Gogeta inwardly conceded. "Come on, Gogeta. If necessary, I'll take over." Within Gogeta's inner realm, Goku and Vegeta were eager to unleash their power. "What did you say, Kakarot? It's my turn this time." Vegeta vehemently protested. "Forgive me. I must handle this myself." Kaioken times 10. Gogeta had amplified his power tenfold with the Kaioken technique. Crimson flames enveloped him, surging with raw energy. Instantly, Gogeta and Appo's fist hurtled towards Broly and Appo's brow. Bang! The blow sent Broly's massive frame hurtling backward for 10 meters. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Broly appeared unfazed by the impact, and an even more intense aura erupted from his very being. "I will obliterate you, Kakarot." Broly lunged toward Gogeta once more, and the two titans clashed again. Broly, like a rabid beast, unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, each imbued with murderous intent. "Damn it, This brute truly grows stronger with each passing moment. As time wore on, Broly and Appo's speed and power escalated exponentially. Even Gogeta, empowered by the tenfold Kaioken, teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed. Damn it. Kaioken times 20. His inner reserves of energy surged anew, propelling Gogeta to unprecedented velocities. He exploited this instantaneous burst of speed to relentlessly assault Broly. Every strike, every blow, landed squarely upon Broly's seemingly invulnerable frame. Ha! Kakarot, your attacks are futile. Broly, seemingly impervious to pain, erupted in maniacal laughter. Huh! In a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed an aura that dwarfed Gogeta's. This overwhelming power propelled Gogeta backward. Is that all you've got? You're merely tickling me. Broly sneered, baring his teeth in mockery. Gogeta regained his composure, dusting off his attire. Heh, the warm-up is over. Now, witness whether my Super Saiyan form or yours reigns supreme. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled as a vortex materialized in the sky. The ravaged planet, seemingly unable to withstand such cataclysmic forces, began to convulse. A tempestuous sky, filled with ominous clouds and torrential rain, formed overhead. A bolt of lightning struck Gogeta's crown, and at that precise moment, his pupils transformed into a pale green, and his golden hair stood on end. Super Saiyan Gogeta. The probing is complete. Now, the true battle commences. Gogeta, like a vigilant panther, meticulously observed Broly's every move, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Gogeta scoffed, materializing behind Broly in an instant. Thud! With a resounding crash, Broly was propelled forward by Gogeta's kick, his massive form plummeting to the earth, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Not yet. In the blink of an eye, Gogeta denied Broly any respite, delivering a devastating blow that further incapacitated him. Broly convulsed, his senses clearly disoriented by Gogeta's assault. Tzzzzt. An unsettling sound reached Son Gohan's ears, instantly captivating his attention. His pupils dilated as he beheld the spectacle unfolding before him. Gogeta was forcefully seizing Broly's head, carving a deep fissure into the desolate landscape. This fissure, like a scar upon the earth, continued to lengthen. Even Broly could not endure such torment, and he emitted a blood-curdling scream. What's wrong, Broly? Do I detect a whimper? Ignoring Broly's agonizing cries, Gogeta relentlessly dragged his head across the terrain, creating a scene akin to unzipping a garment. Damn you, I'll kill you. Broly roared in fury, denouncing Gogeta's actions. In the next instant, an even more unbridled surge of energy emanated from Broly. A deep green light radiated from his chest, his hair grew in volume, and it transformed into a pale green hue. This was his legendary Super Saiyan form. Broly's sliding form came to a halt. He rose to his feet, fixating his gaze upon Gogeta. His size had doubled, making Gogeta appear diminutive in comparison. His pupils vanished. This, without a doubt, was his true legendary Super Saiyan form. Broly pounded his chest, bellowing with unrestrained fury. The oppressive aura of his legendary Super Saiyan form manifested, instilling fear in the distant Son Gohan. Son Gohan clenched his fists, his face drenched in perspiration. Father, you must prevail? So you finally revealed your true power? Gogeta remained stationary, mockingly observing the berserk Broly. Previously, Broly had retained a semblance of reason, but in his legendary Super Saiyan form, he had lost all rationality, the absence of pupils serving as irrefutable proof. Kakarot. Boom. Too fast. Far too fast. This speed surpasses even Gogeta's current reaction capabilities. Upon opening his eyes again, Gogeta found his head ensnared in Broly's grasp. Broly relentlessly pummeled Gogeta's head with unrestrained ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow carried earth-shattering force, and Gogeta frantically attempted to parry with his arms. Damn it. For a fleeting moment, Gogeta found himself at a disadvantage. Hey, kid, if it's too much, let me take over. Vegeta's compact form was now brimming with explosive power. Vegeta observed Wang Xian, who was in a precarious situation. His soul energy appeared to be rapidly dwindling, seemingly on the verge of granting Vegeta his wish. Damn it. Instant transmission. In the next instant, Gogeta materialized beside Son Gohan. Gogeta was now visibly battered, and Gohan's face was etched with worry, for this was the first time he had witnessed his father sustaining such grievous injuries. Chapter 12, Gogeta's Demise? Father, A heart-wrenching cry pierced Gogeta's ears. The unmistakable voice of Gohan. "I am unharmed, Gohan." Gogeta's gaze remained fixed on Broly, who was hurtling towards him. He released Gohan's hand. "Gohan, evade him swiftly and safeguard yourself." In the ensuing instant, Gogeta regained his composure, soaring into the heavens and plunging towards Broly. Image technique. With a resounding roar, Gogeta's form began to spin with incredible velocity, giving rise to 4 identical apparitions. The enraged Broly glared at the quartet of figures before him, his fury intensifying. The object of his hatred had multiplied into 4. Kakarot. A cataclysmic surge of energy emanated from Broly, its formidable pressure assailing Gogeta's very being. "Here I come." A solitary doppelganger executed instant transmission, seizing Broly in a tight embrace. Faced with this sudden adversary, Broly clenched his teeth, his body convulsing violently. Arg! Broly was on the verge of breaking free from the doppelganger's grasp. "Damn! This is untenable. Everyone, attack in unison." The remaining 2 doppelgangers advanced in perfect synchronization, launching a simultaneous assault on Broly. In an instant, Broly's tumultuous form was shackled by the immense power of the Gogetas. Broly roared in frustration. "Now, the moment of truth has arrived." Kamehameha. A colossal azure beam erupted from Gogeta's palms, arcing towards Broly. In the instant before impact with Broly's robust physique. "Kakarot." Broly bellowed, and the 3 doppelgangers were cast aside as a surge of power erupted once more. The Kamehameha struck Broly squarely. However, Broly's massive silhouette materialized from the dissipating smoke, unscathed. He had not fallen. Instead, he had become even more unhinged. The attack had inflicted considerable damage, causing him to experience pain. Broly's visage contorted into a more grotesque mask, and his power amplified. Broly emerged from the smoke, unscathed. This fiend grows stronger with each passing moment. I must not prolong this battle. Duan. As Gogeta pondered his options, Broly materialized before him. Broly unleashed a laser blast from his maw, striking Gogeta squarely in the brow. Despite Gogeta's desperate attempt to shield his face with his hands, Broly's current state rendered him too formidable. Gogeta's body plummeted to the earth like a runaway missile, creating a massive crater upon impact. "Damn it, father." Gohan's fists were clenched tightly. Despite his terror, he could no longer bear to witness the beating of his father. Gohan charged towards Broly like a hunting dog. Given the vast disparity in size, the two appeared as a hound facing an elephant, and the outcome was predictable. Broly unleashed a punch, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. "Gohan. Gogeta, rise. Gohan is in peril." Beads of sweat trickled down Goku's brow. Gohan." Gogeta mustered his strength, struggling to his feet once more. Broly's gaze locked onto Gohan, and he froze, dormant memories stirring within his mind. The young man bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot, and Broly's subconscious registered him as such, despite their differing hairstyles. "Kakarot." Broly's form lurched forward, and in a split second, his fist was hurtling towards Gohan's face. "Gohan." A battered figure interposed itself between Gohan and the impending blow. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Gohan's eyes were wide with shock, and terror gripped his mind. The figure was none other than his father, Gogeta, who had used his ravaged body to shield Gohan from the fatal strike. Pooh! Blood gushed from Gogeta's mouth like a fountain, staining his collar and the ground crimson. Gohan's eyes betrayed profound horror, his pupils constricting, his face contorting in a grimace. His body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the moment. The surrounding air seemed to grow thick and heavy, as if frozen in time. Broly, a heartless killing machine, pressed his advantage, relentlessly pounding Gogeta's body with blow after blow, leaving him defenseless. Broly ravaged Gogeta from the heavens to the earth, his body tearing through countless mountains, leaving a trail of craters in his wake. Gogeta endured Broly's merciless onslaught, his body racked with exhaustion. Every muscle ached, every bone creaked. His legs felt like lead, rendering him unable to take another step. His breathing became shallow and rapid, and the grotesque visage before him seemed to embody death itself. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, tracing a path down his neck and onto the ground. His vision blurred, and he felt himself nearing his breaking point. Unable to withstand any further punishment, his consciousness began to fade, and he felt himself sinking into the abyss. At that moment, Broly prepared to deliver the final blow. His divine form radiated an intense brilliance, and the surrounding energy particles converged upon his chest. The power of the Super Saiyan surged through his veins, culminating in a surge of energy at his core. The verdant energy sphere swelled in size, its power capable of devouring all in its path. A cataclysmic force had been unleashed. Arg! With a deafening roar, Broly unleashed the energy sphere towards Gogeta's prone form. Boom! The ground convulsed violently as mountains crumbled and rocks tumbled, creating a maelstrom of dust and debris. The energy sphere's power was so immense that it seemed to tear a gaping maw in the earth, consuming everything in its path. The planet teetered on the brink of annihilation. Gohan stood motionless, tears streaming down his face, soaking the ground beneath his feet. Father's life force has vanished. Gohan could not accept that the indomitable warrior, who had never known defeat, had fallen here today. Only Gohan and Broly remained on the ravaged planet. Chapter 13. Super Saiyan Gohan on this planet, which stands on the brink of annihilation. The sky has turned dark and oppressive, as if the entire world is shrouded in a heavy veil of dust. Gohan stands motionless, his body rigid, with vacant and bewildered eyes that betray profound fear and fury. He cannot accept the grim reality of Vegeta's defeat, the man who seemed almost mythical, lying lifeless before him. Helpless, he can do nothing but watch Vegeta perish. Loathing his own weakness and inability to act, the foe before him, having slain his father, shows no sign of pausing. The formidable threat remains unresolved. Yet, what can he possibly do? Broly advances menacingly towards Gohan, instilling a deep sense of dread within him, though his body remains steadfast. He recalls the days spent training alongside Vegeta, the one who freed him from the shackles of mundane studies, who taught him the art of strength and combat. In this moment, the gentle visage of Vegeta resurfaces in Gohan's mind repeatedly. This man is his father, but this demon before him no. Father. In the tumultuous darkness, the air around Gohan begins to stir with a potent energy, a white aura surging forth. With each breath, he feels the swell of power. Gohan's hair begins to ripple in the wind, his hairstyle becoming ethereal. Gritting his teeth, he is haunted by visions of Broly slaying Vegeta. Broly. Gohan's brow furrows, veins bulging as if they might burst. His eyes widen in furious intensity, the pale green irises ablaze with rage. With a thunderous roar, Gohan's yell culminates in a golden aura enveloping him. Super Saiyan Gohan. His gaze, laced with hatred, acknowledges the formidable strength of his adversary, who even Vegeta could not overcome. Yet, as Vegeta's son, he cannot retreat. Gohan's resolve hardens as he fixates on Broly, who draws nearer. On Earth, with a thud, a footfall captures Piccolo's attention. Vegeta? Did you not go to New Vegeta? Piccolo gazes quizzically at the tattered figure of Vegeta. Where's Gohan? Was he not with you? Piccolo instantly senses something is amiss, for Vegeta's energy feels alarmingly diminished, igniting a sense of urgency within him. In the next moment, a smirk graces Vegeta's lips as he lifts his gaze to the sky. Gohan. A triumphant smile emerges on his face. Feel Gohan's energy, Piccolo. As Piccolo closes his eyes, his expression freezes, and he suddenly opens them, disbelief etched on his features. This is Gohan's energy. Vegeta produces a senzu bean, swiftly restoring his strength. Piccolo, hold on to me. Let me take you to experience it firsthand. As Gohan's first mentor, Piccolo longs to witness the extent of Gohan and Appos's newfound power. In an instant, the two vanish from their spot. On the battlefield, Piccolo and Vegeta materialize atop a towering mountain, both suppressing their energy to its utmost minimum. What is happening? Wasn't it Appos? It's supposed to be New Vegeta? Why does this desolate scene greet us? Vegeta recounts Paragus and Appos' scheme in detail. How infuriating. I never expected this. But why did you not confront Broly yourself? Why send Gohan instead? Piccolo questions Vegeta, a hint of anger in his eyes. Indeed, Piccolo genuinely cares for Gohan. In response, Vegeta elucidates his intentions. I have already battled him. I merely feigned defeat using the afterimage technique, creating the illusion of my demise. At the moment Broly delivered the fatal blow, the true me was already by your side. I suppressed my energy to deceive Gohan into believing I was dead. Piccolo presses further. What was your purpose in doing this? With arms crossed and a smile curling at his lips, Vegeta gazes into the distance. Look ahead, Super Saiyan Gohan. I sensed that Gohan had already met the conditions for transformation into a Super Saiyan. He merely required the right catalyst. Piccolo suddenly comprehends, as Gohan's Super Saiyan energy radiates in waves towards him. This is Gohan's power now. I can no longer keep pace with you. A relieved smile breaks across Piccolo's face. Broly, return my father to me. In his Super Saiyan state, Gohan unleashes his full power, overcoming his inner fears and transmuting sorrow into strength. Charging at Broly with the speed of lightning. Thud, thud, thud. His fists rain down upon Broly, each strike fueled by a fervent hatred. In an instant, Gohan's knees and legs lash out against Broly's torso, yet the impact proves negligible. Broly regards him as one might an insignificant insect, igniting a fire of indignation within Gohan. How infuriating! Kamehameha. A blue beam erupts from Gohan's hands, a testament to all his gathered strength. Boom! The Kamehameha surges towards Broly, striking him directly at point-blank range. Yet, in the following moment, Gohan stands frozen in disbelief. It is not that Broly could not evade. He simply has no need to. Broly's body, more resilient than steel, presses forward against Gohan's Kamehameha, undeterred by the immense force. Despite Gohan's energy and power reaching their zenith, Broly's advance remains unyielding. Why am I so weak? Gohan's anguished cry captures Broly's attention, prompting Broly to quicken his pace. A colossal hand looms above Gohan's head in the next moment. Despair and resentment fill Gohan's eyes as the hand envelopes his face. Broly grips Gohan's head, pummeling him relentlessly, and in mere moments, Gohan loses the ability to fight back. Succumbing to Broly's onslaught, Broly's palm begins to radiate a green glow, his visage contorted into a grotesque mask of mockery and disdain. Vegeta. If this continues, Gohan will be killed. Witnessing his son endure such torment, Piccolo erupts in fury, chastising Vegeta. Yet when he turns to look, he finds Vegeta's figure has vanished without a trace. Chapter 14. The vanished Broly. The pitch-black earth was illuminated by the green light emanating from Broly's hand. Gohan's eyes were filled with regret. He despised his own weakness. Dad, I have come for you. Gohan had surrendered to despair, ready to accept the grim judgment of the Reaper, Broly. Yet in the next moment, several lasers shot towards Broly's figure. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air. Broly's attention was immediately drawn to the source, and he released his grip on Gohan's face, turning to face the incoming lasers. However, there was no one in the sky. Broly turned his head, only to find himself alone. Gohan had vanished without a trace. Broly's head spun from side to side, confusion etched across his features. How infuriating! He roared, his impotent rage causing the entire planet to tremble. Vegeta held Gohan in his arms, feeding him a senzu bean. Dad, you're still alive! Gohan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, as if hope had reignited within him. That invincible man, he was still alive. Yes, Gohan, you have achieved Super Saiyan. You are remarkable. Now it's my turn. Vegeta instantly teleported beside Piccolo with Gohan in tow. Watch closely. This is where the true battle begins. Vegeta placed his hand on his forehead and vanished from their sight. Broly, let us commence the second round. Vegeta's figure appeared above Broly, his chest held high and a confident expression etched upon his face. Kakarot, I will kill you. Broly, seeing Vegeta again, felt his madness surge anew. Humph, lunatic. Vegeta had assumed a battle stance, poised to counter Broly's onslaught. Broly's body surged with power, a fierce aura exploding from him, and the fight officially commenced. Swish, swish, swish. Countless pale green energy blasts erupted from Broly's body, all aimed at one target, Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaping into the air, evading the blasts with the speed of lightning. Yet, the energy blasts seemed to have been ordered to pursue him relentlessly, like a pack of rabid dogs. Even so, Vegeta remained unfazed, confidence radiating from his handsome face. How bothersome. He began to gather a circle of light in his palms, emanating tremendous energy. Swish, swish, swish. With a flick of his hands, the light surged forth, resembling wild beasts charging at the green energy blasts. Boom. After a dazzling explosion, a massive cloud of dust lingered in the air. Vegeta continued to amplify his energy, awakening the full power of Super Saiyan coursing through him. At that moment, he had reached his ultimate state. Broly's figure reappeared before Vegeta, the trembling air tousling their hair as their gazes locked. In the next instant, bang, 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 their fists collided, each possessing world-shattering power, causing energy waves to ripple through the atmosphere. Were they evenly matched? Humph, not necessarily. Vegeta unleashed another powerful punch at Broly, striking with hurricane-like speed, catching Broly off guard and inflicting severe damage. Broly stumbled back several meters, howling in pain. Yet this only fueled his rage and strength. Recognizing this, Vegeta had already devised a plan. He pressed the attack, instantly teleporting in front of Broly. And with a resounding boom, he delivered a devastating uppercut to Broly's chin, sending him crashing backward. What happened? Broly, what happened to that ferocity? Vegeta's taunt seemed to provoke Broly, who quickly regained his composure. Utilizing his massive size, Broly lunged his head towards Vegeta, who was knocked back several meters by the sudden assault. This guy is done for. I can't afford to hesitate. With the advantage now, Broly relentlessly pursued Vegeta. Throwing a barrage of punches, Vegeta hunched over, blocking with his arms, yet the intense pain spread throughout his body. It seems I must end this quickly. Huh? Vegeta broke free from the onslaught, placing his hands on his forehead, and in the next moment, he shouted, "Solar flare!" A blinding white light erupted, radiating in all directions, ultimately dazzling Broly. The temporary blindness drove Broly into a frenzy, spinning wildly in the air with his hands over his eyes. The intense discomfort provoked a roar from him, and in that instant, countless green energy blasts erupted from his mouth, pouring out like a torrential downpour, showering the planet. What an opportunity! Ultimate Kamehameha. In an instant, Vegeta's figure appeared behind Broly, the blue energy wave engulfing all of Broly's energy blasts, transforming them into nourishment for the ultimate Kamehameha. The energy cylinder, initially 5 meters in diameter, expanded to 20 meters, surging toward Broly's form. The ultimate Kamehameha swept over Broly's back, propelling him skyward. This energy wave, imbued with all of Vegeta's power, ultimately pierced through Broly's body. Broly vanished from the sight of the three. Broly's aura dissipated. "Wonderful, Dad has won!" Gohan exclaimed, his heartfelt joy shared with Piccolo, whose furrowed brow finally relaxed. Yet, Vegeta's eyes were filled with dread and confusion. Strange. This is not my doing. His aura vanished suddenly. You notice too, Vegeta? Goku's expression grew serious, clearly sensing the anomaly alongside Wang Xian. "Kid, go see if he is truly dead." Vegeta urged Wang Xian, clearly feeling the same unease. Vegeta swiftly flew to the spot where Broly had vanished. The sky appeared normal, yet this very normalcy filled him with trepidation. Where's the body? Where has it gone? How infuriating. Could Broly also teleport? Wang Xian's gaze remained fixed on the spot where Broly had disappeared, replaying the moments leading up to Broly's vanishing in his mind. Forget it. According to the plot, perhaps we will encounter him again. Gohan and Piccolo approached Vegeta, and seeing their smiles, he decided to put the matter aside. "Gohan, you have also succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan." Vegeta ruffled Gohan's hair, giving him a thumbs up with a smile. Yet Gohan could not share in the joy, his expression downcast. "Dad, after this event, I realized just how insignificant I am. I will train harder from now on. If it weren't for you, I might have perished." Vegeta wore a proud smile. "This is precisely the effect I desired." Chapter 15, Bulma's Confession, West City. What? Are you suggesting that the new planet Vegeta is actually a conspiracy? A look of disbelief crossed Bulma's exquisite face, her brows furrowing in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted, a barely perceptible smile lurking at the corners of her mouth. How wonderful. Goku won't leave Earth after all. Bulma's heart soared with joy. Piccolo nodded. Gohan, where are you? Though unseen, Chi-Chi's excited voice captured everyone's attention. Mom. Chi-Chi grasped son Gohan's arm and pulled him into her embrace. Whoa, Gohan, how have you been? Is everything all right? You didn't tell me when you left. Chi-Chi's tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I forgot to mention it. Goku knelt down to apologize to Chi-Chi. You. Don't let Gohan run wild with us anymore. Mom, I'm fine, and I've mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Son Gohan gently released Chi-Chi, and in the next instant, whoosh, a hint of mischief replaced the innocence in son Gohan's eyes, catching Chi-Chi off guard. Gohan has turned bad following Goku's example. Chi-Chi cried out, leaving Goku at a loss for how to respond. Son Gohan quickly reverted to his normal state, bending down to comfort Chi-Chi. Mom, stop crying. I'll go home to study with you right now, I promise. I'll become a scholar. At these words, Chi-Chi immediately quieted down. Really? Gohan? Son Gohan nodded and then approached Goku. Likewise, Dad, I will train diligently. Goku's gaze met son Gohan's, and he nodded with satisfaction, recognizing how much the boy had matured. This child Gohan has truly endured much. Thus, the gathering came to an end. Goku chose to continue his training at Bulma's home. "Ah-da-da-da, Dad, I've already adapted to this 5,000 times gravity." Goku extended his fist towards son Gohan, giving him a thumbs up. After a day of training, son Gohan and Goku wiped away their sweat and opened the gravity chamber's door. Bulma leaned against the wall, having waited there for quite some time. "Hello, Aunt Bulma." "Hee, you're out. Gohan, hurry home. Your mom is waiting for you." MHM. Son Gohan bid farewell to the two and flew off from West City. Bulma stood beside Goku. "Aren't you going back to check on Chi-Chi?" Bulma probed Goku. "No need. Having you is sufficient." Bulma and Appo's body trembled. Goku quickly realized he had misspoken. "I meant having you to take care of me is enough." "I and Appo's am hungry again, please." Bulma nodded in agreement, leading Goku toward the dining room, a faint blush evident on her face. In the dim light, the two began their dinner. However, the atmosphere was somewhat unusual, and Goku certainly sensed it. Bulma kept drinking one bottle after another. "Goku, do you think I'm not good enough? Is that why I was betrayed?" Bulma asked Goku, her words slurred from intoxication. "You are more than good enough, Bulma. Thank you for your comfort, Goku." As Goku felt the restless ambience surrounding them, his heart began to race. If not now, then when? In the next moment, Goku embraced Bulma, providing her with the most reassuring hold. A smile graced Bulma's face as she tightened her embrace around Goku. "Bulma, I am not Goku, so I don't have feelings for Chi-Chi. If you like me, just say it." Goku feigned extreme shyness, turning to leave the warmth of Bulma's embrace. "Don't go, Goku. I do like you." Fueled by the effects of the alcohol, Bulma spoke her heart openly. She grasped Goku's hand, her petite frame surprisingly strong, pulling him back. Goku found himself involuntarily lying on Bulma's lap. Their eyes met, gazes filled with unspoken emotions. Time seemed to stand still as Goku and Bulma exchanged looks, their attraction intensifying. The depth of Goku's feelings sparkled in his eyes as he sensed Bulma's inner desires and tenderness. They gazed silently at each other, their feelings growing stronger. Their breaths quickened, and their bodies trembled slightly, unable to contain their excitement. Bulma tenderly caressed Goku's face, the familiarity of their time together sparking genuine feelings within her. Bulma's red lips inched closer to Goku's. Thump, thump, thump. The sensation of a racing heart. "Vegeta, look quickly. Goku and Bulma are about to kiss." "Damn, Goku, can't you keep quiet at such a moment?" Vegeta snorted. "How dull. Humph, I'd rather continue training." Even in his female form, Vegeta showed no signs of neglecting his training. Goku closed his eyes, waiting for Bulma's gentle kiss to grace his face. Boom! Ah! Bulma's scream jolted Goku awake. A violent explosion interrupted their moment, and Goku opened his eyes to look outside, leaving Bulma alone in shock. "Damn it! Who is it? Don't let me find you." Inside the dining room, Bulma stomped her foot in anger, mirroring Goku's feelings. "Damn it! Who could it be? I had everything planned so perfectly." This explosion ruined everything. At that moment, a hint of intoxication was apparent on Bulma's face, though her mind was remarkably clear. Goku soared into the sky, carefully sensing the surrounding energy, but no matter how he tried, he could not detect the enemy's presence. In a patch of grass, a fair-skinned, bright-eyed, and golden-haired beauty clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip. This woman was the instigator of the incident, Android 18. "Humph. Since I can and Appo's kill you, I will harass you daily. I'll make your life a living hell." Android 18 recalled the moment her brother self-destructed, her eyes trembling with emotion. "Who will suffer?" A magnetic male voice interrupted Android 18 and Appo's thoughts, causing her to look up in terror at the sky, where Goku was approaching. Filled with helplessness, Android 18's enchanting eyes began to tremble. Under the radiant moonlight, her face appeared even more exquisite. Goku was captivated by her mesmerizing gaze, unable to tear his eyes away from Android 18's flawless features. Was it the gentle breeze, the moonlight, or the spark of love? Goku stood frozen in the air, experiencing love at first sight. That day she was covered in dust. I couldn't see her face clearly. Now, seeing her, she is indeed a beauty. Indeed, all instances of love at first sight are born from attraction to beauty. Such a stunning woman. Realizing Goku was approaching, Android 18 instinctively reacted by running away. Android 18 summoned her inner energy, awakening a powerful force that coursed through her, utilizing all her speed to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure appeared before number 18 at the speed of light. Where do you think you're running to? You have disrupted my splendid plans. What will you offer as compensation? Despair, helplessness, frailty. Number 18 stood frozen in place, fully aware of the terrifying strength of the person before her. She had resigned herself to the prospect of death. To kill, or to before she could finish her thought, the figure spoke. You may leave. I shall not take your life. Chapter 16. The unprecedented Trunks. Vegeta meticulously scrutinized the enchanting visage of Android 18, unable to divert his gaze from her captivating face. Android 18, incredulous, could hardly fathom that this man before her intended to spare the life of one who had caused him harm. The reasoning behind his actions eluded her. Why? Cough, cough. As Krillin had mentioned, you had not wrought havoc upon the city. Your attempt on my life was merely a directive from those who orchestrated your existence. I perceive that you are not inherently malevolent. Therefore, you may depart. Vegeta gestured animatedly, his expression resembling that of a saint, gradually winning Android 18's trust. With an ethereal grace, Android 18 departed, while Vegeta crossed his arms, observing her retreating silhouette with a sly smile. Vegeta, what transpired? Bulma, filled with concern, rushed out upon realizing Vegeta's prolonged absence. And nothing. Bulma, now bashful and reserved, was a stark contrast to her earlier fury. Were your earlier words genuine? Bulma sought confirmation once more. Vegeta nodded affirmatively, of course. Bulma's smile blossomed, undeniably alluring. The two returned to the dining area, aware that this night would be one of wakefulness. Days passed in a blur, and Vegeta found himself perplexed by the absence of Cell, the individual he had been eagerly anticipating. 3 years had elapsed, yet Cell remained elusive. What a disaster. How can I stage a heroic rescue if Cell does not arrive? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Darling, come quickly. Bulma's voice interrupted Vegeta's thoughts, prompting him to fly towards her. Suddenly, the child in Bulma's arms wriggled free. A tuft of blue hair signified his lineage, for this child was Trunks, Vegeta, and Bulma's offspring. Today, Trunks exhibited an unusually volatile temperament. This was not the first instance he had escaped her embrace. Upon breaking free, Trunks began to levitate in the air. Vegeta's expression turned serious as he sensed the peculiar aura surrounding Trunks. Soon, a smile of relief graced his features. Bulma, I have a secret to share. Bulma approached him and leaned against him gently. What is it? You seem mysterious. Trunks' potential may have already surpassed Gohan's. Vegeta could not contain his elation, bursting into laughter, which elicited a smile from Bulma as well. In the next moment, Trunks' agitation intensified. His body was enveloped in a fierce aura, captivating the attention of both parents. The energy radiated from him, surging forth uncontrollably, reminiscent of turbulent waves crashing upon the shore. Vegeta stood protectively before Bulma, shielding her from the overwhelming energy. Trunks, witnessing such a drastic change in her child, Bulma's eyes trembled with concern. Vegeta, what is happening to Trunks? Bulma, filled with trepidation, sought solace and clarity from her partner. Vegeta, do not fret, Trunks is a genius. This must be the most formidable Trunks in history. Bulma felt reassured by Vegeta's calm demeanor. With a whoosh, the ferocious energy continued to ravage their surroundings, leaving the courtyard in disarray, while Trunks' aura swelled even more violently. Swish! In the next instant, the aura transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Hundreds of kilometers west of West City, atop Bowsy Mountain, Gohan paused his studies, gazing out the window, shaken by the sudden surge of power. Whose energy is this? Not only Gohan was affected, even Piccolo, meditating in the snowy mountains, was disrupted by this tumultuous aura. Golden hue, could it be? Even Vegeta was taken aback by Trunks' transformation. Super Saiyan. Is it possible at just 1 year old? A Super Saiyan? Not quite. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Trunks' eyebrows and hair. The golden aura enveloped him, yet his features did not exhibit the classic traits of a Super Saiyan. A mimicry of Super Saiyan, but this is still astonishing. Bulma, I must train Trunks. I will mold him into a warrior even more powerful than Gohan. Vegeta could hardly suppress his joy. This was his biological son, his first child since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. Vegeta's hand rested on Bulma's shoulder as he vigorously shook her in excitement. Darling, I know you're ecstatic, but I'm on the verge of being dizzy. Vegeta quickly released her, and Bulma regained her composure. I respect all your choices, for he is our son. With such an understanding partner, Vegeta felt a sense of contentment. The Saiyan blood coursing through him surged with fervor as he envisioned the future battles he would share with Trunks. There are still 6 years until Majin Buu's revival. In these 6 years, I shall train Trunks and Gohan diligently. Tap. Dad. I sense a powerful energy. What is happening? Gohan's expression turned grave, filled with concern. Bulma explained to Gohan, Gohan, it's nothing to worry about. It's Trunks. Huh? Trunks, my little brother? Gohan's face was painted with disbelief. Such immense energy emanated from a mere 1-year-old child. Tap, tap, tap. The courtyard soon became crowded with onlookers. Huh? Whose child is this? Why does he possess such formidable energy? Piccolo was the first to inquire. Very well, since you all wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Vegeta pointed to Trunks. This is my child with Bulma. Bulma's cheeks flushed with shyness. After 10 seconds of silence, her voice broke the stillness. Bulma attempted to explain, but in the next moment, Vegeta embraced both her and Trunks. Indeed, we have a child. Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. What? What about Chi-Chi? The group mirrored Krillin's expression, eagerly awaiting Vegeta's response. I am Vegeta, not Son Goku. I am my own man. I make my own choices. Vegeta spoke with conviction, silencing Bulma's myriad of words in that moment. Bulma's face radiated happiness. Exactly. Moreover, Mom seems to have always held animosity towards Dad. So now Dad is a completely new person, and I support him being with Aunt Bulma. Gohan added, what a little rascal. It seems my affection for you over the years was not in vain. Chapter 17. Goku's plans just in time for everyone to arrive. It has been so long since we last met. Bulma, why not entertain everyone and arrange a banquet? All right, Krillin, stop daydreaming. You must sing a few more songs later. Goku's enthusiasm enlivened the atmosphere as he called out to everyone. Once again, Goku approached Trunks, teasing him, clearly delighted by Trunks' demeanor. Time. Please pass more swiftly. Goku was eager to begin training with Trunks, just as he had with Gohan. This child was indeed his pride. Inside the room. Hey Goku, isn't Trunks just 1 year old? When did you and Bulma have him? Goku asked, curiosity etched on his face. Last year, Goku replied. You only focus on training. Of course, you missed that. Vegeta sat quietly, drawing the attention of the two. Vegeta, what's wrong? Why so silent? Goku inquired. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, his sharp gaze fixed on Goku. Hey kid, wait, is Vegeta coming after me? No. In this timeline, Bulma and he have never met. How could that be? Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and dismissed the thought after careful consideration. However, as Vegeta edged closer, Goku instinctively took a few steps back. Vegeta noticed Goku's unusual reaction, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. This man, typically so formidable, seemed to have transformed entirely. I say, kid, it's been quite a while since we last fought. I've been waiting for you to faint, yet that day never came. Vegeta's words bore a tinge of disappointment, yet they brought a flicker of relief to Goku. I thought something serious was happening. However, it is evident that both Vegeta and Goku yearn for control over their bodies, even though they have taken on female forms. Goku's expression turned serious as he recalled the moment when the three souls intertwined. Vegeta, Goku. Goku's call captured their attention. What's up? How's it going, Goku? Goku rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought, before articulating his ideas to them. If I'm not mistaken, Goku's existence is actually a consequence of the Dragon Balls. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. I suspect we need not remain in this symbiotic state. Your transformation into female forms may also be attributed to the Dragon Balls. Goku and Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They reacted in unison, astonished. I'm merely speculating, which is why I intend to use the Dragon Balls to separate us three once more. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Goku and Vegeta's hearts, their excitement barely containable. Really? We can go out. I can return. Wonderful. I can finally fight on my own terms. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his body already mimicking battle moves, as if he were in the outside world. Ha! At long last, I can venture out again. Goku, if we can leave, I want to challenge you to a match. Vegeta eagerly rubbed his hands together, itching for a fight. Seeing their enthusiasm, Goku resolved to separate them from his body. After all, he too longed for a battle with them. Years had passed, and they had trained continuously within him, In many ways, they had become his teachers. Thanks to Goku's guidance, he had mastered instant transmission and the Kaioken technique. Not to mention Vegeta's techniques like the Gallic Gun. Goku clenched his fists. All right, let us make the wish now. Goku's figure moved toward the basement. Locating 7 shimmering Dragon Balls that he had intercepted years ago, he cradled the Dragon Balls and soared to a high plateau. With a mighty shout, he proclaimed, "Come forth." Shenron. The dragon appeared in the sky. State your wish. Wait. To separate Goku and Vegeta, they must possess physical forms. Moreover, they must be male. Shenron. Please create new bodies for Goku and Vegeta. Male bodies. Shenron's eyes lit up, and 2 brand new bodies materialized before Goku. Yay! Wonderful. Vegeta. Goku could hardly contain his joy, turning to cheer with Vegeta. Now for the next step. Shenron. Please transfer Goku and Vegeta's souls into these 2 bodies. Shenron fell silent. What is wrong, Shenron? Sweat began to bead on Shenron's forehead. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. What? In an instant. Shenron did not allow Goku the chance to ask further questions, diving back into the Dragon Balls and scattering across the world. Inside the room, the 3 wore expressions of disappointment. I'm sorry, I never anticipated such an outcome. Goku patted Goku's shoulder, comforting him. It's all right, Goku. Even if we cannot leave, just seeing everyone alive and well is enough for me. Vegeta tucked away his disappointment, resuming his training with an indifferent demeanor. This is truly unexpected. But, wait. Goku, I have another idea. We can use the Namekian Dragon Balls. Our fusion was achieved through the Namekian Dragon Balls. Yes, that is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing Goku's uplifting news, Vegeta halted his training, and like Goku, hope rekindled in their hearts, filled with anticipation. However, I'm only familiar with Dende's energy from the Namekians, and he is currently on Earth, so I cannot instant transmission there. Goku scratched his head, expressing his predicament. Therefore, I plan to use the spaceship Bulma built to get there. Ahem. Vegeta's cough interrupted Goku's words as he approached him directly. Kid, you're not the only one who can instant transmission. Vegeta's gaze turned fierce as he turned to Goku. Oh, right. Vegeta, and I can also instant transmission. I'm familiar with the energies of Nail and the Grand Elder. Goku's remark sparked clarity in Goku's mind, as Vegeta's figure drew closer. Kid, I remember the Namekian energies too. Haha. Vegeta's fists crackled ominously. Kakarot, this time, let me control the body. Oh no, it seems this beating is unavoidable today. Relax, I'll be gentle. Vegeta could hardly wait, as if preparing for something. All right, for the sake of validating my hypothesis, a beating is no big deal. Goku relaxed his entire body, bracing for Vegeta's punch. Bang! With a swift chop, Goku, caught off guard, promptly fainted. At the same time, Vegeta and Goku both coughed blood, yet the pain only invigorated Vegeta, fueling his excitement. Chapter 18. Vegeta's Request on the Plateau. A series of thunderous roars sent all creatures fleeing in terror. A figure emerged in the sky. Ha ha ha. There stood Gogeta, crouched and emitting a cackling laugh. Finally, at last, I have regained control of my body. Vegeta, overwhelmed with excitement, began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Let me take a moment to acclimate to this new form. Vegeta, now in control of Gogeta's body, executed his princely combat techniques on everything around him. Hey, Vegeta, hurry up and teleport to Namek. Goku urged him to act swiftly. Enough. Kakarot, after such a long time, I have finally achieved control. I want to rush this. In the next moment, countless energy signatures erupted from Gogeta's body. Let me see just how powerful this physique truly is. As Vegeta roared, the earth trembled, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and in an instant, thunder and fierce winds unleashed their fury. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Gogeta's form. An even more potent energy began to surge from within him. However, Vegeta had no intention of halting. Throughout the years in this inner realm, he and Goku had never ceased their training. The sparring between the two could no longer satisfy his competitive spirit. And in this moment, he unleashed all the pent-up frustration of those years. The roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. As the sound stretched and expanded, Gogeta's hair began to stand on end, his pupils shifting to a light green hue. This overwhelming energy was a manifestation of Super Saiyan Gogeta. Swish! The golden aura of Super Saiyan enveloped Gogeta. Is this all there is? I refuse to believe it. Vegeta continued to channel the S cells within, concentrating them at a single point on his back. In an instant, a vortex appeared atop Gogeta's head, and an even more frenzied and powerful energy erupted from within him. Vegeta, could it be that you? Goku, observing Vegeta's stance, realized that he too had reached this extraordinary height. Truly, he is Vegeta. Goku smiled warmly. As his longtime rival and dear friend, he was genuinely pleased for him. Ah! The roars persisted, and in the next moment, Gogeta's upward-turned hair multiplied, indicating that his strength had ascended yet again. Huh! Vegeta released his crouched stance, his body now fully extended, and at that moment, all the energy dissipated, retreating into him. Humph! I have surpassed the Super Saiyan. Kakarot. I have done it. Vegeta was enveloped in lightning, marking the achievement of a new pinnacle, Super Saiyan 2. West City. This energy. Piccolo was astonished. It's my father, Gohan said slowly. But in the next moment, Gohan's expression turned grave. No. How could Dad transform now? Could something be wrong? Uncle Piccolo, I'm going to find Dad. Gohan bid farewell to the others and flew towards Gogeta's energy signature. On the plateau, Gohan's figure and voice reached Vegeta's ears and eyes simultaneously. Dad, what has happened? Gohan asked his father with a serious expression. Oh, Kakarot's son, just in time. Originally intending to teleport to Namek directly, Vegeta dismissed that thought upon seeing Gohan arrive. Hey, Kakarot's son. He is not my father. Who are you? Gohan observed the surrounding terrain, now littered with ruins and craters. Who I am is not important. Right now, immediately, you must fight me. Tell me, who is stronger? You or Gogeta? Gohan gritted his teeth, never anticipating this day would come. Even if my father has turned evil, if he threatens Earth, I will stop him with all my might. Gohan's fists clenched tightly, ready for battle. Oh, you mean to say you are not as strong as Gogeta then? In the next moment, Vegeta transformed back from Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot's son, come. Vegeta beckoned with a finger, inviting Gohan to attack. But Gohan hesitated, standing frozen in place. Damn it, before me stands my father's face. I cannot summon the will to fight. Hey, Vegeta, I support your actions because I too wish to see Gohan's progress over the years. However, go easy on him. Goku cautioned Vegeta, but Vegeta paid him no heed. What is the matter? Kakarot's son? Vegeta sneered. As a Saiyan, how can one be swayed by familial ties? Boring. In the next moment, Vegeta propelled Gogeta's form rapidly towards Gohan. Bang! A single punch sent Gohan plummeting into a deep pit. Gohan. Gogeta? Piccolo's figure appeared in the air, still concerned for Gohan, thus he followed. As expected, he arrived just in time to witness this scene. The Namekian. Alas, it's a pity you are far too weak now. I have no desire to fight you. Vegeta wore an indifferent expression, and though his words were harsh, they held truth. Piccolo was indeed too weak at this moment. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately deduced that the person before him was certainly not Gogeta. But how dare you underestimate me? Piccolo clenched his teeth, his gaze narrowing towards Gohan. Regardless of who stands before me, based on their actions, they are undoubtedly no good. In this situation, only Gohan can make a difference. I must ignite Gohan's fighting spirit. Afterimage fist. 3 clones spun rapidly, and 4 Piccolos stood before Vegeta. Oh, I've seen Gogeta and Kakarot use this technique. However, regrettably, your speed is far too slow. Vegeta grinned wickedly, and in the next moment, he appeared before the 4 Piccolos. Boom! For energy blasts struck the abdomens of the 4 Piccolos. In that instant, the true Piccolo revealed himself. Piccolo gasped for breath. Heh, Namekian, I told you, you are too weak. Vegeta taunted as he slowly approached him. This one do. Though he is not Gogeta, he possesses Gogeta's body. I cannot win. Absolutely cannot win. Piccolo stood frozen, scrutinizing Vegeta. Whoosh. In the next moment, Piccolo seized Vegeta's hand tightly, his arm resting on Vegeta's shoulder. Uft. Blood immediately gushed from his abdomen as Piccolo relentlessly stabbed at his own belly with his right hand. Crack. In an instant, Piccolo's left hand severed his right. Vegeta was utterly baffled. What on earth is this Namekian doing? Just as Vegeta was lost in thought, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the air. Gohan, save me. Chapter 19. Vegeta versus Gohan. The anguished cries of Piccolo drew Gohan's attention. Slowly, he rose to his feet, gazing towards the source of the sound. A look of sheer horror adorned Gohan's face. He could scarcely believe that Piccolo had sustained such grievous injuries. Blood dripped from Piccolo onto Vegeta's hands, leaving Vegeta in a state of bewilderment, paralyzed and motionless. In the next moment, Piccolo grasped Vegeta's hand, placing it against his own neck, his body convulsing violently as blood began to spray from his wounds. "Help me, Gohan." Gohan's eyes widened in fury, blood vessels bursting forth. "Uncle Piccolo." Ah! In an instant, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his iron fist hurtling towards Vegeta like a frenzied beast. Bang! The force of Gohan's punch was devastating, colliding squarely with Vegeta's face, propelling him several meters away. "Damn it! I lost focus." Vegeta berated himself as the punch jolted him back to reality. This is fine. Kakarot's son is indeed extraordinary." With a newfound resolve, Vegeta assumed a battle-ready stance. Gohan's rage showed no signs of abating. Fueled by his fury, he had reached full power as a Super Saiyan. His fists crackled ominously as he launched another assault on Vegeta. "Humph!" Vegeta scoffed, charging towards Gohan. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar, a massive surge of energy radiating between their thumbs, rippling waves of energy cascading through the air. "Well done, Gohan." Piccolo had regained his composure and was thoroughly impressed by Gohan's performance. Adadadada. Gohan relentlessly pounded Vegeta's body, but Vegeta countered effortlessly. "Is that all you have, brat?" Vegeta sneered. However, in the next instant, Vegeta would pay dearly for his arrogance. Duong. There was an unexpected sound as Gohan's leg connected with Vegeta's face. Puff! A fierce wind erupted from Gohan's foot, brushing against Vegeta's face with tremendous force. "Damn! Is it because I am still unfamiliar with this body?" Boom! A swift side kick sent Vegeta crashing down onto the mountainside. Crash! The mountainside crumbled into rubble, engulfing Vegeta in a cloud of dust. "This cannot continue." Vegeta rose once more. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Vegeta reappeared before Gohan, his visage transformed into that of a Super Saiyan. "Kid, I must admit, you possess some strength." Dang! With a resounding crash, Vegeta pivoted, delivering a lightning-fast uppercut that struck Gohan squarely on the face. Vegeta smirked wickedly, fingers splayed, a blade of energy materializing at the edges of his fingertips. Sizzle! Blood! Vegeta, stop! Upon witnessing the blood trickling from Gohan's cheek, Goku could no longer contain himself. "What's wrong? Kakarot, your son was not met with such a reaction when he struck me. Let me teach him a lesson." Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a colossal surge of energy that propelled Gohan backward, though it did little to diminish his resolve. Reinvigorated, Gohan charged at Vegeta once more. Whoosh! His speed was such that even Piccolo could not track Gohan's movements, forcing him to close his eyes and feel the energy radiating from Gohan. "Damn it! How dare you harm Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan's fury peaked, and he unleashed a powerful punch that sliced through the air toward Vegeta's side. In a blur, Vegeta sidestepped, effortlessly neutralizing Gohan's assault. "You are still far from adequate, Kakarot's son." Smack! Vegeta's powerful kick landed squarely in Gohan's abdomen. Puff! An unknown fluid erupted from Gohan's body. Vegeta offered Gohan no respite. In the blink of an eye, he was above Gohan, ready to strike. A crushing blow. Bang! A massive boulder shattered instantaneously, reduced to fragments by Gohan's body, as Vegeta slammed him down onto the stone. Ahaha! Kakarot's son, is this all you are capable of? Vegeta mercilessly rained down blows upon Gohan, whose muscles refused to respond. Clang! Ultimately, Gohan lost consciousness, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Vegeta's assault. Piccolo observed helplessly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The only one who stood a chance against Vegeta had now lost the ability to fight. Grinding his teeth, Piccolo cursed himself for having let his guard down over the years, having grown complacent due to the presence of Vegeta and Gohan. Yet he was unaware that without merging with the Supreme Kai, how could he hope to catch up to their prowess in such a short time? Gohan. Goku could no longer restrain himself. This was not the outcome he had wished to witness. Vegeta, stand down. Inside, Goku had already reached Vegeta's side. In reality, Vegeta was gathering a sphere of raw, violent energy in his hand, poised to unleash it at any moment. Kakarot, if you come any closer, I will reduce your son to ashes. Vegeta's hand radiated with blinding light, a beam shining down upon Gohan's face. Don't. Vegeta. Goku's patience had reached its limit. He could no longer hold back, his body moving instinctively toward Vegeta. his iron fist readied for action. At that moment, Gohan slowly rose. His expression grave, seriousness etched upon his face. Even if you possess my father's strength, should you threaten to destroy the earth, I shall never forgive you. Gohan's steps were resolute and heavy, his gaze icy as he advanced toward Vegeta. Vegeta's brow arched slightly, then relaxed. Kakarot, your son seems to have improved. As Gohan drew nearer, the atmosphere around them began to crackle with energy, his bangs swaying with intensity. Vegeta's lips curled into a smile. This feeling is unmistakable. This is my objective. Kakarot. In our battle, I sensed his power had reached a critical threshold. Congratulations, Kakarot. Your son is on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 20. The turmoil on Namek, a fierce aura erupted like a blossoming lotus from Gohan's being. With resolute strides, he advanced towards Vegeta. Each step a declaration of his determination, as the aura of a formidable warrior exploded around him. Kakarot, you should be grateful to me, Vegeta smirked, eagerly anticipating Gohan's attack. Gohan has also transcended to this form. Goku's astonishment was unmasked, revealing his inner thoughts. Gohan, tasting the blood at the corner of his mouth, cast a piercing gaze at Vegeta, signaling his newfound strength. I shall protect the earth. Huh. Gohan's explosive energy receded, a surge of power coiling within him. His iron fist clenched as if poised to strike Vegeta's face in the next heartbeat. Indeed, it seems you have grown stronger. However, I have become thoroughly acquainted with this body. As his words fell, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan state, lunged at Gohan with great speed. Gohan reacted instantly, unleashing his energy completely. Bang! Bang bang bang. The clash of their fists reverberated, neither willing to yield, each strike infused with the power of shattered stars. Humph! Not bad, Kakarot's son. The two fighters momentarily separated, preparing for a second assault. Vegeta. Goku's voice reached Vegeta's ears once more. Yet, Vegeta paid him no heed. Vegeta. Gogeta seems to be waking up soon. Goku's tone was urgent as he leaned over the unconscious Wang Xian. TCH. There's no time. We must end this quickly. Vegeta summoned the energy of the Super Saiyan within him, his aura escalating as the power of Super Saiyan 2 enveloped him entirely. With a surge of energy, lightning crackled around him, and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This terrifying aura. Piccolo could not contain his astonishment, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Gohan stood frozen, unable to fathom the overwhelming combat prowess of the newcomer. The Earth. Is it doomed? Despite having ascended to Super Saiyan 2, a glimmer of despair lingered in Gohan's eyes. He found it hard to believe that the invincible man he revered would become the enemy of Earth on this day. I absolutely. Tap. A crisp sound interrupted Gohan's unspoken words, a sudden jolt coursing through him as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes void of life, his expression vacant, as if his very essence had been drained. The Super Saiyan state dissipated. Gohan. Piccolo wailed in agony, believing Vegeta would deliver a fatal blow. Yet Vegeta's actions left him utterly bewildered. Vegeta. Quickly, take our bodies. Then teleport to Namek. Goku urged Vegeta incessantly. Shut up, Kakarot. I know. Vegeta's figure vanished from Piccolo's sight, reappearing before the two unconscious bodies in the next moment. Namek, the Namekians. Vegeta placed 2 fingers to his forehead, meticulously searching for Nail's energy. Found it. Vegeta's body jolted, his expression turning peculiar as he stood frozen. Vegeta. Stop dawdling. Hurry, Gogeta just turned over. TCH. In the next moment, Gogeta's form materialized on Namek. I have awakened. Gogeta extended his hands, surveying his surroundings. This is Namek. In the next instant, a shiver coursed through Gogeta's body. 2 immobile bodies lay starkly beside him. What the? These are Goku and Vegeta's bodies. Gogeta produced a universal capsule, stowing the 2 bodies away. As he scanned his surroundings, his expression began to freeze. This was not the Namek he remembered. The village was deserted, as if it had just endured a devastating raid. Guh. Gogeta. A faint voice interrupted Gogeta's thoughts. Nail, how could you be so injured? Guh. Gogeta, please, save everyone. Nail was covered in wounds, blood oozing from his body, even half of his face missing, a truly horrifying sight. Nail, don't speak. Gogeta removed his belt to bandage Nail. No, it's unnecessary. I'm about to die, please ensure the safety of Namek. It seems there truly is no other option. A familiar scenario flickered through Gogeta's mind. Right, I can merge him with Piccolo. Gogeta conjured a wisp of energy, embedding it in the earth beneath them. In the next moment, Gogeta placed his hand on Nail. Whoosh! Their figures appeared on earth. A glimmer of alertness flashed in Piccolo's eyes. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Gogeta's face. Ouch! Piccolo, what are you doing? Gogeta was bewildered by Piccolo's sudden attack. What am I doing? Just look at the mess you've made. Piccolo pointed at the unconscious Gohan. This was Vegeta's doing? Within, Goku and Gogeta glared intently at Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips, turning away. Let me explain, Piccolo. A spurt of blood interrupted their conversation. Piccolo stared in shock at the unconscious Nail on the ground. Who is he? His name is Nail. Like you, he is a Namekian. There's no time for explanations. Piccolo, he is about to die? Nail groaned in agony. Please, merge, and you will assume control of the consciousness. Seeing that Nail was on the brink of death, Gogeta urged Piccolo to understand. Piccolo, trust me. Merging with him will enhance your strength. It will be beneficial for you. Piccolo remained hesitant. Something has happened on Namek. Don't you want to save your homeland? Piccolo's gaze began to waver, his inner turmoil evident. Piccolo, merge with him. Namek is in distress. As Namekians, it is our duty to save our homeland. A celestial voice echoed in Piccolo's ears. Piccolo stepped towards Nail, placing his hand upon him, and a surge of white light enveloped them. The last smile faded from Nail's face, and a new Namekian warrior stood before Gogeta. Yes, finally completed. Piccolo, grab my hand. Together, let's go to Namek. Wait. Piccolo, come to the heavenly temple. I need to merge with you. Piccolo halted in his tracks, frozen in place. What's wrong? Piccolo. Piccolo's body trembled. Merging. The old man wants to merge with me. This is splendid. Chapter 21, Metal Cooler Big. Hold on to me. At the sound of these words, Piccolo immediately placed his hand on Gogeta's shoulder. Whoosh! The two figures materialized in the Temple of the Gods, where the divine beings Dandi and Popo had long awaited their arrival. Piccolo, the matters concerning the Namekians must be resolved by ourselves. Uncle Piccolo, I believe the old Kai is right. Dandi wholeheartedly agreed with the divine statement. The Kai approached Piccolo. We are inherently one. If we merge, our strength will vastly increase. Piccolo trembled at such an enticing proposition. An increase in power? With the elevation of 2 levels and years of training, I wonder if my strength will reach the Super Saiyan 2 level from the Cell Games. Gogeta's face reflected anticipation. Are you joking? I am the great demon King Piccolo. His declaration interrupted Gogeta's thoughts. Come now, Piccolo. You are no longer that malevolent being. You know it better than anyone. Is it merely a matter of pride? How much is pride worth? Piccolo, merging will not compromise your thoughts. You will gain my experiences, which can only benefit you. The Earth's deities have found a successor. My only dream is to return to my homeland, to see the place that nurtured me. But now it is under threat. I cannot stand idly by. The Kai's emotions surged as he clenched his fists. All right, I promise you. At this awaited affirmation, the tension in the Kai's hands relaxed, his expression softened. He approached Piccolo, radiating a green light, and in the next moment, a brand new Namekian appeared before everyone. Lord Kai, the divine servant Popo shed tears. After centuries spent with the Kai, he regarded him as his confidant. Is this my power? Piccolo exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and exhilaration flooding over him. Through this assimilation and fusion, he had finally reached an unprecedented level. His heart surged with tumultuous emotions. With this newfound power, he could finally stand alongside Gogeta and his son in battle, rather than merely playing the role of a caretaker. This aura. Vegeta was drawn in by the fresh energy emanating from the newly transformed Piccolo. It might even rival Kakarot's son at full Super Saiyan power. How on Namek did this Namekian's combat power increase so dramatically? Vegeta's face was etched with jealousy and disdain. Conversely, Son Goku wore a joyful smile, thrilled by the significant enhancement of his old friend's strength. Piccolo has grown stronger. I can't wait to battle him once we are outside. Goku's warrior instincts flared to life, his bones cracking in anticipation. Piccolo, it's time to go. Hold on to me. At this, Piccolo shook off his joy. There were still serious matters at hand. The two figures returned to Namek. Piccolo closed his eyes, and the memories of Nail flooded his mind. Damn it, it's Cooler. Metal Cooler. Cooler. Wasn't he slain by me? Metal Cooler, from the planet Baiko? Gogeta soared into the skies, and indeed, The surface of Namek was covered by a metallic tentacle. They have abducted all the Namekians. As Piccolo was taken aback, a clattering group of robots emerged in their view. Among them, one stood distinctly apart. Oh, Metal Cooler. Upon hearing Gogeta's words, Piccolo ascended into the air, looking down upon Metal Cooler. Anger consumed him. Die. A cerulean energy sphere formed in his hand, aimed at the robots. Just then, Metal Cooler waved his hand, commanding the robots. All the robots leaped into action, evading Piccolo's energy sphere, and began to encircle him. Bang! Bang! With the protection of their special metallic exoskeleton, the robots became exceptionally resilient. Yet, Piccolo could still inflict severe damage upon them. His fists pummeled the robots, each strike seeming to possess the force of a shattered star. As Piccolo shouted, his speed escalated. Metal Cooler waved his hand again, and another wave of robots appeared on the horizon. Such numbers. Even Gogeta could not suppress his astonishment. The new robots swarmed like ants, dense and terrifying. Just as Gogeta marveled, several robots launched a surprise attack from all directions. Humph! Gogeta scoffed disdainfully. In an instant, brilliant light radiated from his body. Crash! In a heartbeat, all the robots were reduced to scrap metal. Damn it! Distracted, Piccolo found himself ensnared by several robots, immobilizing his limbs. A powerful aura erupted from Piccolo, white light engulfing the sky, even causing Gogeta to turn away from the dazzling brilliance. In that moment, all the robots collapsed to the ground. Now, only Metal Cooler remained. Gogeta, leave the rest to me. The affairs of Namek should be resolved by a Namekian. I wish to test just how strong I have become. Gogeta crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. All right, Piccolo, I too wish to know your current strength. Piccolo resumed his battle stance, and in the next moment, he shed his cloak and turban. This cry resonated throughout Namek, and as his shout intensified, the power within him surged. A white aura swirled around him like a silver dragon, refusing to dissipate. His strength had reached an entirely new pinnacle. Indeed, Piccolo's power is now approaching that of Goku at full Super Saiyan power during the Cell Games. And this may not even be his ultimate strength. Piccolo charged towards Metal Cooler. Duan Duan. The sound of fists colliding with metal was crisp and reverberating as Piccolo relentlessly hammered Metal Cooler's body. Cooler staggered back, his face marred with wounds. Even his specially constructed metallic form began to dent under Piccolo's onslaught. Creak! The sound of Piccolo seizing Metal Cooler's tail echoed through the air. Gritting his teeth, memories of Metal Cooler's torment of the Namekians surged in his mind, igniting a blaze of fury in his eyes. Die! This overwhelming force ripped Metal Cooler's tail clean off. Following that, Piccolo delivered a fierce kick that sent Metal Cooler flying. Masenko! Piccolo beamed with a victorious smile. However, Gogeta knew that the situation was far from simple. From the rubble, Metal Cooler's figure rose once more, his tail regenerating before their eyes. No, it can't be. Chapter 22. The destruction of Metal Gula. Incredulity etched itself onto Piccolo's visage. How could this be possible? Once again, self-doubt plagued him. And just as his thoughts began to wane, a multitude of Metal Gula appeared simultaneously atop the mountain, all adopting the same menacing stance. Their eyes fixated on the two warriors. Piccolo could scarcely believe his eyes as countless Metal Gula, akin to an army of ants, surged forth unexpectedly. Piccolo, stay strong. Vegeta encouraged, aware that Piccolo had yet to unveil his full potential. The innumerable Metal Gula leaped into the air, surrounding Piccolo entirely. Faced with such a horde of fiends, he resolved to reveal his true strength. Solar Flare, he proclaimed, hoping to break free from their encirclement. Yet, the Metal Gula, controlled by the supercomputer housed within the core of Gula, rendered his attack ineffective. The relentless swarm of Gula advanced upon him, their claws outstretched. Damn it! Piccolo found himself in a dire struggle, compelling him to elevate his power once more. After a brief yet intense surge of energy, Piccolo reached his zenith. Indeed, comparable to Gohan's Super Saiyan level during the Cell Games. But with so many Metal Gula, how will Piccolo respond? In the next moment, Piccolo coiled his body, radiant white light emanating from his abdomen, enveloping him entirely. His green form was drenched in white as his limbs unfurled dramatically, releasing an immense torrent of energy. The brilliant light instantly engulfed several Metal Gula. Breathless and greedy for air, Piccolo felt his energy depleting rapidly. Yet, the numbers of Metal Gula did not diminish. Instead, They multiplied. Thousands of metal Gulas surged toward him, this time with their hands raised high. Countless death energy beams shimmering ominously. The multitude of energy spheres reflected in his eyes, and in an instant, cold sweat drenched him. A chilling sense of impending doom washing over him. What an overwhelming pressure. Piccolo. Though he had promised to let Piccolo fight alone, Vegeta was caught off guard by the magnitude of the situation. Countless death energy beams rained down upon Piccolo. It's over. His once fierce gaze faltered. Confidence from his arrival on Namek evaporating. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily. Despair and confusion flooded his heart, leaving him helpless and lost. Suddenly, a figure exuding a sense of security appeared before Piccolo, grasping his form. In that instant, Piccolo understood the immense power of this man. With a hand resting on his shoulder, they swiftly relocated behind a Gula that Piccolo had previously sent flying. Chala! Vegeta delivered a swift kick, propelling the Gula into a tempest of explosions. Boom! In an instant, the green planet underwent a dramatic transformation. Over a third of its area turned to ash. Namek trembled violently. The sea levels surged, magma coursed beneath the surface, and the aftershocks of the explosions plunged Namek into a hellish abyss. Volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes followed in rapid succession. Terror gripped Piccolo. Fear coursed through his mind as cold sweat cascaded down his back, every hair on his body quivering. The thought of being struck by such an assault was unbearable. Piccolo, you have done your best. Now, leave the rest to me. Vegeta cracked his knuckles, preparing for battle. With his back to Piccolo, he strode toward the army of Metal Gula, and in that moment, Piccolo recognized the indomitable warriors standing before him. Vegeta's ferocity was truly terrifying. 20 times Kaioken. A crimson aura erupted around him, single-handedly capable of confronting legions. Vegeta swept through the horde of Metal Gula with the speed of lightning. Wherever he passed, remnants of the Gula lay strewn about. Such ferocious might could only be wielded by Vegeta. Yet, in the next moment, the Metal Gula began to regenerate their lost limbs. Humph. Let's see whether you can recover faster than I can exterminate you. A golden aura enveloped Vegeta, akin to a majestic golden lion, as he relentlessly hunted his prey. The ranks of Metal Gula dwindled rapidly, unable to regain their numbers in the face of Vegeta's relentless assault. He effortlessly handled the swarm, gathering the disabled Gula together. In the next instant, a splendid firework erupted above Namek. Ultimate explosion attack. Boom! What a magnificent spectacle. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, focusing on another cluster of Metal Gula. Gallic Gun. Another dazzling display of fireworks unfolded before Piccolo, his earlier tension gradually replaced by a smile. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, the Metal Gula were entirely eradicated. However, Vegeta understood that as long as the core remained intact, the Metal Gula would continue to spawn endlessly. Copy and paste will yield an unending army of Metal Gula. Vegeta leaped high into the air, racing toward the planet of Baiko. What lay before him was utterly shocking. A colossal planet resembled a parasite, its massive tendrils deeply embedded in the soil of Namek. The essence of Gula resided within this planet. Vegeta boldly ventured inside, besieged by a barrage of laser beams that came at him from all directions. Vegeta's roar echoed, and evidently, it had an effect. His power surged to full Super Saiyan capacity. His formidable physique, combined with unparalleled speed, propelled him directly into the heart of Baiko. Before him loomed a massive, fragmented visage of Gula, grotesquely connected by countless wires. Sensing Vegeta's presence, the core of Gula began to resist, its eyes emitting deadly rays aimed to obliterate him. Yet, Vegeta would not allow such an outcome. Years of rigorous training had transformed him from the novice who first battled Gula on Earth. He adeptly evaded Gula and Appo's relentless onslaught. Countless wires sought to ensnare him, but Vegeta recognized their intent. Humph! A smirk danced upon his lips as the wires coiled around him, attempting to siphon his energy. Let me show you the might of a Saiyan. His roar pierced the heavens, reverberating across the cosmos, like a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, instilling fear throughout Namek. This aura surged forth like a tempest, brimming with overwhelming energy, illuminating the entire core of the planet. The energy of full-powered Super Saiyan flowed continuously into the heart of Baiko, as Gula greedily absorbed this force. Yes, this is the sensation. With this, I can create an army of countless Super Saiyans. Suddenly, Gula's voice faltered. His eyes began to quiver, an ominous premonition spreading through his mind. No, no, I don't want this. Gula's true form emitted a tormented groan. No, Gula's facial muscles were taut, every inch of his skin etched with the markings of agony, his eyes gleaming with terror and helplessness. A cataclysmic rumble echoed as the core of the Big Geet star's mainframe began to disintegrate, the colossal tendril simultaneously releasing its grasp on planet Namek. All the electrical conduits that had bound Gogeta's body instantly slackened. Gogeta, wearing an expression of disdainful mockery, taunted Gula. Now you're next. In his palm, a yellow orb of concentrated energy materialized, which he hurled towards Gula's head. No. Spare me. A heart-wrenching scream and the deafening roar of an explosion reverberated through the heavens, marking the definitive end of Gula's existence. Chapter 23. The monologue of Porunga. The silhouette of Piccolo appeared at the feet of Goku. He gazed up at Goku, who stood as robust as a general on the battlefield, resolute and fierce. Piccolo, hurry and save them. Next, I shall eradicate this accursed planet. With that, Goku's body surged towards the direction where planet Namek was fleeing. Humph. Trying to escape? Ultimate Kamehameha. Boom. A dazzling white light illuminated the earth from the sky. Everything became radiant, and the once dim Namek regained its brilliance with the disappearance of the blinding light, symbolizing the planet's redemption once more. The power unleashed by the ultimate Kamehameha ensnared Piccolo's spirit, leaving him entranced by its residual force. However, in the following moment, his body began to stir. With the consciousness of Nail, Piccolo regained his senses, swiftly moving to the prison cell where the Namekians were held captive, liberating his kin. Nail, is that you, Nail? The elderly Namekian gazed at Piccolo, recognizing the familiar aura emanating from him, realizing that this warrior was inextricably linked to Nail. Elder, I am Piccolo, but in a strict sense, I am also Nail. Elder, isn't that the second elder? Could it be that the Grand Elder has passed away? The Grand Elder released his grip on Piccolo, understanding his meaning, murmuring, Nail. With a thud, Goku descended beside them. Thank you, young man, for once again saving our Namek. Years later, Namek was saved anew by Goku, and the Grand Elder was immensely moved. Second Elder, no, Grand Elder, there is no need to thank me. In truth, I have come to Namek with a request. Goku spoke candidly. A request? The Grand Elder questioned, although deep down, he already knew the answer. For someone so powerful to seek something, he could think of no other reason but the Dragon Balls. You mean the Dragon Balls? I will gather the elders to collect them right away. Indeed, Grand Elder, you discern my intentions at a glance. Thus, upon this fractured land, 7 luminous Dragon Balls glimmered. Now gathered. Arise, Shinran Porunga. At the Grand Elder's command, a familiar scene unfolded once more, as the sky darkened and the colossal figure of Shinran Porunga spiraled above. State your wish. You have 3 opportunities to make a wish. Inside, Goku and Vegeta brimmed with anticipation. Bang! Goku placed 2 bodies from the universal capsule on the ground. Please help me separate the souls of Goku and Vegeta from my body and transfer them into these 2 bodies. Porunga's eyes sparkled. Your wish shall be granted immediately. Wonderful. Is it finally happening? Vegeta, I am so excited. I can finally get out. Kakarot, once I am free, I will defeat you and Goku. The 2 could hardly contain their joy, having waited long for this moment. Wait, why hasn't anything happened yet? Porunga's radiance faded, and he appeared despondent. I apologize, your wish cannot be granted. What? Nanny. Inside, the 3 expressed their bewilderment in unison, their words condensed into mere 2 syllables. Goku's eyes widened in shock as he repeated Porunga's words. Cannot be granted? Goku was filled with confusion, his heart laden with distress and unease, yearning for Porunga's explanation. Why? Were you not the one who fused us together? Porunga's expression turned incredulous. Fused together? Me? Seeing that Porunga seemed to have forgotten this matter, Goku continued to remind him. A few years ago, when Frieza sought to annihilate Namek, it was you who fused the 3 of us together. Have you forgotten, Porunga? Goku's tone grew fervent, influenced by the emotions of Goku and Vegeta within him. How dare you deceive us? Vegeta clenched his fists, ready to strike Porunga at any moment. I remember that event. It's just what? Goku erupted. Just that I did not grant this wish. Porunga averted his gaze, a hint of shyness appearing on his face, resembling a child afraid of adult reproach. He seemed to ponder, worrying whether the individuals before him might consider him a useless dragon. What? It was not Porunga who granted the wish. Such an answer not only astonished Goku and Vegeta, but also completely caught Goku off guard. Inside, Wang Xian stood in a daze. It was not Porunga who granted the wish. Then who could it be? Wang Xian's mind replayed the day he traversed into the Dragon Ball world. His thoughts were drawn back to before he was transported to Namek. The mysterious space and the woman's words resurfaced in his mind. Please, Shenron. Immediately after, he was transported to Namek and fused with Goku and Vegeta. Wait, please, Shenron. Wang Xian seemed to have a realization. He recalled the mysterious woman had uttered that phrase. This means that my transformation into Goku is indeed a gift from Shenron. But it certainly was not granted through Porunga. Could it be the Super Dragon Balls? Wang Xian tirelessly recalled the events that transpired. What did the system mean by conditions for the seed of time and space? Could it be that my crossing over was orchestrated by that mysterious woman? A sense of unease washed over Wang Xian. Feeling like a mere pawn in someone else's game, always sensing he was being manipulated. Damn it! Wang Xian's fist struck the ground fiercely. Goku and Vegeta were drawn to this scene, both flying to Wang Xian's side. Goku, what is going on? Vegeta urgently demanded an explanation. Goku, please don't be so hasty. Goku is doing his utmost to find a way for us to escape. Goku attempted to ease the fiery atmosphere. Kakarot. He holds the dominant power of this body. He can do as he pleases. Even a child was born. Vegeta's emotions ran high, wishing to knock Wang Xian out and regain control of the body. I apologize, Mr. Goku and Vegeta. Wang Xian slowly rose to his feet. Regardless of whether you believe me, I will find a way for you to be reborn. Chapter 24. The delayed realization in the skies above Namek. The mighty Shenron Porunga loomed large. It was almost unfathomable that even this omnipotent dragon could have unfulfilled wishes. Beneath this colossal being, Vegeta stood with a dazed expression. His steps unsteady, and the confidence that once radiated from his eyes had seemingly dissipated. Vegeta. Piccolo's voice jolted him back to reality. Vegeta, slightly startled, turned to face Piccolo. Vegeta, since the wish cannot be granted, shall we try another? Since we cannot alter the situation, we must accept reality. Vegeta regained his composure. Gazing into the distance, the planet, once vibrant, now bore the scars of the parasitic invasion from the planet Big O. Please restore Namek to its original state. In an instant, the landscape of Namek was rejuvenated. You have 2 wishes remaining. 2 wishes. Vegeta pondered deeply. It is now clear that my existence is not a result of the Namekian dragon's powers. If that is the case, I must ascertain one thing. Who is the woman responsible for bringing me into the Dragon Ball world, and what are her intentions? How could she transform Goku and Bardock into women? The Namekian dragon cannot separate Goku and Bardock, which implies that its powers are equivalent to those of the Earth's dragon. This can only mean that the Dragon Balls she utilized are of a higher order. Please tell me the location of the Super Dragon Balls in the universe. Porunga stared blankly, unable to respond. What are the Super Dragon Balls? Damn it. As expected, Porunga knows nothing of the Super Dragon Balls, nor does it seem to recognize the identity of that woman. In that case, I need to confirm another matter. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Are you aware of the existence of the gods of destruction? Porunga's expression darkened, revealing his unease. At this moment, Vegeta seemed to grasp the answer. I'm sorry. I do not know. The highest deity of the universe is Lord Kaioshin. Indeed, could it be, just as I suspected? As Vegeta contemplated, Porunga transformed into a beam of light, entering the Dragon Ball of Namek. But I haven't finished my wish. Why did you leave? Porunga's deep voice echoed across the cosmos. Your inquiry is also considered a wish. Is that so? I didn't know that. Observing Porunga's vanishing figure, Vegeta began to comprehend the reason behind their inability to separate Goku and Bardock. He settled down, hands crossed, reflecting on his experiences since arriving in this world. Thus far, he had vanquished foes such as Frieza and the androids, including Broly. These adversaries were notorious bosses from Dragon Ball Z, and through his dialogue with Porunga, he reached a conclusion. The seed of time and space referred to by the mysterious woman pertains to the very realm I currently inhabit. Next, I have one more matter to confirm. Piccolo. No, Lord Kami. Are you familiar with the Black Star Dragon Balls? Piccolo was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden inquiry. Black Star Dragon Balls. What are those? Confusion filled Piccolo's eyes, and the other Namekians also appeared bewildered by Vegeta's cryptic words. It can now be confirmed. The time and space I am situated in appears to be an alternate reality. It is highly possible that this is a timeline devoid of Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT. More likely, it resembles the timeline of Dragon Ball Z. Vegeta began to recall the plot of Dragon Ball Z. According to the current timeline, the main storyline involves defeating the androids. However, Cell has yet to make an appearance, which means the ultimate adversary will be Majin Buu. What will happen after defeating Majin Buu? This timeline does not include Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT. Without the Super Dragon Balls, Goku and Vegeta can never regain their freedom. And who is that mysterious woman who saved me and facilitated my journey through time? Vegeta was engulfed in a sea of uncertainty. Yet, he was certain of one thing. That woman must originate from a higher dimensional realm. It was she who utilized a superior Dragon Ball to merge him with Goku and Bardock. Although I do not comprehend why she transformed Goku and Bardock into women, I must revert them back. After all, I cannot accept it. Vegeta recalled the strange occurrences in that bizarre space, particularly the woman's words. Please, train diligently. This ignited a flicker of hope within him. My existence may have been orchestrated by her. She must be facing some trouble. Once the time is ripe, I will surely encounter her again. Vegeta felt a sense of relief. In the interior, hey, Vegeta, hey. The irritable voice of Bardock snapped Vegeta back to reality. Bardock, I understand what you wish to inquire. I can now definitively tell you that I have found no way to separate the three of us. Upon hearing this, Bardock and Goku fell silent, their expressions reflecting sheer disappointment. However, Vegeta's voice rang out again, revitalizing their spirits. This does not mean it is impossible in the future. As long as I become powerful enough, I may break the barriers of time and space and reach the realm of the Super Dragon Balls. At these words, the flickering flame of hope in Goku and Bardock was rekindled. The world of Super Dragon Balls. What kind of world is that? Goku's eyes widened with curiosity. A world filled with formidable warriors. Vegeta's eyes shone with determination, as if he were envisioning the powerful beings from the realms of Dragon Ball Super, Golden Frieza, Jiren, Ultra Instinct Goku, Blue Vegeta, and the God of Destruction Beerus. How powerful are they? How do they compare to Broly? Goku pressed for details, eager to understand everything. Broly? There is a Broly in Dragon Ball Super as well. They surpass even Broly in strength. Upon hearing this, Goku's excitement surged, his blood boiling with enthusiasm. Kakarot, Vegeta. If that is the case, I must train diligently until that day arrives, and I will defeat all of you. Bardock turned away, already commencing his training. Wait for me, Bardock. Goku followed suit, mimicking Bardock's fervor. Having grasped the situation's intricacies, Vegeta bid farewell to everyone and returned to Earth with Piccolo. Atop the temple. So, you mean to say that both Bardock and Goku reside within you simultaneously? However, he refrained from disclosing the transformation of Goku and Bardock, as it would be a source of humiliation not only for Bardock, but also for others. Piccolo seemed to understand Vegeta's good intentions. He was certain that whoever had harmed Gohan was neither Vegeta nor Goku. Vegeta nodded. Indeed. Let us strengthen ourselves together, Piccolo. Piccolo smiled. For this man had saved his life, and he yearned to grow stronger alongside him. Piccolo extended his fist, forming a gesture for a fist bump. The two exchanged smiles, their fists colliding in camaraderie. My goal is to ascend the path to ultimate strength. Chapter 25. The power of Trunks' time flows inexorably. And in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed since the ordeal on Namek. During this period, as predicted by Goku, there have been virtually no significant events. And the days have slipped by quietly. On a serene afternoon by a tranquil lake, two figures, one large and one small, were sitting on the shore fishing. Brother Gohan, how strong do you think Dad is now? The speaker was Trunks, a child of extraordinary talent who had possessed immense potential since the age of 1 and was now 6 years old. Dad is incredibly strong, beyond comprehension, Gohan replied. Now a high school student, Gohan had diligently continued his training over the years. In his heart, he felt the presence of a formidable force urging him onward. That force being his father, Vegeta. After the last incident, Gohan had come to understand the vast gulf in strength between himself and Vegeta. The actions of that man had left an indelible scar on his psyche. Although the reasons for Vegeta's earlier aggression were unclear, he had returned to normal. If ever that invincible man were to become an adversary, how would Gohan respond? Or, if that day came when the man was no longer on Earth, What choices would he have to make? With this in mind, Gohan relentlessly pursued the goal of surpassing Vegeta through rigorous training. Yet he knew that even such effort could not bridge the gap between them. I must train hard too. I want to become even stronger than Dad. Trunks clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination, his voice echoing through the forest, startling the wildlife around them. Gohan squinted and smiled at Trunks. Then Trunks, you must work diligently. In Gohan's eyes, though not biologically related, this younger brother felt closer than any blood relation. Since Trunks could remember, Gohan had always playfully engaged him after training, fostering a deep bond between them. Gohan was aware that this 6-year-old child possessed a terrifying talent, having exuded a commanding presence since he was 1. Such a remarkable gift likely surpassed Gohan's own. Brother Gohan, who is stronger, you or Dad? Trunks asked innocently. Of course, it's Dad, Trunks. Trunks' eyes began to twinkle, and a smile broke across his face. Then, Brother Gohan, let us have a contest. To surpass Dad, I must first surpass you. Gohan stood up, looking kindly at Trunks. All right, let me see the fruits of your training. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks braced himself, launching into action like a bolt of lightning, the distance between them widening. Trunks had assumed a combat stance. Brother Gohan, I'm coming. Gohan nodded. But in the next instant, Trunks' fist was mere inches from Gohan's cheek. To Gohan's astonishment, the speed of the punch was remarkable. A gust of wind brushed past Gohan's ear, and his pupils dilated in disbelief at Trunks' astonishing velocity. Fortunately, Gohan reacted in time to evade Trunks' arrow-like strike. Ta-ta-ta. Trunks' punches quickened in tandem with his speech. Though small, each punch was laden with a sense of threat directed at Gohan. However, as time passed, these vigorous blows failed to inflict any substantial harm on Gohan. With his vast experience, Gohan began to decipher Trunks' fighting style. Trunks, focus on your breathing. Gohan advised while evading. Yet Trunks showed no inclination to heed Gohan's words, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches. Seeing that Trunks was unresponsive, Gohan opted to counter. With a solid thump, Gohan landed a punch squarely on Trunks' face, causing Trunks' energy to momentarily stabilize. Trunks covered his nose. Ouch, that hurts. A few tears shimmered in his eyes, threatening to spill over. Sorry, Trunks, I didn't mean to hit so hard. Gohan approached with concern, but in an instant, Trunks' expression shifted. Fine. Then I'll transform into a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped Trunks, his Super Saiyan energy radiating with an audacious intensity that exuded dominance. What? Trunks, when did you learn to transform? Gohan exclaimed, astonished that Trunks effortlessly achieved the Super Saiyan form. Recalling how Vegeta had gone to great lengths to teach him the transformation, Gohan marveled at Trunks' innate ability to do so. I think I learned it around the time I learned to walk, or so Mom says, Trunks replied nonchalantly. Learned to walk then? Gohan's face registered disbelief. Gohan recalled the moments during their training, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. Brother Gohan, you should transform into a Super Saiyan too. I'm worried if you lose, you might say I cheated. Trunks declared, his fists clenched and his gaze sharp. All right. Huh. Gohan shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Let us begin the second round. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks charged at Gohan. His speed was lightning fast, and his strength was formidable. Each of Trunks' moves was sharp and precise, pressing Gohan relentlessly. Trunks' attacks rained down like a tempest, each strike accompanied by the sound of piercing air. Is this the power of Trunks? Even Gohan began to feel astonished. Recognizing the formidable strength of this 6-year-old child, Trunks' fist struck with the weight of hammers, each swing creating a gust of wind, his eyes fierce and determined, revealing an unwavering resolve to defeat Gohan. Gohan faced Trunks' onslaught without a hint of retreat. He steeled himself, realizing that this younger brother was perhaps not weaker than him in the slightest. In fact, under the same conditions, Trunks' power had already surpassed his own. It was only that Trunks lacked some combat experience, allowing Gohan to respond with relative ease. Their battle raged fiercely, each blow a testament to their power and speed. Their silhouettes intertwined in the air, reminiscent of two bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. Trunks' attacks intensified, while Gohan's movements quickened. Trunks' fists descended like a torrential storm upon Gohan, thrusting him into a state of disarray. Not good. Chapter 26. The Rampaging Trunks. Alas! Gohan exclaimed, unable to withstand the onslaught of Trunks, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. An even more potent aura erupted from Trunks, overwhelming Gohan with a wave of force. Huh. At that moment, Gohan had reached his full power as a Super Saiyan. An unending stream of energy seeped from his being, creating ripples of energy that radiated outward. It was these pulsating waves of energy that turned the tide, repelling Trunks as he attempted to close in on Gohan, forcing him to halt his assault. Is this truly the power of Gohan? The pressure emanating from Gohan in his full power state left Trunks in awe. Trunks, you are indeed strong, far surpassing my own strength at that time. Come, let us continue. Gohan's demeanor shifted, becoming serious. Wonderful. I have gained Gohan's recognition. Then I shall give my all. Trunks lowered himself into a half-crouch. An even more intense aura surged from him, akin to a colossal fountain. Such formidable energy churned the tranquil lake into turmoil, causing countless fish to leap from the water, a sight to them akin to the end of days. The waves spread, culminating in an explosive surge. Swish! This earth-shattering aura sent the creatures of the forest into a state of panic once more. Countless splashes erupted, cascading over Trunks like petals scattered by a divine being. As the energy dissipated and the lake ceased its tumult, Trunks' body radiated aggression as he charged towards Gohan. Swift. So swift. Like a flash of lightning, he was upon him. A punch, imbued with power and speed, struck Gohan's face before he could even react. Gohan was sent sprawling several meters away by Trunks' energy-infused blow. Trunks relentlessly pressed the attack, reappearing above Gohan, intent on delivering a devastating kick. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Gohan's powerful hand seized Trunks' leg, rendering him immobile despite his frantic struggles. For the first time, Trunks felt helpless. No matter how he fought, he could not break free. Damn it! Is this the power of Gohan? No, I will not accept this. I must grow stronger. With renewed determination, Trunks summoned all his strength to surpass the force binding him. His face flushed, sweat beaded on his brow, but it was a futile effort. Trunks furrowed his brow, his gaze fierce. Could this truly be the end? I refuse to believe it. Gohan is powerful, but I must become stronger than him. I am the son of Vegeta. Trunks, you are already strong. Gohan's stern expression softened, his brows unfurrowing, his eyes clear, and a smile gracing his lips as he faced Trunks. Yet, Trunks paid him no heed. He closed his eyes, lost in his own world. In his mind, a figure began to emerge, surrounded by golden light. Trunks could sense the intense, violent energy emanating from this being. Embrace my power, Trunks. The figure approached him. Finally, he discerned the being's features. The visage was fierce, twisted, with hollow eyes. To Trunks' shock, it was another version of himself. Embrace my power, Trunks. I have come to help you in this battle. In an instant, golden light surged toward Trunks, enveloping him, as a new and potent force erupted from within. Damn it! I must defeat you. In the blink of an eye, Trunks' pupils vanished, his face contorted in rage, his spiky hair flaring out, multiplying in volume. A new visage materialized before Gohan, resembling a terrifying demon. Tr. Trunks, what has happened to you? Gohan inquired anxiously about Trunks' condition, but at that moment, an entirely new, terrifying pressure bore down on Gohan. This chilling power filled Gohan with dread. Crack! Gohan's grip on Trunks' hand loosened, and with a sharp sound, Trunks' hand strike landed on Gohan's shoulder. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Trunks, what has come over you? In this frenzied state, Trunks had completely lost control. Like a mad beast, relentlessly attacking Gohan. Realizing that Trunks had succumbed to madness, Gohan no longer held back his concern for Trunks' safety. He fought with all his might, dodging Trunks' assaults while countering with powerful punches. Bang! Gohan's mighty fist struck Trunks' body, yet no matter how hard Gohan fought, it proved futile. Damn it! Trunks, wake up! I am your brother, Gohan. Gohan attempted to rouse him, but the violent aura continued to batter against his face. Damn it! I can only press on. If that is the case, do not blame me for my heavy hand. Before his words could fade, Trunks' iron-like fist crashed into Gohan's abdomen, causing blood to spurt forth. Soon after, a heavy leg slammed down upon Gohan. Crash! Gohan's body crumpled like a small mountain, the immense force shattering the earth and burying him beneath the rubble. Damn it! Gohan was battered and bruised. The uncontrollable Trunks rampaged like a monster, wreaking havoc, unleashing beams of light that obliterated the ground. Wherever he went, explosions followed, leaving everything in ruins. Damn it! This cannot continue. I must stop Trunks immediately. Gohan rose once more, Despite his injuries, a fierce aura still radiating from him. Trunks, your opponent is me. Gohan's shout once again captured Trunks' attention. Trunks grinned wickedly, his eyes filled with rage as he summoned his strength, launching another assault on Gohan. Huh! With a fierce shout, golden light enveloped Gohan, lightning crackling around him. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan stood resolutely before Trunks. His gaze was steadfast. He would not allow Trunks to continue destroying the Earth. Enough. Trunks. Chapter 27. The Wrath of Trunks. With resolute strides, Gohan fixed his gaze upon the demon before him. Duong. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the bodies of Gohan and Trunks instantaneously froze into a straight line. Their fists collided with a tremendous impact, reverberating as if the very heavens were trembling. Their eyes were locked onto one another, one gaze resolute, brimming with determination and courage, intent on halting Trunks' malevolence. The other, a visage of a fierce demon, radiating cold ruthlessness, as Trunks sought to eliminate Gohan. In that fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to congeal, and the sparks generated by their fists symbolized their mutual fury. Trunks, I shall not permit you to commit such a grave error. Gohan's voice resonated powerfully, as the strength within him coalesced once more into his fists. His tightly clenched fists were infused with renewed power, shattering the stalemate. Boom! Their linear stance was disrupted, and Trunks was jolted back by the force of shattered stars. Roar! Trunks pounded his chest, a primal gesture of the Saiyans. In the next moment, he no longer retreated, his body stabilizing as an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. Damn it! This state. The familiar scene evoked memories of a previous adversary in Gohan's mind. Broly? Bang! Swift. Precise. Trunks had somehow appeared behind Gohan. A vicious uppercut struck Gohan squarely in the back. Uffed. Gohan instantly regretted his momentary distraction. The blow inflicting grievous harm, blood erupting from his mouth. This spectacle only exhilarated Trunks further, his bloodlust escalating into madness, as his fists rained down devastating blows upon Gohan. This cannot continue. If he truly resembles Broly, it will be trouble. A fierce yell erupted from Gohan, his aura surging once more. Now able to match Trunks' speed, the two engaged in a furious melee, each punch landing with bone-crushing force, as relentless as a tempest. Trunks had completely lost control. This could not persist. He had to be subdued instantly. Gohan was acutely aware of the perilous situation. He was certain that Trunks' current state mirrored that of Broly's former rampage. There was no choice but to act decisively. Gohan swiftly distanced himself from Trunks, his form perched upon a small hill. Gohan's cry echoed through the air, resonating throughout the heavens, his aura expanding like an invisible torrent. The power within him surged to its zenith. This was his pinnacle, the full power of Super Saiyan 2. In the Divine Palace, Vegeta, witness the fruits of my training. However, do not transform into that form. Piccolo's face radiated confidence, albeit contingent upon Vegeta's leniency. Vegeta stood with arms akimbo, beckoning. Come forth, Piccolo. I am eager to see how much you have progressed over the years. With a derisive snicker, Piccolo removed his headgear and cast off his cloak. Piccolo's figure darted like lightning, leaving behind several afterimages within the Divine Palace. Vegeta closed his eyes, attuning to Piccolo's speed. Indeed, Piccolo has grown stronger. His speed surpasses what it once was. As Vegeta pondered, Piccolo was already upon him. The rush of wind ruffled Vegeta's hair, as Piccolo's aura surged towards him. Here it comes. Vegeta opened his eyes in an instant. His movements were as swift as lightning, bending low, his body contorted like a supple serpent. Piccolo's fist narrowly missed Vegeta's handsome face. The attack was effortlessly evaded, failing to dent Piccolo's confidence. Piccolo then unleashed an energy sphere in his palm, a faint glow coalescing. Impressive, Piccolo. The energy sphere struck Vegeta's body with a resounding impact, eliciting a triumphant smile from Piccolo. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his smile froze. For Vegeta's body was shrouded in a protective aura. Upon contact with this shield, Piccolo's energy sphere was forcefully deflected. As expected of you, Vegeta, Piccolo praised. Though he was acutely aware that this was merely a test phase, promptly recalibrating himself for the next offensive. You have also improved significantly, Piccolo. No sooner had Vegeta spoken than Piccolo's form straightened, striking like thunder, initiating a new wave of assault. Witnessing Piccolo's considerable enhancement, Vegeta shifted into earnest mode. Now, behold this technique. In an instant, a whirlwind ensued. Piccolo's figure oscillated rapidly, moving with the velocity of a tempest, countless afterimages enveloping Vegeta. The next moment, the phantoms vanished, leaving four figures stationary before him. Phantom Fist. Vegeta recognized Piccolo's technique at a glance. Oh, you figured it out? However, Vegeto's words did not surprise Piccolo. In a flash, a glimmer emanated from above Vegeto's head, the source being Piccolo. Gazing at the shimmering light, Piccolo pressed his fingertips to his brow, channeling a formidable surge of power. That signature move. Special Beam Cannon. Everyone charge. Piccolo commanded, and four duplicates instantly materialized beside Vegeta. Vegeta's body tensed. Not good. In the next moment, the four duplicates latched onto Vegeta like leeches. Flames ignited around Vegeta. A fierce inferno ready to incinerate the four duplicates. Feudal Vegeta. This is the culmination of my years of training. Curse it. There's no time. I must endure it. Special Beam Cannon. No. Piccolo, you're truly going all out. A yellow spiraling laser beam hurtled towards Vegeta, who found himself immobilized, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Boom. The instant the special beam cannon neared Vegeta, a colossal explosion erupted. The shockwave struck Piccolo's face, and in that moment, he comprehended his defeat. For the effect of the special beam cannon was to pierce through the body, yet what transpired was an explosion instead. A blinding light radiated from Vegeta, illuminating the entire palace. As the dust settled, a new silhouette loomed in the air. It was Super Saiyan Vegeta. Clang. Piccolo collapsed to the ground, having exhausted too much energy with that last attack. Is that merely Super Saiyan? Vegeta approached Piccolo, helping him to his feet. Piccolo, you have indeed made great strides. With that, Vegeta gave a thumbs up. Piccolo felt a sense of relief, for he recognized that Vegeta had also been diligently training, his strength ever increasing. Forcing Vegeta to resort to his Super Saiyan form was a source of great satisfaction for him. Cough, cough, you are becoming stronger as well. With those words, their gazes turned simultaneously toward a singular direction. This aura of ferocity, a look of astonishment filled Piccolo's eyes. It is Trunks. Goku gradually began to elucidate, as this situation appeared to be a recurrence. Damn it, it seems I must teach him how to harness his power. Piccolo, you stay here and rest. I have matters to attend to. Goku's gaze was sharp, his eyes fixed intently on the source of the energy, before he soared into the air, heading towards the origin of the disturbance. Chapter 28. A single move to subdue Trunks' sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its glow upon the desolate wasteland that should have been a serene and tranquil place. Yet, it had been transformed into a chaotic battleground by the clash of two individuals. The once flat terrain was marred by countless craters, each a testament to the violent exchanges of laser blasts and energy spheres, resembling scars etched deep into the earth, an aftermath wrought by a mere 6-year-old child. Amidst the swirling dust, a minute passed before it gradually cleared to reveal Son Gohan. His gaze was resolute, unwavering as a rock. A profound confidence emanated from him, a confidence bestowed by the full power of Super Saiyan 2 coursing through his veins. His steps were firm and powerful, as the primal energy of his Saiyan heritage radiated an infinite force, sending ripples of energy pulsating outward. Trunks, I will not permit you to act recklessly any longer. These few words encapsulated Son Gohan's determination to halt the rampage of the fierce demon before him. However, the deranged Trunks felt no fear. His expression betrayed not a hint of trepidation. He had transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend, devoid of emotion. Far from being intimidated, he became increasingly exhilarated, his body ablaze with a fervor that surged within his heart. A faint green luminescence erupted from the golden aura enveloping him, altering the very air around them. Trunks began to cackle madly. Die, Son Gohan. This frenzied scream signified that Trunks had completely lost his sanity, plunging into madness. The green light burst forth from his fists, carrying an unparalleled destructive force as it surged towards Son Gohan. Boom! The fists of the two collided once more, a deafening sound reverberating through the air, startling the creatures nearby. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though everything else faded into insignificance. Son Gohan struggled to withstand the sheer power of Trunks' punch, and even in his full Super Saiyan 2 form, he began to show signs of faltering. His once piercing gaze softened, and a look of anguish crossed his face, for the rampaging Trunks had become overwhelmingly powerful. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan summoned every ounce of strength to counter the blow. His desperate screams appeared to fuel his power, intensifying with each cry. At last, Trunks' body began to shift backward. "I'ma stop you." Gohan concentrated all his energy into his fist, veins bulging and face contorted in determination as he braced himself against Trunks' assault. His fist shimmered with a golden glow, a testament to his gamble on a full power strike of Super Saiyan 2. Bang! At long last, Trunks was sent flying by Son Gohan's might. "I'm sorry, Trunks." As his voice faded, Son Gohan soared into the sky, sunlight illuminating his scarred visage. Kamehameha, a colossal blue beam, stretching hundreds of meters, surged toward Trunks, threatening to engulf him in its overwhelming force. Yet, in the next moment, dread washed over Son Gohan. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Trunks stood tall, defying the energy wave imbued with the power to shatter stars, charging towards Son Gohan. What? So powerful. Terrifyingly powerful. In that instant, Son Gohan realized that his brother possessed a force that transcended mere terror. It was monstrous. If even the full-powered Kamehameha proved futile, then Son Gohan truly had no means to subdue Trunks. Resignation settled within Son Gohan as Trunks drew closer. The energy expended by the Kamehameha, leaving him too drained to continue the battle. "Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop Trunks." Guilt enveloped him as he berated himself. "If only I were stronger." In that moment, Trunks appeared before Son Gohan, his small palm gathering immense energy, radiating a faint glow that illuminated Gohan's face, a light that seemed to herald death itself. Gohan closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. At the critical juncture between life and death, a robust hand materialized before Son Gohan. Even with his eyes shut, he could sense the broad shoulders of this figure. In that instant, Son Gohan understood. He was saved. The Earth was saved. Trunks was saved. His eyes brightened as he recognized the familiar silhouette of the indomitable man. "Father." Vegeta's expression was grave as he lowered his hand from his forehead and slowly inquired, "Are you all right, Gohan?" Son Gohan nodded, a smile returning to his face. "Leave the rest to me." Vegeta's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. "Huh, Trunks, stop this at once." With that furious shout, Vegeta's demeanor grew more serious, the primal power within him awakening and surging throughout his body. In an instant, his perfect physique erupted with a strength that surpassed all others. Vegeta grasped Trunks' hand tightly, extinguishing the faint light radiating from his palm. Trunks, at that moment, felt pain, screams escaping his lips. "Once again, you've lost control of your power. It seems you need some special training. Trunks, wake up." Vegeta repeatedly called out, attempting to rouse him. However, this time it seemed beyond his expectations. Instead of awakening, Trunks' madness escalated. The fierce aura surrounding Trunks intensified, his body temperature soaring, signaling that his insanity had reached new heights. With a piercing scream, Trunks broke free from Vegeta's grasp. It's futile to rouse him now. Vegeta resolved to abandon the attempt to awaken Trunks. If that is the case, then let us respond to violence with violence. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Vegeta, a fierce aura enveloping him. This was the aura of Super Saiyan Full Power Vegeta. This terrifying force completely crushed Trunks' power, an inexplicable sense of oppression penetrating his being. "Father." The rampaging Trunks was awakened by this familiar force, but it was already too late. With a crisp sound, Trunks' eyes turned hollow, his pupils returning to focus, though lacking their former brilliance, as the grimace on his face faded. Vegeta released his hand from Trunks' neck, and in that moment, Trunks' hair returned to its normal state. With eyes closed, Trunks succumbed to slumber. Vegeta hoisted Trunks, placing him beside Son Gohan. Yet, witnessing this familiar scene, Son Gohan fell into a daze, muttering, "One blow, just one blow." Memories washed over him, reminding him of a time when he too was subdued by a single strike. Son Gohan's startled expression was interrupted by Vegeta's voice. "Speak, Gohan. What transpired this time?" Son Gohan shook his head, casting aside the past, and recounted the events leading up to this moment to Vegeta. "Oh, it appears that the old ailment persists, the breath remains unstable, and the inability to control one's strength has led to being consumed by it instead." After placing his hand upon his chin and engaging in profound contemplation, Gogeta arrived at a bold decision. Chapter 29. Training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Trunks. "Vegeta, what on earth is happening?" Bulma's voice reverberated through the corners of West City, her alarm stemming from the sight of the unconscious Trunks resting on Vegeta's shoulder. "He's lost control again," Vegeta replied solemnly, articulating each word with gravity. Bulma's brow furrowed deeply as she approached to caress Trunks' face, her expression laden with concern. Behind Vegeta loomed another figure, battered and bruised, Gohan. Gohan. Bulma's gaze lingered on him, and as she observed his unsteady gait, she began to piece together the events that had transpired. The fact that even Gohan was unable to rein in the rampaging Trunks spoke volumes about the intensity of this episode. Quickly, Bulma rushed to support Gohan. I'm fine, Aunt Bulma," he stammered, tapping his head and suppressing the pain. "It's my fault. I've been so consumed with training these past few years that I neglected to train him personally. He possesses extraordinary talent, but lacks guidance. He is now at an age where he requires rigorous training. Hence, I've decided to take him to the hyperbolic time chamber for intensive training." Upon hearing this, both Gohan and Bulma looked perplexed, and they echoed in unison. "The hyperbolic time chamber? Dad, what is that?" Inside the chamber, Vegeta wore a look of astonishment, recognizing that anything mentioned by Goku would undoubtedly be significant. "What? Goku knows about the hyperbolic time chamber too?" Goku expressed his surprise at this revelation. "Damn it, Kakarot knows as well. How many secrets are you two hiding from me?" Vegeta, the hyperbolic time chamber is..." Before Goku could elaborate, Vegeta's voice interrupted him. "It's a unique space. Honey, please prepare food for 2 years. We're going in to train for 2 years." Bulma's expression changed dramatically. "What? 2 years? Am I to be without you and Trunks for that long? Heh, missing me already? I'm just teasing you." Vegeta approached Bulma, whispering in her ear, "By the way, don't miss me too much. It's just 2 years." With a playful pout, Vegeta wore a cheeky expression. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Bulma's hand struck his face. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she crossed her arms and declared, "Humph! I won't miss you at all." Vegeta, rubbing his sore cheek and recognizing Bulma's fury, quickly revealed the truth. "I was just kidding, Bulma. In that special space. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside." Bulma's scowl softened, yet she still feigned annoyance. "Humph, whatever. You two handle it yourself." With that, she turned to leave, only to pivot back with a smile. "I'll prepare enough food for 3 years instead. How wonderful my wife is." Vegeta beamed with joy, relishing this moment of bliss. Dad, can I join you for training?" Gohan's voice interrupted this tender exchange. "Unfortunately, only 2 people can enter the hyperbolic time chamber at a time. If you wish to go in, you'll have to wait for Trunks and me to come out." Vegeta understood Gohan's yearning for strength after his recent defeat. "All right then, I'll wait for you both to return." In the underworld, at the Hall of Judgment, the King of Hell sighed. "Why are there so many cases to review today? Lord King of Hell, it's likely due to a higher number of deaths in the outside world." A little ghost consoled him while busily passing documents. Various departments were overwhelmed with work, the underworld bustling with activity. Meanwhile, deep within the underworld, a large machine designed for extracting evil thoughts hummed ominously. A little red ghost, donned with headphones, was entranced by the music, oblivious to the chaos around him. As his movements became increasingly erratic, the machine began to emit thick smoke, straining under the pressure. What is that smell?" The little ghost finally sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Boom! The machine could no longer withstand the overload and exploded in a brilliant flash. Purple smoke engulfed the little ghost, symbolizing the corruptive evil thoughts swirling around him. Suddenly, his face began to distort, his body uncontrollably expanded, his belly swelling grotesquely. Ultimately, he transformed into a hideous monster, consumed by the malevolent energy. The monster murmured, "Evil thought wave." This cry echoed throughout the underworld, and as it faded, a barrier enveloped the realm, resurrecting countless malevolent souls that scattered back to the mortal world. On Earth, Trunks awakened, and the family of 3 stood outside the temple. Though only 2 days had passed, Bulma felt a profound sense of reluctance. "Trunks, you must listen to your father. Vegeta, you must ensure Trunks maintains control. This is 3 years' worth of provisions. Take care of it." Bulma reiterated her concerns, causing Trunks to grow somewhat impatient. "All right, I know, Mom. Let us get on with it." With that, he strode purposefully toward the hyperbolic time chamber. "Yes, I understand, dear. Wait for me to return." Vegeta winked at Bulma, blowing her a kiss as he snatched the capsule from her hand, running off while waving goodbye. "Come on, Dad," Trunks urged, frustrated by Vegeta's delay. "Don't worry, dear. I will ensure Trunks learns to control himself." All eyes were on the couple, and an awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That Vegeta, how shameless. With so many watching. Ahem. Piccolo's voice broke the tension. Gohan, aren't you going in? Father said only two can enter the hyperbolic time chamber at a time, so I must wait for them to emerge. Dandy approached the two. Gohan, I've upgraded the hyperbolic time chamber. Now you can enter with one more person. Gohan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Dad, wait for me. Clang. The sound of the chamber door closing echoed, dashing Gohan's hopes. Well then. Chapter 30. Turbulent Undercurrents on Earth. Piccolo. Can you hear me? Is that you, King Kai? The underworld has undergone tremendous upheaval. Chaos has erupted between the two realms. A creature known as the Evil Thought Wave is wreaking havoc in the underworld. What about Gogeta? Why can't I reach him? The Evil Thought Wave? What is that? It is a monster composed of the wicked thoughts of the malevolent souls in the underworld. Its power is truly terrifying, possessing immense strength. Now, the evil souls from the underworld have returned to Earth. The root of all this calamity is the Evil Thought Wave. The voice of King Kai trembled, indicating that this situation posed an unprecedented crisis. Curse it! Of all times, Gogeta and Trunks have entered the hyperbolic time chamber. What? You mean Gogeta is in the hyperbolic time chamber? Yes, my lord. It's over. Does that mean the only strong warriors left on Earth are you and Gohan? Piccolo nodded solemnly. Indeed. This is troublesome. The wicked souls from hell are causing chaos on Earth, and someone must stop the Evil Thought Wave. Gohan. Piccolo gritted his teeth. What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Seeing Piccolo's anxious expression, Gohan sensed that the situation was dire. Piccolo relayed King Kai's words to everyone. You go to the underworld to confront the Evil Thought Wave. I will handle the evil souls that have escaped from the underworld. Gohan clenched his fists, aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo's words also made Bulma realize the gravity of the situation. She rested her chin on her hands, her face filled with concern. The plan was in place, but now there was a pressing issue. How could Gohan reach the underworld? Just as Bulma's voice fell, an elderly voice interrupted their thoughts. I will take Gohan to the underworld. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Old fortune teller. On Earth, chaos reigned supreme, with the resurrected evil souls wreaking havoc. These malevolent beings bore heavy sins, which even hell could not cleanse. Revived, they turned the world upside down, and among them were some familiar faces: Raikum, Geese, Bardock, Guldo, and a grotesque toad-like creature, a walking durian. They all donned the battle attire emblazoned with the insignia of Frisia's army. Behind them loomed countless soldiers of Frisia, filling the skies above Earth. Black clouds loomed ominously over the city. It's wonderful to see the sky of Earth again. Father, spoke the former cosmic emperor, Frisia, damn Earthlings. I will eradicate every last one of you. King Cold declared with a sinister grin. Cyberman, the pain you've caused me is unforgettable. Frisia and King Cold turned to behold the fearsome presence of Cooler. In the sky, two figures lurked in the shadows, observing the turmoil on Earth. Is this Earth? The slender man trembled, clearly shaken by the scene before him, which contradicted all his prior research. He stood frozen in terror. Watch out, Lord King Kai. A lowly minion from Frisia's army lunged at King Kai's shin. In an instant, King Kai reacted, his gaze sharp as he fixed upon the unwelcome intruder. The minion seemed paralyzed by King Kai and Appo's glare, halting its advance. Boom. The minion was obliterated in an instant. Never to be reborn. Are you all right, Lord King Kai? Gibbet inquired with concern. King Kai meticulously sensed his surroundings, remaining silent. They're coming. In a desolate wasteland, a colossal spaceship descended onto the plain. 4 or 5 figures emerged from the ship, all bearing the unmistakable mark of evil, the letter M on their foreheads. A diminutive alien commanded the others, you lot, go gather energy for me. The little creature wore a lecherous grin, gazing skyward. This overwhelming evil energy. How delightful. Clearly, the turmoil on Earth delighted Babidi. For this was the chaos he yearned to witness. My esteemed Master Babidi, we shall wholeheartedly serve the resurrection of Majin Buu. With that, the aliens scattered across Earth. Master Babidi, it seems the resurrection of Majin Buu is imminent. Dabura knelt, radiating submissiveness, much like a loyal hound. Ha ha ha, my Majin Buu. I can hardly wait to see your resurrection. Babidi's face contorted as he envisioned the scene of Majin Buu's revival. Is this the Earth of this world? A peculiar green creature, speckled all over, peered around, astonished by the sight before it. Beep, beep. A system notification sounded. Detected existence of Subject 18 in this world. Detected existence of Subject 17 in this world. The green creature swayed its enormous suction cup tail. Oh, it seems my search was not in vain. Once I achieve my perfect form, I shall become an invincible being. In the underworld, the voice of King Yama echoed through the broadcasts. Masters of various galaxies, please proceed to the underworld to confront the evil thought wave. Is this the underworld? Gohan, guided by the old fortune teller, had successfully arrived in the underworld. What lay before him was beyond his expectations. A colossal and grotesque creature lay sprawled above the Yama Palace. Evil thought wave. Evil thought wave. The creature incessantly chanted. Old fortune teller. Are you saying that the chaos on Earth is caused by him? The old fortune teller nodded. Gohan, the next step is up to you. She vanished from Gohan's sight. In an instant, a figure clad in a green robe appeared before Gohan. This individual possessed a slim yet muscular physique. With thick lips that marked his identity, he was Reboku from the West Galaxy. Reboku swiftly charged at the evil thought wave. His hand, sharp as a blade, aimed to strike the evil thought wave. So fast, Gohan widened his eyes, but in the next moment, his words were abruptly halted. Reboku's form was repelled by the grotesque monstrosity, crashing before Gohan. Why you? Hello, I am Gohan. The awkward encounter caught Reboku off guard. Yet the urgency of the situation left him no time to dwell on it. I am Reboku. Reboku scrutinized Gohan, sensing he too was an extraordinary warrior. Gohan, let us attack together. Chapter 31. The Teachings of Vegeta in the Divine Hall. Within the time chamber, Vegeta stood solemnly beside Trunks, raising his voice in reprimand. What is it, Dad? Trunks, pausing from his push-ups, approached Vegeta with small, hesitant steps. I ask you, do you even realize what you have done? Vegeta's tone was stern, and Trunks shook his head in response. I don't know. However, the sight of Vegeta's anger hinted to Trunks that he had undoubtedly committed a grave mistake. Bowing his head like a docile lamb, he awaited further chastisement from his father. To his surprise, Vegeta softened his expression and gently ruffled Trunks' hair. You must learn to control your power rather than let it control you. You possess great talent, but without a solid foundation, you cannot harness this strength. Trunks listened attentively to Vegeta's instruction. What should I do, Dad? Vegeta's demeanor grew serious. You must master your breath and quell your restless heart. This boy has wielded tremendous power since childhood, while Gohan earned his strength through a series of life and death struggles. Yet, I cannot entirely blame him. Had I possessed such terrifying power from an early age, I might have been even more arrogant than he. I've heard from Gohan that you often leak your energy during battles, always eager to unleash your full power for a swift victory. Such impatience leads to recklessness. Training is a long journey. If you continue this way, you will increasingly misunderstand your own strength. Trunks' eyes widened in earnestness. But his next question brought Vegeta back to reality. So, who won in the end, me or Gohan? Trunks' eager gaze revealed his desire for the outcome. This little rascal. He hasn't absorbed a word I said. How dare you even bring that up? Did you even listen to what I just told you? Vegeta glared fiercely at Trunks. If I don't show you a thing or two, do you not understand what it means to have a strict father? In an instant, Trunks' curiosity vanished, his head drooping, and his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. All right, he is still only 6 years old. You won, Vegeta blurted out. Suddenly, Trunks' tear-filled eyes dried, replaced with joy. That's great. I defeated Gohan. Yet, in the next moment, Trunks' expression stiffened as Vegeta's serious gaze returned. Do not rejoice too soon. That power does not belong to you. After losing control, you became a different person, wreaking havoc upon the earth, and you even contemplated harming your brother Gohan. Vegeta's words struck with unwavering resolve, each syllable weighing heavily on Trunks. Dad, are you saying I wanted to kill Gohan? Trunks clutched his head in panic, horrified to realize the ruthless actions he had taken while out of control. Trunks, this is the purpose of your special training here. Over the next 2 years, you must learn to master your breath and tame your bloodthirsty nature. Trunks ceased his self-reproach, silently vowing to harness the violent and powerful energy within him. Dad, please teach me. I don't want to hurt the earth or my family anymore. Trunks' sincerity was evident, and he fully recognized his mistakes. Vegeta lowered his arms, stroking Trunks' cheek. From now on, You will practice meditation to combat that ferocious energy within you. Moreover, you must diligently relearn the perception of energy. If you lose control again and I am not there, what will you do? Therefore, you must master the control of your inner strength during this time. Trunks stood tall, his gaze resolute. I understand. Dad, please teach me meditation training. In the underworld, Gohan and Reborn had attempted several times to find a way to move the colossal creature from the Hall of Judgment. Their limbs pressed tightly against the evil spirit wave, exerting all their strength against its belly. A ticklish sensation spread through the creature. Evil spirit wave. It roared in response. Feeling discomfort, the evil spirit wave swatted at its belly, and in that moment, both were sent flying. Darn it, Reborn. It seems brute force won't work. This monster looks like a child, but possesses immense power. Child. Gohan's words struck Reborn like a light bulb. Reborn, suddenly enlightened, smiled knowingly. If brute force won't work, then we must take a gentler approach. With a whimsical tone, Reborn began to sing awkwardly. Come here, good baby. Evil spirit wave Gohan stared in disbelief at Reborn's antics, utterly bemused. However, it seemed that the evil spirit wave responded positively, its massive form beginning to undulate. Yes, come down, evil spirit wave wonderful. Reborn, you're amazing, Gohan exclaimed, waving his hand in delight. But in the next moment, the evil spirit wave's brow furrowed, and its nostrils flared. Evil spirit wave. With a furious roar, a massive hand lunged toward Reborn. Lost in the rhythm of his dance and song, Reborn had no time to react as the enormous hand approached, threatening to engulf him. Watch out, Reborn. In an instant, Gohan moved with lightning speed, rescuing Reborn from the clutches of the evil spirit wave. Reborn, wide-eyed with shock, realized that if he perished again, there would be no return. Thank you, Gohan. Don't mention it, Reborn. Since gentleness doesn't work, we must resort to harder punches to bring it down. With a fierce shout, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his fists poised for action. This is the power of Gohan? Reborn gaped in astonishment, realizing the strength before him. Evil Spirit Wave. Upon seeing Gohan's transformation, the evil spirit wave clapped its hands, delighting like a child. Chapter 32. The Conspiracy of Babidi. In a fleeting moment, Son Gohan's powerful punch was poised to strike, an immense force gathering in his fist as he launched a formidable attack towards the corpulent figure of Evil Buu. This punch was imbued with the strength of a soaring rainbow, akin to a voracious beast aiming for Buu's abdomen, the energy surging forth, ready to penetrate his core. To the astonishment of both combatants, this solid blow was unexpectedly rebuffed by the resilient belly of Evil Buu, sending Son Gohan's form hurtling backwards, scattering him 10 meters away. Mr. Gohan. With a desperate shout, Reboku realized the troublesome nature of the adversary before him. If even Son Gohan faltered, his own efficacy was rendered nearly insignificant. Bending his body to absorb the shock, Son Gohan quickly regained his composure. This is troublesome. His power surged once more, instilling fear in the spirits trapped in the underworld. This power, it is formidable. The spirits trembled in awe. Wonderful. It's Son Gohan. We are saved. King Yama rejoiced, confident that as long as Son Gohan was present, the perils of the underworld could be averted. At that moment, Son Gohan ascended to the full power of a Super Saiyan. With renewed vigor, he charged towards Evil Buu once again. Bang! At last, his fist connected with Buu's ample belly, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Buu was sent tumbling, his rotund form rolling on the ground, anguished wails escaping his lips. Marvelous. Mr. Gohan. Reboku's clenched fists finally relaxed. Yet, only Son Gohan comprehended the complexity of the situation. True to his instincts, the next instant, a colossal fist descended from above. The sheer force and speed were overwhelming. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Son Gohan found his head mere centimeters from Evil Buu's fist. In a desperate effort, Gohan pushed against Buu's massive hand with all his strength, his face contorted in determination, this strike evidently unforeseen. Damn it, what sort of strange technique is this? In an instant, a blood-red hole appeared beside Son Gohan. Clang! A gigantic hand emerged from this gaping wound, forming a fist that swung towards Son Gohan. A cry of despair echoed as Gohan was sent flying by the blow. More and more fists rained down upon him. Impossible to predict where the next would land, leaving Son Gohan at the mercy of Evil Buu's whims. On Earth, Piccolo had arrived at the scene to maintain order among the living. Halt! You Namekian. Humph. I never expected to encounter a Namekian here, How unpleasant. Piccolo turned to see four oddly shaped aliens striking exaggerated poses. Bewildered, he inquired, "Who are you?" The white-haired leader spoke up. "Since you are so eager to know, we shall enlighten you. Raikum, Bardock, Jinyu, Guldo. We are the elite under the command of Lord Frieza, the Jinyu Force." Although only four of them stood there, it did not hinder their flamboyant display. Piccolo felt a wave of embarrassment. The Jinyu Force? That name rang a bell, yet he struggled to recall the details. "I care not who you are. There are no good people in Frieza's army." Demon Flash. In an instant, the Jinyu Force was obliterated, their existence erased from the fabric of reality. In another corner of the city, countless Frieza soldiers wreaked havoc. "Krillin, you're here too." Yamcha and Tien Shinhan greeted Krillin, who was also busy dispatching the lowly Frieza soldiers. "Tien, Yamcha, it's been ages." The group began to share stories amidst the chaos. What on earth happened? Why have those who perished returned to life? Krillin scratched his glowing head, utterly baffled. Just then, Piccolo appeared before them. Its evil Buu. On the barren plains, Babidi closed his eyes, savoring the malevolent aura permeating Earth. "Excellent. Dabura, this scene is truly spectacular." Babidi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dabura responded with delight. "I am pleased to see you so happy, Master. However, I believe we could seize control of Earth right now." A sinister grin spread across Dabura's face as he harbored dark intentions. "Oh, pray tell." Babidi tilted his head, eager for Dabura's insights. "Master, the Earth is rife with villains. Why not take this opportunity to control them all and form a grand army?" Babidi stroked his chin, contemplating. "Fool. Such a monumental task. Do you wish to exhaust me? I do not wish to squander my magic on these insignificant pests. All I desire is my Majin Buu." Babidi gazed back at the spaceship, aware that the revival of Majin Buu was merely a sliver of energy away. His eyes glinted with hope. "Yes, forgive me, Master." Yet, in the next moment, Babidi's gaze turned cunning. "Very well, Dabura, I shall forgive you this time. Nonetheless, your point holds merit. Let us go investigate." Babidi closed his eyes, attuning himself to the dark sentiments present on this planet. Why are the malevolent energies of these three so overwhelmingly potent? Babidi trembled with excitement, a sinister grin forming. "Excellent. Let us seek them out." In the skies above the city, Frieza's trio reveled in the chaos below, where countless Frieza soldiers turned Earth upside down. "Frieza, enough!" A resounding voice rang out from behind the trio. "Oh, a Namekian. Earth harbors a Namekian?" Frieza mocked Piccolo. Disinterested in Frieza's taunts, Piccolo charged towards him, gathering energy into a sphere, ready to hurl it at Frieza's form. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. Piccolo's actions were abruptly halted as he shielded himself from the ensuing dust cloud. Damn it! As the smoke cleared, a massive spaceship appeared in the sky, occupied by a diminutive figure and a pink, bearded demon. "Who are you?" Piccolo questioned, bewildered by the sudden influx of unexpected visitors to Earth. "They are Babidi and Dabura." A heavy, resonant voice echoed ominously, reverberating through the air. Piccolo looked up, frozen in place as an otherworldly pressure bore down upon him, invading his very senses. His movements slowed, and his expression dulled. "Who are you?" Chapter 33, The Dog of Lord Babidi. A splendid opportunity. Dabura. Behold as Piccolo gazes upward, his body momentarily frozen in place. Dabura has approached Piccolo. Uh-huh. Piccolo's attention is entirely captivated by the Supreme Kai and Gogeta in the sky. It is in this fleeting moment that Dabura seizes his chance. Beware of his saliva. The voice of the Supreme Kai pierces through Piccolo's ears like a needle, yet it is too late. A droplet of spit has already splattered across Piccolo's face, and his body begins to petrify from the bottom up, his eyes still betraying his terror in the final moments of his transformation. Piccolo's form becomes stone, plummeting violently towards the ground. Alas, Gogeta instantaneously teleports to catch Piccolo's stony body. Thank goodness for Gogeta. The Supreme Kai, drenched in sweat, is overcome with a sense of shame. Ha ha ha. Dabura. Splendid work. Babidi's maniacal laughter reverberates through the air. Oh ho ho. I am deeply grateful to this friend for removing this obstacle for us three. Frieza bows slightly, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor, but Babidi seems to regard him with utter indifference. Continuing to command Dabura. Dabura, attack. Eliminate the Supreme Kai as well. Frieza, still bowing, feels a swell of disdain as Babidi ignores him. His eyes twitch, and he manages to utter two words, damnable. Dabura, my loyal dog, advance at once. As Babidi persistently issues commands, Dabura swiftly charges towards the location of Supreme Kai Shin. How infuriating. This ruler of the demon realm actually obeys Babidi. Supreme Kai? Flee. Jebet vanishes with Supreme Kai Shin. Haha. The esteemed Supreme Kai is truly afraid of me, Babidi. The trio of Frisia keeps their gaze fixed on Babidi. The Supreme Kai, the one who just escaped? And a demon lord is under the control of this diminutive figure? Who exactly is Babidi? Just as Frisia contemplates this, Babidi's malevolent gaze locks onto him. You are Frisia, correct? And the two behind you are called Cooler and Guldo. Frisia trembles. How does he know us so intimately? Listen, your bodies are currently exceedingly frail. I could extinguish your lives with the utmost ease. However, I am reluctant to kill you. Haha. I can reshape your bodies and then magically transfer your souls into them. Frisia immediately attempts to summon the energy within him, yet he discovers that it cannot be easily mobilized. If it were not for the timely intervention of this individual, he might have perished at the hands of that Namekian. After several attempts to channel his energy, the three realize that, as Babidi stated, they are indeed unable to exert even 1/10 of their power from the underworld. Their bodies stiffen immediately, and all discontent towards Babidi dissipates in an instant. Lord Babidi, please grant us new bodies. To Frisia's astonishment, his once arrogant brother utters such words. Yes, Lord Babidi, we are grateful to you. Frisia and Apos' gaze shifts toward King Cooler, only to find that even he has chosen to submit. Observing this, Frisia concedes. My esteemed Lord Babidi, then I must trouble you. Babidi, hands on his hips, wears a triumphant expression, reveling in the flattery of the three. Very well. With a flourish of his staff, a radiant green light erupts, conjuring 3 brand new bodies from thin air. However, each of these new forms bears a prominent letter M upon their foreheads. Frisia scrutinizes these new bodies, his attention drawn to the letter M. The individual who stood beside the Supreme Kai mentioned that the demon lord obeys Babidi, and he too has an M on his head. Could it be? Now, close your eyes. I shall transfer your souls into your new bodies. The three, in unison, shut their eyes tight. Subsequently, Babidi's staff emits a soft glow, and a powerful force emanates from it, pulling the souls of the three towards it. Ah! The trio cries out in anguish. Clang! The 3 new bodies rise as if animated corpses, startling even Dabura. Master, Master, have they been reborn? Babidi reveals a cunning smile. Ha ha ha. Henceforth, these 3 shall be just like you. You are all my loyal dogs. Come forth. Speak. You are the dogs of Lord Babidi. The bodies of the 3 are utterly beyond their control, standing in unison before Babidi. In a monotone, they chant, We are the dogs of Lord Babidi. We are the dogs of Lord Babidi. Their numbed voices meld with Babidi's maniacal laughter, echoing throughout the city. In the underworld, Gohan's shirt is torn, exposing his muscular frame marred by numerous wounds. It is evident that Gohan has been tormented by the evil aura for quite some time. Damnable. If that is the case, I shall unleash my full strength. Whoosh! A potent energy reverberates around him, creating ripples as golden flames engulf everything in their vicinity. The full power of Super Saiyan 2 renders the Reboku unable to keep his eyes open. He shields his brow with his sleeve. How formidable the aura! In stark contrast, the evil aura does not feel fear, but rather claps in excitement. Whoosh! Gohan's leg swiftly strikes the face of the evil aura. But this is not the end. Gohan's fists relentlessly pound upon the evil aura's body. Bang bang bang. Gohan seems to be venting the frustrations of his previous torment, each punch wielding the strength to carve through the air. The evil aura furrows its brow, finally feeling pain from this colossal infant. Evil aura, it emits a pained wail. The advantage has returned to Gohan, and he is unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by. Gohan pursues relentlessly, seizing the evil aura by its tail, unleashing a primal force from within. Gohan roars mightily, and the evil aura's body begins to spin. With Gohan's continuous exertion, the evil aura spins in a full 360 degrees, and then Gohan suddenly releases his grip. Bang! The evil aura's body crashes uncontrollably to the ground. Before the evil aura can react, Gohan appears before it, causing a look of fear to cross its features. Humph! Gohan snorts disdainfully. Kamehameha, a blue beam, 10 meters in diameter, hurtles directly towards the evil aura's forehead. Boom! Success! The evil aura has been defeated. Reboku witnesses this and, Recognizing the difficulty of the achievement, leaps for joy. But in the next moment, his smile freezes. Emerging from the dust is a brand new yet familiar visage. The evil aura enters its second phase. Chapter 34. The movements of Cell after enduring the relentless devastation wrought by the resurrected Frisia force. The cities of Earth now lay desolate and devoid of life. The notion that the deceased could return to life sowed seeds of doubt among humanity, particularly among the atheists, whose beliefs were thoroughly upended. Once bustling streets were now eerily silent, as humanity retreated into their shelters, leaving the demons to commandeer the thoroughfares. Each city found itself engulfed in a surreal twilight. Yet, within a narrow alley, an enigmatic presence emerged. This newly arrived entity was voraciously absorbing the life force of the cosmic marauders. The freshly revived Frisia soldiers appeared particularly feeble before this creature. While they might bully the Earthlings, they were mere prey in the face of this unknown being. Come, bring me more of that exquisite life force. The creature's raspy voice echoed through the eerie street, amplifying its chilling ambience. Ding, ding, ding. Target 17 detected. The system within Cell incessantly alerted him. Oh, at this moment, having consumed an indeterminate number of Frisia soldiers' life forces, I have astonishingly reached my second stage. This temporal realm is indeed a delightful surprise. Such an abundance of high-quality life energy allows me to ascend without even needing to absorb number 17. Cell and Appo's thick lips revealed his grotesque nature once again, as greedy saliva began to drip from the corners of his mouth, a truly horrifying sight. Number 17, it is your turn next. Cell soared towards the location of number 17 marked on his mental map. High upon a snow-capped mountain, a disheveled young man floated in the air. Is this what it feels like to see the light of day again? How wonderful. Number 17 stretched out his arms, embracing nature and savoring the beauty of the moment. As life and hell felt akin to a purgatory, fully liberated, number 17 relaxed his guard completely, reveling in this newfound freedom. I wonder how my sister is faring. Like all artificial beings, he too possessed emotions, and before their transformation, the siblings had been inseparable. Now, resurrected, the one he most longed to see was his sister. Number 18, his only family in this world. With his eyes closed, he felt the gentle caress of the breeze, an experience so soothing that it rendered him oblivious to the impending danger encroaching upon him. Cell had arrived at the mountain, covertly observing number 17's every move. Indeed, it is him. He resembles the blueprints perfectly. Upon confirming that the individual before him was his target, Cell's body commenced its predatory actions. In that moment, an unnatural stillness enveloped the air. The breeze softly brushed against number 17's cheek, yet he remained entirely unaware of Cell's silent approach from behind. Number 17. A strange yet intense voice resonated from behind him. Number 17 turned to investigate, curiosity piqued. Swoosh. A massive, suction cup-like tail lunged toward him, and terror filled number 17 and Appo's eyes as he found himself at a loss, feeble and helpless. Cell and Appo's tail ensnared his head tightly, and number 17 struggled desperately. Let me go? Yet, Cell, having gained the upper hand, was not inclined to comply. A more powerful suction began to consume number 17 and Appo's very essence. The sound of number 17's final struggles echoed as he began to fade. 10 seconds later, his presence and voice vanished entirely, and Cell's body began a remarkable transformation. Brilliant green light coalesced around him, enveloping his form in a radiant glow. In the next instant, golden light burst forth, intertwining with the green, unleashing an even more intense radiance. As the light dissipated, Cell and Appo's appearance underwent a complete metamorphosis. Wings sprouted fully, and his legs assumed a humanoid form. His features became refined, with his once thick lips transforming into a handsome mouth, though the glint of malice in his eyes remained unchanged. I have finally attained my perfect form. Cell reveled in the changes coursing through his body, powerful energy surging within him. He exhaled sharply, causing the surrounding air to tremble. What is happening? This is not what Dr. Gero's blueprints indicated. Cell glanced at his tail, which, despite his transformation, had not diminished in its grotesque form, still appearing ravenous and insatiable. Could it be? Cell quickly accessed his core computer to examine number 17's data. What? He has become this strong? Is his power what triggered my mutation? This iteration of number 17, having battled against Gogeta, possessed strength far exceeding the initial data provided by Dr. Gero. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. This number 17 appeared entirely different from the data Dr. Gero had given him. What on earth transpired in this realm? A wave of apprehension washed over him. Thankfully, he had just relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Yet, even having attained his perfect form, Cell was not satisfied. His tail urged him onward. Very well, let us absorb number 18 and see the results. I am eager to discover how powerful I will become after consuming her. Cell activated the system in his mind, searching for number 18's location, his greedy gaze fixed on the horizon. Location of number 18 identified. Excellent. Cell's form shot through the air like an arrow, his newly perfected physique granting him a qualitative leap in speed and strength. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Dad, I've managed to control my energy quite well. Trunks paused his training, glancing towards Vegeta with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, well done, my son. It is commendable. Vegeta replied, his expression solemn as he urged Trunks to remain grounded in his training. Your focus now must be on mastering your inner self. I will, Dad. Next time, I will defeat Gohan using my own strength. Inside the chamber, Goku and Vegeta continued their relentless training. Vegeta, are you saying Trunks defeated Gohan? It seems Trunks has indeed grown strong. I am eager to witness our future battles. Vegeta turned to Goku, unfazed by his words. Yes, Boom. A sudden noise interrupted their conversation, drawing both their gazes toward the door. What just happened? Chapter 35, The Resurrection of Frieza above the city, a colossal spaceship hovered. The very vessel of Babidi. Come here, you three. The Frieza trio, resembling puppets, trembled as they followed Babidi, moving like soulless beings into the interior of the ship. Before them lay a massive, blood-veined cocoon. Ha! My Majin Buu is about to be resurrected. Babidi's laughter echoed with madness, though a peculiar gaze was cast upon him, unnoticed. Dabura, extract their energy and inject it into Majin Buu, quickly. Dabura obediently retrieved 3 urn-like vessels, positioning the openings towards the trio while the other ends aimed at the cocoon. You three, release your energy at once. Despite his diminutive stature, Babidi's voice resonated with authority as he commanded the trio. In an instant, 3 powerful energy sources surged forth from the puppets, greedily absorbed by the energy extractor. The trio's bodies began to convulse, and soon, a significant portion of their energy was collected. Excellent! Babidi exclaimed with excitement, waving his hands. His eyes filled with anticipation as they remained fixated on the egg of Majin Buu. Unbeknownst to Babidi, one among the puppets had begun to exhibit anomalies. Frieza and Apos' eyes gradually regained their luster, while the energy he transmitted dwindled. Noticing the decreasing rate of energy collection, Babidi finally turned his gaze towards the trio. Why is this Frieza running out of energy so quickly? What a useless piece of trash. Babidi approached Frieza, a series of odd sounds echoing. Tap, tap, tap. Babidi brazenly struck Frieza's thigh repeatedly with his staff. Good for nothing. Good for nothing. As he berated Frieza, Babidi kicked at his leg. Damn you, you worthless creature. Keep supplying energy. Suddenly, Frieza's thigh began to twitch. Bang! In an instant, Frieza kicked Babidi against the spaceship's wall, blood spraying from his mouth. Lord Babidi. Frieza's unexpected action caught everyone off guard, including Dabura, who rushed to assess Babidi and Apos' condition, lifting him with evident concern. Damn it, Warren and Apos, to you under my control? In the next moment, Frieza and Apos' eyes fully regained their gleam, transforming into a menacing glare once more. Ho ho ho, my esteemed Lord Babidi, I thank you for crafting me a new body, allowing me to be reborn. However, to think you could control me, the king? You must be delusional. With that, Frieza tore the energy extractors from Gula and King Cold. Sizzle. Energy surged into him from the extractors. Ha ha ha. The power of my father and Gula is now mine. Instantaneously, Frieza's form began to transform, sprouting 8 inverted antennae. His height increasing. His mouth became obscured by a mask, and his tail grew more robust. A completely new visage emerged before all. I have not idled away the years in hell. Saiyans, the humiliation you brought upon me, Frieza shall repay tenfold. Frieza's aura surged like towering waves, crashing against the ship's walls, causing it to tremble and creak violently. Through years of rigorous training in hell and having attained a new transformation, Frieza's power had ascended to unprecedented heights. Dabura, attack me. Dabura, ever the most loyal servant of Babidi, showed no fear even in the presence of the overwhelmingly powerful Frieza. Bang! With a single strike, Frieza's tail swept Dabura out of the spaceship. The speed of the attack was so swift that Dabura had no time to react, quickly regaining composure to charge at Frieza once more. But in the next moment, Frieza extended his fist, fingers spread wide. Boom! A crimson energy wave instantly knocked Dabura down. Dabura, damn it! You too, join in as well. Suddenly, the two puppets beside Frieza sprang to life, tightly gripping his legs. An intense discomfort surged through Frieza's limbs. Humph, how irritating. Swish, swish, swish. An even more violent red glow enveloped Frieza's body, the fiery aura radiating heat, igniting the two puppets. Ha, father. Your brilliance did not foresee that such a trivial spell could control you. Frieza scoffed disdainfully, turning his gaze to Gula. Humph, Gula, where is that once mighty demeanor of yours? How pitiful to see you reduced to this. Frieza mocked Gula, unleashing all the disdain he had once received from him. Very well. Allow me to liberate you completely. The red flames enveloping Frieza intensified, radiating an inferno capable of incinerating everything in its path. Boom! Frieza's visage twisted with fury, veins bulging. And the power swiftly reduced Gula and King Cold to mere ashes. Ha! Frieza's sinister laughter echoed, spreading throughout every corner of the city. Babidi's once arrogant demeanor vanished. His tone grew somber, and fear filled his gaze. Please, don't kill me. I can make you stronger. Babidi crawled desperately towards Dabura, grasping for this last thread of hope. Please, don't kill me. To Babidi's astonishment, Dabura too began to plead for mercy. Oh, you are the king of the demon realm? The king of the demon realm, reduced to such a pitiful state. Frieza spat, the saliva landing squarely on Dabura's face. A fierce glint emerged in Frieza's eyes. Then perish. Frieza's fingertip emitted a red laser, instantly piercing through the bodies of both, blood spilling from their chests and pooling at Frieza's feet. Humph! Such worthless beings dare call themselves the king of the demon realm? Let me take that title. Frieza kicked the two aside, striding towards the exit of the spaceship. Ha! Next up is that detestable Saiyan. Frieza and Appo's eyes gleamed with cunning, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he recalled unpleasant memories. Chapter 36. The Death of Son Gohan. In the realm of the underworld, the malevolent entity known as Evil Buu stood resolutely before Son Gohan, its sinister gaze never wavering from the young warrior-esque form. A peculiar discomfort washed over Son Gohan, an unsettling sense of oppression rather than fear. Although Evil Buu's appearance had morphed into a more compact and delicate form, its sinister visage remained, now imbued with an even greater menacing aura. Son Gohan paused, acutely attuned to the newfound power emanating from Evil Buu's altered state. How infuriating! I never imagined he could transform as well. This is troublesome. His strength seems to have escalated beyond measure, and I cannot sense it at all. As Son Gohan pondered this, a tremor of malicious delight crossed Evil Buu's lips, its eyes glinting with sadistic anticipation as an eerie laughter echoed forth. Suddenly, a blood-red portal opened above Son Gohan, and a fist descended with tremendous force, bearing the weight of shattered stars. This was a move Son Gohan was all too familiar with. If he remained vigilant and responded swiftly, he could evade it. Yet, he underestimated the speed and power of Evil Buu's attack in this new form. Despite his rapid reaction, the force of the punch sent Son Gohan hurtling through the air. It was astonishingly fast. This creature's abilities are truly uncanny, capable of transcending space itself. With a resounding boom, countless fists emerged from directions Son Gohan could not anticipate. Wherever he attempted to regain his footing, a fist would inexplicably materialize. In a desperate bid, Son Gohan launched himself skyward like a rocket, arms pressed tightly against his sides. A soft glow radiated from his palms, drawing energy from the surroundings as though it were flames from a propellant. Let us see how this works. He crossed his hands above his forehead, releasing the two energies he had meticulously gathered. A vertical beam of yellow light surged toward Evil Buu. However, just as Son Gohan believed he would land a decisive blow, an unforeseen event transpired. Before Evil Buu, a mass of white foam appeared, transforming into a white hole in the next instant. This white hole shielded Evil Buu, absorbing Son Gohan's energy attack entirely. Stunned, Son Gohan stood frozen. He had never encountered such a technique before. Be careful, Mr. Gohan. The urgent voice of Reborn echoed from below, breaking Son Gohan's concentration. Captivated by the white hole, he was oblivious to the ominous foam coalescing behind him. In an instant, a similar white hole emerged, and the energy that Evil Buu had absorbed surged forth from it, aimed directly at Son Gohan. Oh no! Realization struck Son Gohan, just as the beam of light hurtled toward his back, alarmingly close. Just as it was about to engulf him, a faint glow emanated from his body, forming a protective shield with all its might. Boom! Even with the shield, Son Gohan could not evade the full force of the impact. This is bizarre. The strangeness of Evil Buu's attacks was as terrifying as its smile, leaving Son Gohan perplexed. Clutching his chest, he was grateful he had reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Now battered and bruised, Son Gohan knew Evil Buu would not relent. A sly grin reappeared on Evil Buu's face, and an ominous premonition flickered in Son Gohan's mind. In an instant, Evil Buu gathered an immense ball of energy in its mouth, the vivid blue light illuminating the entire underworld. The sheer power of this energy wave was unimaginable. I cannot allow myself to be struck by it. Determined, Son Gohan prepared to flee. The blue energy wave erupted from Evil Buu, soaring into the sky. Confused, Son Gohan looked up, pondering why the energy wave was not directed at him. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him as the familiar scene unfolded once more. The energy wave vanished into the white hole, disappearing into the heavens. In the next moment, a serpentine form emerged from above Son Gohan, poised to consume him whole. With gritted teeth, Son Gohan leaped, narrowly avoiding the vicious serpent. "Watch out! Behind you!" Ribrian's voice rang in his ears once more. What? Son Gohan's heart raced as he turned, only to find the blue light barreling toward him again, invading his vision. Damn it! Son Gohan leapt once more, evading yet another deadly strike. But this was not the end. The energy wave pursued him relentlessly. I cannot keep this up. I will exhaust myself. In a frantic dance of evasion, Son Gohan emitted a faint glow from his hands. Realizing this evasive strategy was futile, he had to counterattack. Came. Haim. Huh. Two beams of varying sizes surged toward each other from opposite directions, colliding with an explosion of blinding white light that engulfed the surroundings. Boom. The deafening sound shook the very foundations of the underworld. Son Gohan was once again thrown back by the violent blast, searing pain radiating throughout his body. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to rise again. Yet, to Son Gohan's astonishment, this was merely the beginning. His dazed gaze drifted skyward, where Evil Buu's malevolent grin once more fixed upon him. In Evil Buu's grasp, a colossal energy sphere began to form, as if preparing to enact a final, devastating judgment upon Son Gohan. Clenching his arm, gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to rise. Came. Haim. But his body swayed unsteadily, failing to support further combat. Crash. Son Gohan collapsed. The vibrant energy sphere, radiant with a kaleidoscope of colors, hurtled toward him, growing brighter and closer. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent explosion erupted upon Son Gohan and Appo's form. Son Gohan was dead. The underworld once more descended into chaos, while the figure of Evil Buu soared towards the mortal realm, unstoppable. Chapter 37. One wave after another on Earth, in the remote wilderness far from the city. A blonde beauty rose early as usual to admire the breathtaking scenery of this idyllic paradise. She stretched her body, revealing her flawless curves. After failing to disturb Vegeta, number 18 had secluded herself here, living a life akin to that of an immortal. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed through the woods, and number 18 immediately became alert. "Who is there?" she called out, her gaze sharp and watchful. Moments later, 3 burly men emerged from the trees. "Who are you?" number 18 demanded, her expression serious as she scrutinized the newcomers. One of them, bearing a scarred face, smirked. "Oh, beauty, you don't remember me?" Another, wearing dark glasses and smoking a cigarette, chimed in. "Forgetful beauties are a common occurrence." Huh? Let us not waste time. Let's just take her. Number 18 racked her brain, finally recalling these 3 men from years ago when they had attempted to take advantage of her beauty, only to be met with her fierce retaliation, resulting in their demise at the edge of a cliff. "What is going on? I thought I killed you," she exclaimed. The scarred man, drooling, sneered. "You filthy woman. Last time we were unprepared, but this time you won to escape." He drew a dagger from his waist, while the man in glasses brandished a gun aimed at number 18. "Let us see how you handle this," he taunted. Number 18, disdainful of these desperate thugs who seemed to have little regard for life. Thought, though she was uncertain how they had returned, she would send them back to hell. With clenched fists and a fiery gaze, she launched a punch that sent all 3 men crashing to the ground. "You scum, tell me, how did you come back to life?" she demanded, pressing her legs down hard on them. I don't know," the scarred man stammered in panic. "I just returned from hell." Unconvinced, number 18 stood, gathering strength in her legs. With a swift motion, she sent the 3 men plummeting off the cliff once more, their cries echoing in the abyss. Having dealt with the ruffians, she turned back towards her wooden cabin when another strange noise caught her attention. She paused, then approached the source of the sound. "Come out. Let me see who you are," she shouted into the brush, but received no reply. Reluctantly, she moved closer to investigate. The crisp sound of footsteps reached the ears of Sheru, who was now on high alert as the distance between them diminished. Number 18 crouched down, peering into the thicket. She froze, her fierce eyes locking onto a grotesque creature staring back at her. "Ah!" she screamed, having never encountered such a monster before. "Number 18, Sheru called out, and at that moment, she stood frozen as he emerged fully from the bushes. Although she was a cyborg, number 18 was still human, and the sight of such an alien creature instilled terror within her. In that instant, Sheru's grotesque tail transformed into a massive maw, lunging toward her head. Realizing the danger, she covered her mouth and limped away in fear, but it was too late. Boom! A blast of energy struck her from behind. Number 18 fell to the ground, and Sheru revealed a triumphant grin, his tail lunging toward her once more. "Ha ha!" Sheru's laughter reverberated throughout the forest. Number 18 was absorbed by Sheru. In the Celestial Palace, an unusual sight unfolded with the arrival of 2 unfamiliar figures, King Kai-Shin and Jebet. "Who is the god of Earth?" Jebet asked, anxiously setting Piccolo's statue in place as he scanned the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Dandy hurriedly approached the 2 superior beings. I am. May I ask?" Dandy stood frozen, mirroring Piccolo's earlier reaction, as an overwhelming aura immobilized him. Who are you?" "I am Jebet, attendant to the King Kai." "This is the supreme deity, King Kai," Jebet introduced dramatically. "King Kai, Lord King Kai," Dandy exclaimed, his body involuntarily kneeling. Witnessing this, King Kai-Shin spoke. "What on earth has transpired? There is an overwhelming amount of resentment here. This could aid in the resurrection of Majin Buu." Recalling the terror of Majin Buu, King Kai-Shin felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him. I apologize. It is my failure," Dandy hastily replied. "Hey, I say." Bulma's voice broke the tense atmosphere. "As the King Kai, don't you know what is happening on Earth? How dare you call yourself a King Kai?" Bulma and Appo's sharp words struck deep into King Kai-Shin and Appo's heart. "You insolent woman." Seeing Bulma disrespecting King Kai, Jebet began to fume, stepping toward her. But the next moment, he was halted by King Kai-Shin's hand. "Jebet," Shin shook his head, signaling him to withdraw. "My apologies, madam. I lost my composure." He bowed deeply, expressing his regret to Bulma, who merely turned her back, scoffing. "Well, I suppose I forgive you." Dandy stood in disbelief, unable to fathom Bulma's boldness. "Dandy, please explain what has happened on Earth," King Kai-Shin urged, prompting Dandy to recount the events of the evil wave. "What? These are the deceased villains. This is disastrous. This is excellent news for Babidi." Upon hearing this, Jebet became flustered and disoriented. "Babidi? Who is that, Lord King Kai?" King Kai-Shin feigned calm, recounting the tales of Majin Buu to the group. A chilling revelation spread among them, igniting a sense of urgency and unrest within the Celestial Palace. "Hey, what is this? It looks so much like Piccolo." Bulma's hand brushed against Piccolo's statue. "Don't touch. This individual has been contaminated by Dabura's saliva and turned into stone." Dandy could hardly believe his ears. "You mean he is Uncle Piccolo?" he gasped, seeking confirmation from King Kai-Shin. King Kai-Shin nodded solemnly. "Indeed, only Dabura's demise can lift the petrification." "What? This is Piccolo." Bulma hastily withdrew her hand, fearing she might shatter the statue, unable to accept that Piccolo had fallen. "Dandy, can you hear me?" The voice of the king echoed in, signaling trouble, and Dandy's expression turned grave. Chapter 38. The power of the divine is so insignificant. "I am the Supreme Kai. Feel free to speak your mind," resonated the Supreme Kai's voice, echoing through the minds of all present in the temple. "Supreme Kai, how could you be here on Earth?" I have come to investigate the matter concerning Majin Buu. What? Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai's expression turned grave. We're in deep trouble. Just as one crisis wanes, another arises. The evil energy wave has broken the shackles of the underworld and come to the mortal realm. What? At that moment, the Supreme Kai's divine composure crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Then, he delivered another shocking piece of news. Furthermore, Son Gohan has been defeated by the evil energy wave. Upon hearing this, Dandy's eyes began to tremble. Even Son Gohan had fallen. Gohan. Tears welled in Bulma's eyes. Over the years, Gohan had trained alongside Vegeta, and she had come to regard him as her own. Dandy's gaze fell upon the room of spirit and time, the only remaining hope resting with the two individuals inside. Son Gohan. Who is he? Questioned the Supreme Kai. He is the offspring of a Saiyan and a human, possessing immense power. The Supreme Kai and Gogeta listened attentively to the Supreme Kai's explanation. This is bad. Dandy's voice shattered the Supreme Kai's thoughts. Gogeta and the Supreme Kai turned towards the startled Dandy, whose pupils widened as he fixed his gaze on the distance. What is it, Dandy? Filled with terror, Dandy stammered. Frieza. Frieza is heading towards the Divine Temple. Frieza? That cosmic pirate? The Supreme Kai slowly rose, as if reigniting the formidable aura of the universe's supreme deity, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Leave it to me. A creature like Frieza can be obliterated with a mere flick of my wrist. Hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Dandy's shattered hope began to mend, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is the Supreme Kai going to take action? This is wonderful. Earth is saved. Above the city, curse those Saiyans. Today, I shall exact my revenge. Frieza recalled the years of torment he endured in hell after being slain by Vegeta, living in the humiliation of his defeat. To prepare for the day of reckoning, he had trained relentlessly in hell, even mastering the ability to sense energy. Now, having been resurrected, he finally seized his opportunity. Frieza closed his eyes, meticulously attempting to sense Vegeta's energy, but no matter how he tried, he could not detect it. Damn it! Is he dead? Impossible. He can only die by my hand. Frieza roared in fury, becoming increasingly agitated. The next moment, he sensed a disturbance. Frieza's gaze shot to the sky. How dare you covet my essence? Frieza's body shot towards the direction of the one spying on him, a menacing figure eager to eliminate the intruder. He was heading straight for the Divine Temple. At the Divine Temple, the Supreme Kai stood resolutely, awaiting Frieza's arrival, a gentle breeze tousling his hair, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in confidence. Here he comes. With a resounding thud, Frieza's sinister grin appeared before them. Father. Frieza. Dandy's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a stark contrast to the Frieza he remembered. Bulma trembled, taking refuge behind Gogeta. Unfazed, the Supreme Kai sneered. So, you're Frieza? Oh, you are the one who covets my power? Frieza dismissed the Supreme Kai, his eyes glinting with malice. I am the Supreme Kai, he declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. Ha ha. Frieza chuckled, saying nothing, merely mocking the Supreme Kai with his gaze. The Supreme Kai's eyes narrowed, feeling the sting of humiliation. Did I permit you to introduce yourself? Frieza's eyes widened, a murderous intent radiating from him, silencing all present. In the next instant, Frieza soared into the air like a blade, charging at the Supreme Kai, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Then today, I shall become a god slayer. Bang! Frieza's speed was overwhelming. The Supreme Kai was hurled against the temple wall by Frieza's tail. It soon became clear to Frieza that this so-called deity was merely a facade. The disparity in power astonishing. What's wrong? Is the power of the divine truly so diminutive? Frieza's fists rained down mercilessly upon the Supreme Kai, who found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught, the overwhelming strength stripping away the divine brilliance. Frieza's laughter grew increasingly deranged. Boom! The Supreme Kai was sent flying once more, his body feeling as heavy as lead. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai? Dandy's face contorted in disbelief. The universe's highest deity was utterly defenseless before Frieza, and hope shattered in an instant. Damn it! Supreme Kai? Gogeta clenched his fists, ready to rush at Frieza. Cough, cough. The Supreme Kai spat blood. Gogeta, don't. Gogeta managed to restrain his emotions, appearing beside the Supreme Kai in the next moment. Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai was gravely wounded, on the brink of collapse. Whoosh. Gogeta employed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. What? The Supreme Kai and the others fled. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this universe's supreme deity had been driven to escape by Frieza. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Kai has become a mere jester. Frieza's raucous laughter echoed across the earth. City, what is going on? Why does it feel like Frieza's army is diminishing? We haven't eliminated that many. Krillin scratched his head, puzzled, addressing Tien and Yamcha. Yamcha and Tien exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Everyone, please, hurry to the Divine Temple. It's urgent. Frieza. Frieza is at the temple. Goku and Trunks are training in the Room of Spirit and Time. They won't emerge for about a day and a half. Dandy. The three exclaimed in unison. Are you saying Frieza? Frieza is at the Divine Temple? What about Piccolo? What about Gohan? Krillin immediately thought of Piccolo and Son Gohan. They knew Piccolo had been by Dandy's side for years, but they were entirely unaware that Piccolo had been turned to stone. Uncle Piccolo has been turned to stone. Gohan. He was killed by the evil energy wave. Dandy's revelation drained the color from their faces. Such powerful warriors as Gohan and Piccolo had fallen. Everyone, do not lose hope. As long as we wait for Trunks and Uncle Goku to emerge, we still have a chance. Everyone, hurry to the Divine Temple. Chapter 39, Resurrection. Majin Buu. At Kami's lookout, Frieza advanced menacingly towards Den. Den's body betrayed him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His eyes reflected sheer terror as he collapsed to the ground, instinctively retreating. Frieza's elation grew with each display of Den's fear. Ho ho ho, your deity has already been vanquished by my hand. How does this feeling of helplessness sit with you? Frieza chuckled malevolently, closing the distance. Inside the city spaceship, Babidi clung to life by a thread, yet he remained fixated on Majin Buu's cocoon. He knew his survival hinged on Buu's resurrection, which would mend his grievous injuries. His gaze drifted to Dabura, who also barely clung to life. And then to the energy gauge on the screen. It was tantalizingly close to completion. In a desperate gamble, he channeled his last vestiges of magical energy, forcing Dabura's body towards the cocoon. Dabura's remaining energy was ruthlessly extracted and transferred into the cocoon. The cocoon began to convulse violently, releasing torrents of steam. Suddenly, it burst asunder, splitting in two, revealing nothing within. Babidi's eyes widened in disbelief, and a maelstrom of emotions surged through him. No, where is my Majin Buu? Unexpectedly, the escaping steam coalesced into a cloud of pink mist, which then solidified, and Majin Buu was reborn. Hope rekindled in Babidi's heart, his hands trembling. He reached out to Buu, his voice a mere whisper of pain. Save me. The portly Majin Buu gazed upon the dying Babidi, a flicker of pity in his eyes. He placed his hands upon Babidi's chest, and a surge of green light pulsed forth. Miraculously, Babidi rose to his feet, rejuvenated. Excellent. Majin Buu, you are finally resurrected. I am your master, Babidi. Babidi ecstatically embraced Buu, but in the next moment, Buu's stomach rumbled audibly. I'm hungry, Babidi. Call me master. Show some respect. Babidi snapped, his demeanor shifting. Buu's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, his expression souring. Humph. If you disobey, I'll seal you away again. Babidi threatened, which immediately subdued Buu. Master, I'm hungry. Babidi conjured a chocolate bar and offered it to Buu. Buu snatched it gleefully and devoured it in one bite. So sweet. Buu exclaimed, his face radiant with childlike joy as the chocolate melted in his mouth. Master, I'm still so hungry. Babidi, still depleted from his recent exertion, lacked the magical reserves to conjure more food. He turned his gaze towards the Gula and King Cold puppets. Here are 2 supersized candies. If you want them, find a way to get them yourself. I am truly brilliant. This will not only test Buu's magical abilities, but also conserve my own magic. As Babidi congratulated himself, the antenna on Buu's head emitted a strange ray, striking the 2 puppets on the ground. Instantly, 2 enormous lollipops materialized. Fantastic. Majin Buu is truly back. So noisy. Can you be quieter? Buu retorted. What did you say? Say that again, and I'll cast the incantation to seal you away. Babidi rebuked, hands on his hips. Buu, though resentful, held his tongue, distracting himself by licking his lollipop. Seeing Buu's silence, Babidi beamed. Buu, eat quickly, and then we'll avenge ourselves against Frieza. Revenge against Frieza? The cunning old fox was foremost on Babidi's mind. Frieza? What's that? Is there a lot of food inside? Buu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Babidi grinned wickedly. Haha, kill him, and you'll get plenty of food. Everything seemed perfect, entirely under Babidi's control. But in an instant, the unexpected was about to unfold. Buu's body began to undergo a transformation. His eyes turned malevolent, and steam poured from the pores on his head. What's wrong? Buu, don't scare me. Babidi retreated, witnessing the unsettling metamorphosis. In the next moment, a gaunt, dark Buu emerged from the steam. The two Buus locked eyes. Who are you? The chubby Buu demanded. I am Majin Buu. Liar. If you're Majin Buu, then who am I? The two Buus vehemently argued, bewildering Babidi. Magnificent. I possess two Buus. Babidi cheered, only to incur the wrath of both Majin Buus. So noisy. Shut up. They exclaimed in unison. How dare you mimic me? They continued, repeating the same words. Enraged by their insubordination, Babidi flew into a rage. How dare you treat me like this? Today. Before he could finish, the lean Buu waved his hand, and Babidi's mouth was instantly sealed shut with a mass of flesh, rendering him speechless. Now you can't recite any incantations. Haha. Next. Babidi's abdomen began to swell uncontrollably, expanding to the size of a balloon in a matter of seconds. Babidi's eyes widened in agony as excruciating pain coursed through his body. Yet his abdomen continued to inflate. Pop! The balloon exploded, scattering viscera in every direction. The lean Buu licked the blood from his lips. Delicious. Fatty. Soon I'll devour you as well. The lean Buu's tongue slithered across the chubby Buu's face, a repulsive gesture. Who are you? The chubby Buu persisted. I am you. Merely a completely evil version of you, born from the two candy bars you just consumed. Haha. Thank you for devouring those two beings filled with malevolence. Their wicked thoughts nourished me, giving rise to the current me. With that, the lean Buu unleashed a torrent of power, lunging at the chubby Buu, each loathing the other. They engaged in a brutal melee. The chubby Buu's heavy blows aimed at the lean Buu were effortlessly evaded. Bang! A powerful kick sent the chubby Buu crashing into a wall. He retaliated by launching a piece of his flesh, which enveloped the lean Buu. In an instant, the lean Buu tore free of the fleshy prison and devoured it in a single gulp. Seeing his attack thwarted, the chubby Buu conjured an energy blast, targeting the lean Buu. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as the two energy blasts collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Enraged, the chubby Buu unleashed a mystic ray upon the lean Buu. Turn into chocolate. The lean Buu smirked, remaining motionless, and blew a gust of air, deflecting the ray back towards the chubby Buu, striking him squarely in the face. Shoo! The chubby Buu was transformed into a chocolate bar, which the lean Buu pulled towards himself and swallowed whole. At that moment, a new, malevolent Buu with a sinister visage materialized above the city. His gaze, like icy blades, pierced the heart, sending shivers down the spine. His pupils flickered with an eerie light, as if concealing an abyss of darkness and evil. Chapter 40. United against Frisia in the temple. Frisia's gaze was exceptionally fierce, with his pupils flickering with a blood-red light, revealing a potent aura of malice and murderous intent. His claws extended menacingly towards Dandy's neck. Suddenly, bang! An unidentified object struck Frisia's back, causing no pain but eliciting an uncomfortable sensation of being ambushed. Frisia turned around, fixing his glare on the source of the disturbance. Bulma trembled, her hands quaking and her legs shaking, gripping a handgun tightly. Dandy must not die. If he perished, the Dragon Balls would vanish. This would prevent Gohan and Piccolo from being revived. As long as the Dragon Balls remained, there was still hope. Bulma gritted her teeth. Despite facing the icy demon Frisia, she was willing to risk everything to draw his attention. Miss, do you wish to die? Frisia's form obeyed Bulma's wish, moving away from Dandy and striding directly towards her. Dandy. Tears welled up in Dandy's eyes. He never expected Bulma would resort to such desperate measures to save him. It was over. It was over. Frisia would kill him. No, he feared pain. Fear and tension enveloped Bulma as her gaze fixated on the hyperbolic time chamber. Frisia's claws were raised high, a dense energy ball forming in his hand, inching closer to Bulma's face. Gogeta. Trunks. Save me. A continuous cry echoed above the temple. Frisia's expression growing increasingly sinister, showing no intention of sparing Bulma. New spirit bomb. Bulma, get down. As the words left his mouth, Frisia's body froze in place, and Bulma quickly moved toward Krillin and Yamcha. Are you all right, Bulma? Krillin supported the trembling Bulma, his eyes fixed intently on Frisia. Frisia strained to look up at the sky, where Tien, a three-eyed bald man, was glaring fiercely while forming a triangular hand gesture. What is this technique? Frisia exerted all his strength to break free from Tien's hold, but the confinement was too strong, rendering him immobile. Everyone, attack now! Tien cried out in anguish. This technique was supported by his very life. Seeing this, Krillin and Yamcha unleashed their signature moves. Kamehameha. Energy Sphere. The Kamehameha and Energy Sphere intertwined, striking towards Frieza like a swift serpent. Frieza's veins bulged, his body taut with an inexplicable fear. The Kamehameha and Energy Sphere struck him directly. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Frieza appeared unscathed before everyone's eyes. Haha, that was nothing. It turned out his earlier concerns were entirely unwarranted. Frieza smirked, looking down on them with disdain. How infuriating. This creature is far too powerful, and we are to blame for our weakness, Krillin lamented. His teeth clenched in frustration. In that fleeting moment, Frieza began to move, his shrimp-like back straightening once more, and Tien's control began to wane. Not good. Tien adjusted his focus on Frieza, enlarging the triangular lens in his hand. New Spirit Bomb. Boom. 2 energy blasts surged toward Frieza, who once again hunched over. His expression twisted in rage. How dare you, Earthlings? I will slaughter you all. Quick. Everyone, continue. The two nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, Yamcha charged at Frieza, unleashing his famous Wolf-Fang fist. Rat-a-tat-tat. Frieza, unable to defend himself, was severely battered by Yamcha's flurry of punches, rendering him a mere lamb at the mercy of the slaughter. Humans are the knives, and Frieza is but the meat. Screech. Yamcha's claws tore across Frieza's cheek, blood spilling forth. Frieza licked his own blood, enraged. What? Blood? How dare you defile me? I will tear you into pieces. Yamcha, get back. Energy Slice. Frieza remained immobilized as Krillin's energy slice glided toward him, Frieza's brow furrowing as the eerie disc threatened to cleave him in two. How infuriating. Arc. In that critical moment, Frieza's energy surged within him, his life threatened, causing a tumultuous outburst of power. Crimson flames enveloped his white aura, and Frieza's curled form began to straighten. Boom. A burst of red light erupted, and Frieza broke free from the Spirit Bomb and Appo's restraint. Tien and Appo's body slowly descended from the sky, expending his final ounce of strength to prevent a free fall to the ground. Frieza had gone mad, continuously roaring as if he were a demon unleashed from confinement. I will kill you all. In the next instant, Frieza conjured a crimson energy sphere, its dazzling light eclipsing the sun, embodying unimaginable power. With a furious cry, the crimson energy sphere shattered, unleashing countless smaller energy waves that scattered like a torrential downpour throughout the temple, resulting in explosions and deep craters wherever they landed. You wretched Earthlings, today you shall all perish. The temple was engulfed by this storm of destruction. Boom. It's over. Yamcha shielded Tien from the energy waves, and the three found themselves at a loss once more. An energy wave hurtled toward Bulma, who, filled with dread, trembled at the thought of facing such chaos. She shut her eyes tightly, her thoughts consumed by Gogeta, that invincible man. Gogeta, save me. Tap. A crisp sound resonated as a green arm deflected the energy wave. Bulma opened her eyes to find herself unharmed, sitting in place. Piccolo. Indeed, it was Piccolo, his white cape and towering figure shielding Bulma. Everyone, come behind me. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber. What is happening? Gogeta and Trunks stared intently at the door. Boom. Another strange sound echoed, leaving them frozen in place as a wisp of blue smoke wafted from the chamber's entrance. What? The door to the time chamber has been breached. Trunks exclaimed, astonished. This is bad. It seems something has transpired outside. Gogeta, save me. Bulma's voice reverberated within the time chamber. Bulma's voice. Mom. Dad. It's Mom's voice. Chapter 41. Piccolo vs. Frieza at the temple. The resurrection of Piccolo left the onlookers in disbelief. Uncle Piccolo. Dandy's eyes rekindled with hope. Piccolo, weren't you turned to stone? Krillin supported Tien, who was still recovering. I don't know why I suddenly came back, Piccolo replied. At that moment, Frieza's radiant energy began to swell as he channeled more power into the energy sphere. Damn it. This is not the time for idle chatter. A wall of light suddenly appeared before Piccolo, enveloping the group and creating a temporary sanctuary. Thank goodness. Piccolo is here. We are saved. Just then, countless energy blasts struck the light wall with precision. Damn it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, amplifying his energy to conjure a thicker wall of light. So you are that Namekian? Frieza scrutinized the green-skinned Piccolo, as if recalling a past encounter. Oh, I remember now. It's you. Frisia's memories of his previous visit to Earth surfaced, stirring up long-buried recollections. Damn it, you remind me of unpleasant memories. Clenching his fist, Frisia charged towards the group. Get out of the way. Piccolo leaped into action, channeling all his power into his fist to meet Frisia's assault. Boom. Dust erupted as the two formidable forces clashed, blinding the onlookers in the temple. Their fists met with a forceful impact, locked in a struggle, neither willing to relent. Frisia's expression remained ferocious, resembling a crazed beast. No, with my current strength, defeating Frisia should be effortless. Yet why does it feel so challenging? Piccolo's eyes widened in surprise. Unaware that Frisia had undergone a transformation since his resurrection, far from the weakling who once fell to Goku's strike. It seems I must unleash my true power. Piccolo concentrated all his might, and a powerful whirlwind erupted from either side of his fist. The gust howled, relentlessly buffeting Frisia's face as Piccolo's fist drew closer to landing a blow. That Namekian. Quite impressive. Frisia smirked, unleashing his full power, channeling it into his own fist. Boom. An even stronger tempest emanated from Frisia's palm, infused with unprecedented force. Piccolo's fist was pushed back, his body propelled away by the overwhelming force. I underestimated Frisia's strength. Piccolo's brow furrowed as he realized the gravity of the situation. He removed his headgear, revealing two vibrant green antennae. His hands moved toward his cloak, tearing it off with a swift motion, an indication that he was now serious. Huh. With a thunderous roar, an immense aura enveloped Piccolo from all directions. His power reached new heights, and he entered a heightened state, charging towards Frisia with blinding speed that left the onlookers in awe. The second round officially commenced. The two exchanged powerful punches, the sounds of their strikes echoing in the air as they sought each other's weaknesses to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, neither granted the other an opportunity. Every punch landed with bone-crushing force, creating sparks upon impact. The spectators in the temple were left speechless. It's too fast. I can't even keep up. Yamcha nodded in agreement with Krillin's assessment. Piccolo launched a ferocious kick to Frisia's abdomen, who struggled to evade the onslaught. However, Piccolo's speed was astonishingly swift. Bam! A punch landed squarely on Frisia's face, causing a torrent of bile to spew forth, splattering Piccolo's fist with the viscous liquid. Damn it! Frisia quickly created distance to regain his composure. Excellent. Piccolo, keep it up. Give Frisia a beating. Seeing Piccolo gain the upper hand, Bulma cheered, only to be met with Frisia's lethal glare, prompting her to retreat behind Krillin in silence. Piccolo's expression remained grave. He understood that Frisia's true power was far from exhausted. Frisia's energy surged once more, his body coiling with latent power as he charged at Piccolo again. The two became entangled once more, fists and legs flying in a whirlwind of blows. Suddenly, Frisia accelerated, aiming a strike at Piccolo's head. Piccolo instinctively dodged, but it was merely a feint. Frisia grinned slyly, his tail whipping towards Piccolo's abdomen. Crack! The sound of tail meeting flesh resonated, followed by a devastating blow that sent Piccolo crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. As I suspected, Frisia has indeed grown stronger. Just as Piccolo pondered his predicament, Frisia radiated a crimson glow, descending like a brilliant meteor towards the earth. Today is your end, Namekian. Frisia's voice dripped with rage, madness consuming him as an intense killing intent bore down on Piccolo. Though apprehensive, Piccolo knew he could not falter at such a critical moment. In the next instant, he began to spin rapidly, conjuring three identical doppelgangers before the astonished crowd. It's the afterimage technique. Truly remarkable. Piccolo, Krillin recognized the technique immediately. The sudden appearance of three identical Piccolos halted Frisia in his tracks, as he had never encountered such an elusive maneuver. What is this? How did they multiply? Damn it, I'll destroy them all. Frisia's flames ignited once more, charging at Piccolo's doppelgangers. Yet, in that moment, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within Frisia as he observed the doppelgangers latch onto him like leeches. Impervious to pain, the flames enveloping Frisia were extinguished by the clones, confusion giving way to terror as he realized he had been deceived. Damn it, no. Frisia struggled with all his might to break free, but to no avail, his eyes filled with defiance, bloodshot, and brimming with rage. Special beam cannon. A spiraling beam of energy descended from above, piercing through Frisia's form. A fleeting glimmer of resentment and regret flickered in Frisia's eyes as they spurred him towards a desperate resolve. His hands glimmered faintly. Not good. Piccolo recalled witnessing Goku's defeat of Frieza during his training with King Kai. Frieza had been in a similar state then. A green figure materialized before Frieza, their gazes locking in an intense confrontation. Light of death. Boom. Frieza was propelled dozens of meters away, soaring out of the temple and plummeting towards the mortal realm. Incredible. Piccolo. The crowd rushed towards Piccolo, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace, their joy of victory undeniable. Chapter 42. The request of the Kaioshin in the realm of the Kaioshin. Under the careful treatment of Gogeta, Kaioshin Shin had regained his strength. This journey to Earth had proven to be perilous beyond his expectations. As Frieza had ascended to an unexpectedly formidable level, he remained fixated on the crystal ball, scrutinizing the fierce battle between Piccolo and Frieza. Now he sat upright, his gaze vacant, utterly engrossed in the confrontation. Gogeta, Kaioshin Shin's voice quivered, but soon it transformed into exuberance. The universe is saved. Quickly, inform the Kai that this individual named Piccolo must be dispatched to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu. Gogeta turned around, perplexed. What is it, my Lord Kaioshin? Shin pointed towards the crystal ball, where the very Frieza who had so easily inflicted severe injury upon him was now being obliterated by Piccolo. Gogeta was equally incredulous. Could such a powerful warrior truly exist on Earth? His eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he watched the spectacle unfold. Stunned, Gogeta queried, My Lord Kaioshin, why not go directly to Earth and inform them? A flush of embarrassment colored Kaioshin Shin's face. Gogeta, must you mention that? If it were known that the supreme deity of the universe was so easily vanquished by Frieza, where would my dignity reside? Clearing his throat, he added, Let the inhabitants of Earth handle their own affairs. Understood. I shall notify the Kai immediately. In the realm of the Kai, a figure suddenly materialized before the Kai. Gogeta. The Kai's body quivered. Please, inform Piccolo on Earth to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. The Kai stood still, hesitating to respond. What is it, my lord? Gogeta pressed on. With a serious demeanor, the Kai finally revealed. Majin Buu has already been resurrected. Those few words struck Gogeta's soul at its most vulnerable point, freezing him in place, his nerves taut. Reborn. The Kai nodded affirmatively. I will promptly alert the inhabitants of Earth to stop Majin Buu. Is this Majin Buu truly as terrifying as you describe? Gogeta recounted the horrific tales of Majin Buu to the Kai, which etched disbelief across the Kai's countenance. Is there truly no way to stop Majin Buu? The Kai gazed at Gogeta, seeking an answer. Gogeta's heart sank again. While there is no direct method, we could have that warrior named Piccolo wield the Kaioshin sword to eliminate Majin Buu. Hope rekindled in the Kai's eyes. The Kaioshin sword? That is a blade capable of severing all evil. Gogeta spoke with immense confidence, yet reminded, only an absolute warrior is worthy to wield this sword. An absolute warrior. The Kai murmured, conjuring the image of Gogeta in his mind. However, time was of the essence, and they remained unaware of the tumultuous changes occurring outside the hyperbolic time chamber. I can recommend one individual, a warrior even stronger than Piccolo. The Kai's decisive declaration filled Gogeta with renewed hope. Someone stronger than Piccolo. The Kai solemnly declared the name, Gohan. However, he perished while battling against the evil energy wave and is currently in a state of death. Where is he now? In the afterlife, trapped within the confines of the evil energy wave's barrier. Upon hearing this, Gogeta's face lit up with a smile. His instant transmission would prove invaluable. Although his combat power was lacking, he could traverse the realms with ease. I understand, Kai. In the afterlife, Gohan strained to break the barrier and reach the mortal realm to thwart the evil energy wave, but his efforts yielded no results. He collapsed to the ground, helplessly gazing at the sky. Suddenly, an unfamiliar face loomed close, startling him. Ah! Gohan screamed, flailing in panic. Who are you? Apologies for the urgency, Gogeta exclaimed as he swiftly grasped Gohan's arm, and in an instant, they returned to the Kaioshin realm. Upon seeing Gogeta return with a stranger, the Kaioshin inquired, Who is this? Gohan. The Kai claims he is even stronger than Piccolo. He must wield the Kaioshin sword against Majin Buu. Gohan stood bewildered. Yet the mention of Piccolo and the Kai reassured him that he was not in danger. What is Majin Buu? Gohan was utterly unaware of the current crisis, only familiar with the evil energy wave. Understanding Gohan's confusion, Kaioshin Shin elaborated on the strange occurrences plaguing Earth. Dreadful. Majin Buu? And Frieza too. Where is the Kaioshin sword? I must wield it to save Earth. Exchanging glances, Gogeta and the Kaioshin smiled, then summoned the Kaioshin sword. Ahem, This sword is quite heavy. Most cannot lift it. Gogeta cautioned Gohan. With a swift motion, Gohan seized the sword, swiftly wielding it, the blade gleaming with radiant power. Both men stood in shock. No previous Kaioshin had ever managed to handle it so effortlessly. Such a sharp blade. Though it feels somewhat unwieldy, Gohan mused, attributing it to his current state before transforming into a Super Saiyan with a mighty roar. The surge of raw power caused both men to ponder deeply. Suddenly, a cracking sound interrupted their thoughts, coinciding with Gohan's halted movements. The Kaioshin's sword has shattered. Both the Kai and Gogeta screamed in unison. It's broken. At that moment, their hearts raced with disbelief, akin to a stampede of 1,000 llamas. I'm sorry, Gohan stammered, scratching his head awkwardly like a child caught in mischief. A sudden cough drew their attention, revealing an androgynous, disheveled elder appearing before them. I am the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. Gogeta and Kaioshin Shin embraced each other in shock. The shattering of the Kaioshin sword had already dealt them a significant blow. And now a third presence emerged in their realm. The old Kaioshin paid little heed to them. Who released me? Gohan raised his hand in confusion. I expected it to be a former Kaioshin, but it seems I was mistaken. You are merely a human. The elder Kaioshin's gaze shifted to the startled Shin and Gogeta, sensing their apprehension, causing both to stand at attention. Old Master, the universe is under threat. The Kaioshin sword is broken, and we cannot stop Majin Buu. Kaioshin Shin directly addressed the gravity of the situation. How dangerous is it? Let me see. The elder leaned closer to the crystal, observing the chaos engulfing Earth, where malevolence reigned supreme. Indeed, the situation is quite dire. However, with the Kaioshin sword lost, I am still here. The three fixed their eyes intently, awaiting the elder's next move. Old Master, will you personally enter the fray? Kaioshin Shin asked with anticipation, only to be met with a scathing reprimand from the elder. You ungrateful offspring, do you wish for me to embrace death? The old Kai lowered his head, inquiring about the significance of your presence. The old Supreme Kai turned around, a knowing smile gracing his face as his gaze settled upon Gohan. Who would have thought you would consider wielding the Supreme Kai sword? It seems the universe is indeed in peril, and this young man's ability to sever the sword signifies that he surpasses you in strength. Allow me to enhance his power. Gohan listened intently to the old Supreme Kai's words. Enhance my power. The old Supreme Kai nodded, affirming, yes, unlocking potential. You too. Quickly gather the materials for potential enhancement. Ensure that we have ample resources akin to these texts. As he spoke, the old Supreme Kai retrieved a book from behind him and handed it to the two, who instantly flushed with embarrassment. However, this was the request of our ancestor, and it pertained to potential enhancement. They had no choice but to begin preparations. Now, close your eyes. We shall commence shortly. The old Supreme Kai beckoned Gohan, indicating for him to sit down. But, don't we need the materials first? Gohan asked, bewildered. You need not concern yourself. Leave it to me. Gohan complied and sat down as the old Supreme Kai, holding a book, began to perform some peculiar dance around him. Chapter 43, Majin Buu, Frieza vs. Evil Shenron on Earth. In a desolate wilderness, a horde of Frieza's soldiers was being ruthlessly pursued by a pink demon. Turn into snacks for me. Transform into chocolate. Ahaha. Become jelly beans. The newly awakened evil puppet was filled with curiosity about this world and began to explore. A group of oblivious Frieza soldiers stumbled upon him, leading to the chaotic scene just described. The evil puppet was overjoyed, akin to a child. So sweet. Delicious. I want more candy. Clang. A foreign object fell from the sky, landing with a thud that captured Majin Buu's attention. What is this? As the evil puppet approached for a closer look, he discovered a lizard, bloodied and impaled, yet seemingly still alive. Frieza was on the brink of death, but in the next moment, the evil puppet was drawn to the power emanating from him, the very force that would revive him. The evil puppet leaned closer to Frieza's form, observing intently. The look in his eyes was one of resentment and defiance. Hiss! Even in his weakened state, Frieza exuded an aura of malevolence, issuing a fierce warning. In response, the evil puppet made a face, which only infuriated Frieza further, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. How dare this creature show disrespect to me? At that moment, the pink hand of the puppet rested upon Frieza's body. A green light burst forth, and Frieza thought he was on the verge of death, only to be surprised by the intense sensation of comfort that washed over him. Frieza's wounds began to heal completely, and his body gradually returned to normal. In the next instant, he stood upright once more. Why? Frieza asked, bewildered. Because your evil excites me. Oh ha ha. The evil puppet thumped its chest, emitting a primal howl, then exchanged a smile with Frieza. The one before him had saved his life. Frieza, in a gesture of gratitude, performed a gentlemanly bow. Thank you for saving me. Before he could finish, a strange figure appeared before them, dressed in gray armor, with blood-red skin and a sinister face. Evil Shenron. The newcomer was none other than the evil Shenron who had emerged from the depths of hell. Benefactor, is this your friend? Frieza inquired, addressing evil Shenron. Majin Buu shook his head vehemently. I have no such hideous friends. Evil Shenron's eyes began to tremble, a malevolent glare fixed upon the two. Evil Shenron. Majin Buu sensed the murderous intent radiating from this creature. What's wrong? Are you unable to speak? You seem angry, but so what? Ugly thing. Evil Shenron. Fury ignited within evil Shenron. He detested being insulted above all else. In the next moment, a colossal fist descended from the sky towards Majin Buu. Even Majin Buu was taken aback. Neither had ever witnessed such a bizarre technique, and both Frieza and Majin Buu were struck, sent flying. Damn it. Die. Majin Buu was furious. He would not stand for such treatment. Join me, he commanded Frieza. Though Frieza was somewhat displeased, he had no choice but to unite with Majin Buu to combat evil Shenron as another fist descended from above. Meanwhile, from the Chaos Palace, Piccolo, who had rushed to stop Majin Buu, stumbled upon this scene. What? Wasn't Frieza killed by me? Huh. Who is that pink creature and this monster? What terrifying power? Could it be Majin Buu and evil Shenron? Frieza bellowed, his energy surging as he charged towards evil Shenron. How dare you mock me? I will tear you apart. A pink glow emanated from Frieza's hands as two energy discs materialized, which he directed towards evil Shenron. Evil Shenron. In an instant, evil Shenron transformed into countless tiny blocks, vanishing from their sight. This act astonished Piccolo for a century. Evil Shenron. It is indeed him. No wonder Gohan fell to his demise. Piccolo clenched his fists, concern mounting within him. What kind of move is this? Damn it. Even Majin Buu began to complain. Frieza's expression mirrored his anxiety. He had never encountered such a creature. Evil Shenron regarded them with contempt, mocking their plight. Evil Shenron. Majin Buu was furious. How dare you insult me? Frieza looked bewildered. Huh, can you understand him? Majin Buu ignored Frieza, his anger propelling him to charge at evil Shenron. He conjured a pink energy sphere, small in size yet radiant, indicating the formidable power contained within. But just as he approached evil Shenron, the latter transformed into countless pixels, reappearing behind Frieza. Frieza was utterly oblivious to what was transpiring until a strange noise erupted from behind. Evil Shenron. The brilliant energy blast that Majin Buu had thrown emerged from Frieza's back. Boom. A violent explosion erupted behind Frieza, illuminating his grotesque face with a blinding light. It's over. Frieza is surely doomed now. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, seemingly worried for Frieza. Frieza was battered, covered in wounds. The impact had dealt him a severe blow, blood streaming from his back, rendering him unsteady. Damn it. You have angered me. In the next moment, Frieza soared into the sky, raising his hands high as energy gathered in his palms. This was his signature move. Planet Destruction Ball. Frieza unleashed his hands, hurling the ball toward evil Shenron. Madman. He will destroy the earth. Piccolo berated Frieza, preparing to intervene. But in the next moment, Piccolo halted. Evil Shenron. Evil Shenron conjured an energy sphere of equal size to Frieza's and casually tossed it toward the Planet Destruction Ball. The two energy spheres seemed to draw upon one another, colliding at an astonishing speed, yet unexpectedly, no explosion occurred. Evil Shenron's energy sphere began to consume Frieza's, swelling in size as it raced towards Frieza's body. Damn it! Frieza had no time to evade. His hands were enveloped by the energy, reaching toward the sphere, and in an instant, searing pain engulfed his entire being. Frieza screamed in agony. Damn it! At this rate, the earth will explode. I refuse to die? Majin Buu. Come help me. Hearing Frieza's desperate cries, Majin Buu joined Frieza's plea. In the shadows, Piccolo broke into a cold sweat, unexpectedly concerned for these two malevolent beings. Go for it. Frieza and Majin Buu. Chapter 44. Frieza Buu vs. Evil Shenron. What? Evil Shenron is facing Frieza and Majin Buu? They are fighting. How splendid. Jebbet's gaze remained fixated on the crystal ball, captivated by the spectacle before him, unwilling to look away. However, King Kai-Shin could hardly share in the excitement, for he understood that regardless of who emerged victorious among the three, the outcome would ultimately spell trouble. Why does it seem that Majin Buu poses far less danger than evil Shinron? Jebit nudged the distracted Shin. What is the current situation? He placed the crystal ball before King Kai, beaming with delight. Look, Frieza and Majin Buu are actually protecting Earth. What? King Kai could scarcely believe his ears. He rubbed his eyes and peered into the crystal ball, only to confirm Jebit's assertion. King Kai-Shin joined Jebit in watching the unfolding scene. On Earth, under the combined efforts of Frieza and Majin Buu, a colossal energy sphere began to reverse its course, and through their collaboration, the crisis was successfully averted. But how infuriating! Frieza collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while Majin Buu, due to his unique physiology, remained completely unfazed by fatigue. Majin Buu stared at the terrifying visage of evil Shinron, feeling an unexpected chill. This wretch is far too peculiar. His energy surpasses my own. If this continues, I shall be at a disadvantage. It seems I have underestimated this world. Majin Buu, how can you not feel tired? After their recent battle, Frieza had entirely lowered his guard against Majin Buu. His words piqued Buu's interest. Ah, this creature possesses power that rivals my own, though he lacks my enduring stamina. If we combine our strengths, perhaps we could stand against this monster. Because you lack infinite stamina. Come, relax. I shall restore your energy. Majin Buu's smile was unsettling. Yet Frieza, recalling that Buu had saved him once, did not refuse. Slowly, Majin Buu extended his hand towards Frieza, but in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. I'm just kidding. Ha ha. In a flash, his back morphed into a massive flesh net, ensnaring Frieza's form. Frieza attempted to flee, yet in his current state, he lacked the strength even to struggle. Ultimately, he was left with a look of sheer terror as he was absorbed, a whimper escaping him as he became part of Majin Buu's flesh, returning to his body. In an instant, Majin Buu's form began to transform. His face became a mass of flesh, ultimately assuming Frieza's distinctive appearance. A tail sprouted from behind him, and he grew to Frieza's height. A brand new Majin Buu was born. Ha ha. This is power. Piccolo was stunned, unable to fathom that Majin Buu possessed such a terrifying ability. No wonder even King Kai regarded him with trepidation. Ha ha ha, grotesque creature. Die. In a flash, Majin Buu's fingertips coalesced into a crimson laser, growing increasingly radiant with time. This was Frieza's signature technique, now wielded by Majin Buu. Countless beams surged toward evil Shinron with the ferocity of a tempest, but in the next moment, to Majin Buu's astonishment, the onslaught was entirely absorbed by evil Shinron, reappearing from another direction. What? Majin Buu was taken aback. What an eerie skill. How infuriating. If only I could use it. The laser, like a torrential downpour, surged toward Majin Buu. Yet, at that moment, he remained unfazed, already devising a countermeasure. Humph, this shall not deter me. In an instant, Majin Buu rapidly disassembled into countless small flesh fragments, scattering in all directions, successfully evading the laser. Monsters. They are all monsters. Piccolo observed the extraordinary skills of both Majin Buu and evil Shinron. He had thought his own ability to regenerate was remarkable. Yet these two creatures exhibited even more unfathomable powers. Hey, grotesque creature. Is that all you can do? Merely reflect others' techniques? Utterly useless. Evil Shinron stood still, seemingly oblivious to Piccolo's taunts. His expression darkened as he gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand, the very technique that had severely injured Gohan. Just then, a strange noise interrupted evil Shinron's actions. A colossal flesh net surged toward him from behind. Having witnessed Frieza's absorption, he understood the implications. Success. Oh ha ha ha. Majin Buu erupted into a baboon-like cackle, but his laughter abruptly ceased as evil Shinron's form disintegrated into countless pixels, reassembling before him, successfully evading the flesh net. With a crackle, a blue energy blast ignited in evil Shinron's hand, followed by a thunderous explosion that tore Majin Buu's form asunder once more. Evil Shinron remained stationary, gazing at the scattered, writhing flesh. The grotesque remnants began to coalesce again, though this time the process took significantly longer. How vexing. The arrogance in Majin Buu's eyes had vanished. He realized that this demon was far more formidable than himself. It seemed absorbing him was out of the question. This monster's abilities were not to be trifled with. In the shadows, Piccolo cautiously observed the battle, unaware that danger loomed nearby. Majin Buu had long since detected his presence. The recent disintegration was not merely to evade attacks. There was a deeper intention at play. Come forth. Do not hide. Majin Buu's sudden declaration left Piccolo in shock. What? When did he discover me? I had concealed my energy so well. Realizing he could no longer remain hidden, Piccolo straightened up. In that moment, the mass of flesh began to adhere to him. What? Piccolo trembled, discomfort coursing through him as he found himself enveloped by the mass of flesh. How could this happen? Before he could finish, Piccolo was absorbed. The mass of flesh returned to Majin Buu, who underwent yet another transformation. Now donning the cloak of Frieza Buu, standing ominously upon the barren expanse. Heavenly Realm. Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is dead. Dandy slumped to the ground, bewildered. How could the invincible Piccolo have perished so inexplicably? The others in the heavenly realm shared his incredulity, struggling to accept the reality, but upon sensing the energy, they confirmed Piccolo's presence had vanished. Despair enveloped them all. Chapter 45. Breaking through the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks gazed at the destroyed entrance, his mind echoing with Bulma's piercing screams. His expression was grave, filled with concern. Something significant must have occurred outside. Bulma is in danger. After months of training, Trunks had mastered his energy, yet his volatile temperament caused Vegeta to worry. Despite his diligent efforts to rein in the tumultuous energy within him, it began to stir once more as time progressed. During their sparring sessions, there had been several instances of him losing control, even causing Vegeta to feel somewhat helpless on a couple of occasions. Vegeta, too, wore a serious expression. The destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber's door indicated that their enemies had reached the Supreme Kai's domain. A sense of foreboding washed over him, leading to a bold decision. Trunks, we must cease our training. The situation outside is uncertain, but it is clear that something grave has transpired. Based on the timeline, it could only be Majin Buu. Given Gohan's current strength, he should be able to subdue Majin Buu. But Dad, how are we going to get out? Vegeta smiled confidently, ready to breach the hyperbolic time chamber. In an instant, he summoned all his energy, his body bending slightly as an overwhelming force erupted from within, filling every corner of the chamber. In a mere thought, the energy swirled like a tornado, causing the chamber to tremble violently. Vegeta's roar echoed through the empty chamber, even the reverberations brimming with power. Dad, Trunks was stunned. This was merely the aura of Vegeta in his normal state, and he instantly realized that Vegeta had been holding back during their training. So that is how it is. Using energy to break through the hyperbolic time chamber. I understand now, Dad. I will assist you. Trunks crouched, gathering all his energy in his back. Whoosh. The two powerful auras began to shake the hyperbolic time chamber, and signs of disintegration began to manifest in the space around them. Their energies gradually shifted from white to golden hues. Trunks shouted with all his might. And in a flash, his hair stood on end, revealing a hint of coldness in his brow. Super Saiyan Trunks. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood like an immovable mountain, exerting an overwhelming presence within the chamber. In an instant, golden light flickered as Super Saiyan Vegeta emerged. Trunks, keep going. Vegeta observed the signs of the chamber closely, already spotting a crack, but it was not sufficient alone. Under Vegeta's urging, Trunks unleashed his energy without reservation, filling the pristine white space with streams of golden light. Whoosh! The intensified flames swirled around Trunks, indicating that he had reached his Super Saiyan full power state. Is this all I can do? It seems I must rely on myself. If he loses control, it should be easy for him. Hey Vegeta, stop stalling. Vegeta, growing impatient, noted that he could break through directly, but insisted on having Trunks exert his strength. Fine. The cataclysmic energy surged, and in that moment, Vegeta's power was fully unleashed, crashing against the barriers of the hyperbolic time chamber. Around him, chaotic flashes of lightning began to appear, signifying that he had reached his Super Saiyan full power state. His aura seeped through the fissures of the chamber, spreading throughout the universe. King Kai's realm. That aura is from Dad. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, sensing Vegeta's energy, indicating that he would emerge soon. Don't move. The old Kai reprimanded Gohan. Don't lose hope. This power is indeed formidable, but once you unlock your potential, you may not be any less than him. Supreme Kai's realm. Dandy's eyes widened in terror as he had just learned of Piccolo's absorption by Majin Buu, leaving him in despair. However, a beam of golden light shattered his fear as a powerful force erupted from the hyperbolic time chamber. It's Vegeta. Tears streamed down Bulma's face, her eyes glimmering as if dawn's light had returned. Everyone turned their gaze towards the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, eagerly anticipating the return of the two warriors. Wait, when was the door destroyed? Dandy noticed the peculiarity, realizing that Vegeta and Trunks were resorting to extreme measures to break free from the chamber. That terrifying power. Everyone, get back. Earth, the wasteland. Majin Buu, having absorbed Piccolo, was also stunned by the surge of energy. What a powerful force. It can completely overpower the evil containment wave. How could such a terrifying being exist on Earth? Crash. A punch struck him squarely, sending Majin Buu flying 10 meters away. Cursed. He couldn't afford to be distracted. He needed to deal with the immediate threat. Before he could react, a barrage of heavy punches descended upon him. Trouble. Majin Buu's body rapidly disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, resembling a gentle rain that surged towards the evil containment wave. An uncountable number of small pieces transformed into miniature Buu that clung to the evil containment wave. 3, 2, 1. A mischievous little Buu commanded, explode. Boom. This marked the first time the evil containment wave had sustained such severe damage since its inception. Enraged, the evil containment wave materialized a white void before Majin Buu. Two hands appearing from thin air to grasp his tail. Not again. Majin Buu was firmly held, and the evil containment wave revealed a sinister smile. This guy is truly troublesome. What could possibly exist within that white void? I must find out today. Crack. A peculiar sound echoed as Majin Buu severed his own tail, his body once again disintegrating into countless morsels, diving into the white void. In an instant, the evil containment wave seemed to go mad, alternating between pixel points and its body, continuously rejecting the foreign entities within. Evil containment wave. The evil containment wave let out a thunderous wail, pink foam streaming from its eyes as it pounded its head, contorting in pain and rage. The evil containment wave's body began to disintegrate into countless small squares. And upon closer inspection, these were not mere squares. Countless tiny evil containment waves were in fierce battle with the small morsels, which were the manifestations of Majin Buu. Boom. Explosions erupted across the small squares, leaving the King Kai and Jebet in the King Kai's realm dumbfounded, witnessing the terrifying clash between these two monsters. These two monsters. Chapter 46. The demise of Majin Buu across the desolate wasteland. The anguished wails of the evil spirit waves echoed incessantly, as every inch of flesh engaged in a fierce struggle against Majin Buu. Brothers, charge forth. A diminutive Buu stood atop a corpse, commanding the others. If we annihilate them all, this body will be ours to control. This Buu sported a cap reminiscent of Piccolo's, clearly a puppet imbued with Piccolo's genes. Hurry, charge, charge. Under the incitement of the Piccolo-like Buu, the horde of Boosts surged forward like frenzied wild dogs, relentlessly consuming the smaller evil spirit waves. Yet, the smaller evil spirit waves were no timid adversaries. They offered no quarter. In the moment of being devoured, they resorted to the most extreme measures to resist. Boom. Self-detonation. This was one of the grievous reasons behind the torment of the evil spirit wave's essence. Although capable of traversing dimensions, the explosions stemmed from the minuscule blocks that constituted their form. This self-destructive mechanism of formidable might render the evil spirit waves utterly miserable. Evil spirit wave. With a furious roar, the entity vanished into the wasteland. Within the white void, its corporeal form materialized in this bizarre realm. Run. Their leader has arrived. Quick. Inform the boss. We cannot withstand this. The diminutive puppets scattered in panic, each bearing an expression of terror. The largest of the evil spirit waves manifested, conjuring a dark orb of energy in its grasp. Though modest in size, the intense black radiated an extraordinary brilliance that instilled fear in the little puppets, the blinding light seeming to threaten their very sight. Boss, where are you? The Piccolo Buu searched frantically, yet found no trace of Majin Buu. It's over. It's over. The boss is absent. We are doomed. Despondent, the Piccolo Buu sensed the destructive power contained within the energy sphere held by the evil spirit wave, potent enough to obliterate them all beyond recovery. No, brothers. The Piccolo Buu reignited his fighting spirit, standing upon an ethereal rock. The boss is gone. I shall assume command. Follow my orders. Charge at him. At the behest of the Piccolo Buu, the panicked little puppets halted, captivated by his impassioned speech. If we are to die, let us face it together. Brother 2 speaks wisely. Together, we shall advance. In an instant, the peculiar white void resonated with the defiant cries of the little puppets. Everyone, follow me. The Piccolo Buu led the charge toward the core of the evil spirit wave. Within the confines of the white void, the evil spirit wave could not resummon its previous power, and despite its attempts to evade, the sheer number of puppets encircled it tightly. Brother 2, what shall we do next? Shall we absorb it? One small puppet quickly lunged for the flesh of the evil spirit wave, taking a significant bite, only to find its mouth instantly stained black, frothing at the lips. Brother 2, it's toxic. Curse it. It is even more malevolent than us. Yet, countless small boosts began to mimic the brave warrior's actions. The evil spirit wave, sensing the escalating threat, transformed into countless pixels, shedding the grasp of the puppets. Evil spirit wave, cursed be it. The Piccolo Buu, in a fit of rage, lunged again at the evil spirit wave, his body emanating a soft glow. Boom! A breathtaking display of fireworks erupted around the evil spirit wave as the Piccolo Buu resolved to self-destruct. Brother 2, witnessing the noble sacrifice of the Piccolo Buu, the other puppets followed suit, their forms radiating light as they charged toward the evil spirit wave. These reckless souls fought with their lives. An innumerable swarm of puppets converging upon the evil spirit wave. Although the evil spirit wave once again shattered into pixels, upon reconstituting, it found more puppets approaching. Evil spirit wave. At this juncture, the evil spirit wave realized this was an untenable situation. These relentless foes were resolute in their determination to confront it. As it fled, it began to gather another dark energy sphere in its grasp. Boom! A blinding radiance, akin to a razor-sharp blade, sliced through the veil of this bizarre dimension. It pierced the clouds like a beam of scorching sunlight, threatening to devour the puppets as they shut their eyes in terror. The anguished cries of countless boosts resonated, akin to a mournful symphony, intertwining to form a harrowing tableau. All the puppets vanished. The clash of two monstrous entities finally concluded, with Majin Buu's defeat as the outcome. A sinister smile once again adorned the face of the evil spirit wave, chilling to behold. In the Kaioshin realm, within the crystal sphere, the visage of the evil spirit wave reappeared above the wasteland. Its eyes glinted with cunning, a triumphant smile gracing its features. Suddenly, it inclined its head slightly, as if sensing someone coveting its power. Then, it gestured in victory, seemingly declaring war upon the unseen observer, its disdainful smile brimming with provocation. The Kaioshin's gaze locked onto it, instantly causing him to tremble, a cold chill coursing through him. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The Kaioshin recalled the preceding scene with dread, his legs giving way beneath him. The evil spirit wave, it has slain Majin Buu. Unsure whether to feel elation or fear, after careful consideration, he concluded it was fear. His apprehensions had come to fruition. With Majin Buu's demise, the conflict between demons would only give rise to a more formidable evil. What? The evil spirit wave has killed Majin Buu. Jebbet grasped the crystal sphere, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yet the next instant, the evil spirit wave's image had vanished from within the sphere. Evil spirit wave? It has disappeared. In the hyperbolic time chamber, break. Vegeta's energy erupted, the already crumbling chamber riddled with fissures, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Vegeta's aura coalesced, and in an instant, this cataclysmic energy surged to new heights. Lightning crackled around him, his power reaching an unprecedented zenith. Super Saiyan 2. Boom. At last, the fractures of the time chamber could hold no longer. Shattered by a power that could make even the gods weep, the blinding white space began to tremble, and in a heartbeat, countless spatial rifts emerged overhead. Trunks, let us go. Chapter 47. The crisis of the Kaioshin realm outside the temple. All present were awestruck by the overwhelming power that surged forth. It was a force beyond description, as if it emanated from the abyss, filled with boundless majesty and dominance. It ruthlessly tore through the air, causing everyone to tremble. Fortunately, it originated from Vegeta. This unyielding aura tousled Bulma's hair, yet she remained unfazed, her gaze fixated on the room of spirit and time without a moment's distraction. Boom. The chamber belonging to the room of spirit and time erupted instantaneously, and a youth with flowing purple hair emerged into view. Trunks. Bulma could no longer contain her elation, instinctively rushing towards Trunks, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart with his arrival. Mom, we're out. Upon hearing these words, The tension in the air dissipated, and everyone sighed in relief, as if all previous burdens had been alleviated. Behind Trunks followed a towering figure, exuding an aura of safety, his gaze resolute and piercing, instilling a sense of unwavering security. All eyes converged upon him, the invincible man who inspired confidence in everyone. He had returned. Vegeta. Unable to restrain herself further, Bulma dashed forward and enveloped Vegeta in a tight embrace. Having nearly succumbed to Frieza's wrath, the sight of Vegeta made all her grievances dissolve into tears, leaving trails of sorrow on his chest. "You've finally come out." Vegeta stroked Bulma's hair, holding her close and soothing her emotions. "It's all right." He had burst forth from the room of spirit and time upon hearing Bulma's call for help, and it appeared she was relatively unharmed. "I almost fell victim to Frieza." Bulma, nestled in Vegeta's embrace, sobbed uncontrollably. "Frieza?" Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered. "What is going on?" Mr. Jebbet, who had been observing, explained the events that had transpired on Earth to Vegeta. The evil containment wave and Majin Buu at the same time. Piccolo was absorbed. In the span of a single day, Earth had undergone cataclysmic changes. "Dondi." A sudden voice captured everyone's attention. "Jebbet? Dondi, who is the one emanating cosmic shaking energy on Earth?" Upon seeing Jebbet reappear on Earth, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. "You come here." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, visibly furious. Jebbet was momentarily taken aback, but complied and approached Bulma. "What's wrong?" Smack. A resounding slap landed on Jebbet's face. "What is the meaning of this? Is this how the supreme gods behave, abandoning their people?" Bulma chastised Jebbet with fervor, silencing him. Had it been moments earlier, she would not have dared to insult a deity, but now, with Vegeta's backing, she felt emboldened. Everyone was left in stunned silence by Bulma's audacity, save for Trunks and Vegeta. Jebbet, covering his reddened cheek, stammered, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish, Vegeta stepped forward with an air of authority. "I am." "What's the issue?" Jebbet, having instantaneously moved closer, caught sight of Bulma nestled against Vegeta, their relationship unmistakably evident. "Time is of the essence. Please follow me to the Kaioshin realm." Just as he emerged, he was being drafted into a mission, an outcome Vegeta found distasteful. "The evil containment wave has killed Majin Buu. It is now en route to the Kaioshin realm." "What? The evil containment wave has vanquished Majin Buu?" While the evil containment wave may indeed be superior in power, can Majin Buu truly be so easily dispatched? "There is no time. Please, sir." Jebbet grasped Vegeta's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the temple, their forms reappearing in the Kaioshin realm. Indeed, the privileges of these gods are remarkable, allowing them to teleport with such ease, far more convenient than my instant transmission. "Sir, I beg of you." The Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with hope, seemingly placing his fate entirely in Vegeta's hands. "Dad." A familiar voice resonated from behind Vegeta. Turning around, he was met by Gohan. "Gohan, what are you doing here?" "Don't speak." An elderly figure admonished Gohan. That must be the old Kaioshin. It seems he is engaged in potential unlocking. Mysterious Gohan, perhaps. Wonderful. Dad is here. We're saved." Gohan's spirits soared, his suppressed emotions dissipating upon seeing Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta was struck by a thought. I wonder if this mysterious Gohan, stronger than in the original tale, can contend with the evil containment wave. "Gohan, do not speak. Focus on your potential unlocking. I wish to witness your battle with the evil containment wave." Gohan shuddered slightly, taken aback that Vegeta would wish for him to confront the evil containment wave. "But I have already been killed by it once." Gohan pointed to the halo above his head. Only then did Vegeta notice the ring of death hovering over Gohan. "Old Kaioshin, how much longer until completion? If you can fetch me some more materials, it will be finished soon." The old Kaioshin indicated the tomes in his possession. Vegeta glanced at the old Kaioshin's hands. "What? This is the material?" The Kaioshin flushed crimson, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Very well, esteemed ancestor, we shall prepare immediately." In an instant, an unparalleled evil presence surged forth, its malevolent aura so intense that it rendered both the Kaioshin and Jebbet breathless. Their bodies froze in place as this dark energy, more potent than that of Majin Buu, constricted around their throats like a giant hand. The entire Kaioshin realm was enveloped in a miasma of destruction and death, and feeling this evil up close, both men were engulfed by a sense of suffocation and despair. Has it finally arrived, the evil containment wave? The voice belonged to Vegeta, shattering their fears. An aura of steadfastness emanated from him, providing a sense of security to both. The evil containment wave. At long last, the figure of the evil containment wave emerged from a cascade of distortions, a fearsome demon standing tall in the desolate Kaioshin realm. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Gohan vs. Evil Wave. Old Kaioshin. Are you not ready yet? Vegeta cast a glance toward the old Kaioshin. Unbeknownst to him, the old Kaioshin had already retreated 10 meters away. Gohan, it's time. With that, Gohan stood up, acknowledging, I understand, Dad. A resounding roar echoed throughout the Kaioshin realm, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, ultimately transforming into ornamental adornments that surrounded Gohan. Layers upon layers of mysterious energy enveloped him, an unprecedented power he had never before encountered. What an overwhelming pressure! The Kaioshin and Gebet struggled to withstand the force, as the ferocious aura battered against their faces like a tempest. Vegeta, arms crossed, wore a satisfied smile, eagerly anticipating the clash to come. This mysterious power emanating from Gohan's spirit sent tremors throughout the Kaioshin realm, simultaneously stirring the Saiyan essence within him. He gazed in astonishment at his own hands, feeling a height of strength he had never touched before. This is incredible. I will not let you down, Dad. Gohan focused intently on the distance, the form of Evil Wave reflecting in his eyes, and the bitterness of defeat surged within him once more. Evil Wave, this time I will defeat you. In a flash, Gohan transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging fiercely toward Evil Wave's location. Bang! His fist sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, striking Evil Wave's peculiar visage with immense force. This time, after being struck by Gohan's solid punch, Evil Wave could no longer maintain his composure. His body began to tilt backward, quick and precise. Such a technique possesses the power to shatter stars. Well done. The oppressive gaze of the Kaioshin dissipated with Gohan's punch. Evil Wave. Regaining his balance, Evil Wave felt genuine pain for the first time, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Evil Wave. Evil Wave. This cry was laced with furious rage. And in an instant, Evil Wave's hands crossed sharply, conjuring two strange white voids from thin air. With his hands plunged into the voids, two ominous claws emerged above Gohan's head, their target unmistakably clear, Gohan's neck. Sensing the sudden surge of malevolence, Gohan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. Kamehameha. Like a cerulean dragon, the blue energy wave swiftly pierced into the white void, which echoed with a chilling roar. What is that sound? However, the blue energy wave did not halt there. It connected directly with Evil Wave's hands. Boom. In an instant, Gohan's attack shattered Evil Wave's hands. Yet Evil Wave possessed a regenerative ability rivaling that of Majin Buu. In a heartbeat, the severed limbs swiftly healed and regrew. But it was evident that Evil Wave's overwhelming advantage had been lost. Evil Wave. Intense pain surged through Evil Wave's entire being, in the face of absolute speed. All cunning techniques proved futile, and the monster before them had succumbed to madness. Just a day prior, he had instilled terror across the three realms. Yet now he was being mercilessly tormented by Gohan. The eerie smile had vanished from Evil Wave's face, replaced by boundless resentment as he began to gather a sphere of energy radiating a blue glow. This technique was all too familiar to Gohan. He would not fall into the same trap again. With a surge of energy erupting once more, he formed a protective barrier, resembling a shining meteor as he surged toward the gathering energy sphere. There was no time to react. Gohan struck the energy sphere with a palm, sending it crashing into Evil Wave. Instantly, an endless torrent of energy erupted from Evil Wave, his body disintegrating into countless minuscule pixels. What terrifying power! This time, the speed of Evil Wave's recovery had slowed significantly, indicating that the damage inflicted was not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment as Evil Wave regained his form, Gohan raised his hands above his forehead, an unending stream of energy converging in his palms. Magic Flash. This strike, imbued with Gohan's full strength, surged toward Evil Wave's still recovering body. Bang! Evil Wave's form shattered once more into a myriad of pixels, his recovery speed now at an absolute minimum. This boy is truly remarkable. Vegeta gave Gohan a thumbs up, acknowledging his newfound state. Truly, Gohan is extraordinary. Now, all that remained was to deliver the final blow to Evil Wave. The Kaioshin and Gebet were filled with excitement, eager for Gohan to vanquish Evil Wave at once. Everyone was immersed in the joy of Gohan's impending victory. However, Evil Wave did not perish. his fractured body swiftly reassembled. Unlike before, he was now shrouded in a layer of purple malevolence. This aura was thick and suffocating, filled with the endless evil power from the depths of hell, as if recounting the agony of infernal existence. It was intertwined with the malevolence of Frisia's trio, the resentment of Android 17, and the malice from villains across the universe. What is happening? This is an unprecedented evil wave. Everyone was engulfed in shock. Even Vegeta was taken aback. Is Evil Wave truly this formidable? In the next moment, the malevolent energy from hell surged into Evil Wave's body, causing his armor to begin to shed. His form began to swell, the blood-red skin radiating a crimson glow as a colossal demon emerged in the Kaioshin realm, enveloping it in a sea of blood. The discarded armor transformed into countless strands of purple malevolence, reattaching themselves to the now magnified Evil Wave, intensifying his terrifying appearance. This was Evil Wave's ultimate form. Evil Wave. The deafening roar reverberated through everyone's ears, as if it could pierce eardrums with sheer volume. The Kaioshin duo covered their ears, succumbing to panic. Their gazes shifted from Gohan to the looming figure. Gohan, give it your all. Vegeta slowly uttered these words, leaving them utterly astonished. This astonishing scene did not intimidate Gohan. He had assumed a battle-ready stance, prepared for the next round of combat. Chapter 49. Goku's Intervention. Alas. Alas. The evil deity has descended. Oh dear. I do not wish to meet my demise. I have just returned to life. The old Supreme Kai clung tightly to a grand tree, his continuous groans echoing through the air. Ancestors, I too desire to live. The Supreme Kai duo instinctively sheltered behind Goku, peering out cautiously at the malevolent wave. The malevolent wave. No longer can it be described merely as a monster. As the old Supreme Kai aptly stated, it is a malevolent god. This exclamation resonated with a dire warning, causing their hands to tremble and their eyes to glaze over, retreating once more. Gohan, it's your turn. Gohan's pupils dilated suddenly, his brow furrowing deeply as the creature's elevated power bore down upon him like an insurmountable weight. With a fierce cry, Gohan's aura surged again. A powerful energy ripple emanating outward in concentric circles, shaking the Supreme Kai realm violently. Yet, before this malevolent deity, all of it seemed utterly trivial. At this moment, Gohan's energy peaked. In a flash, his figure sliced through the air like a sword, his fist radiating a dazzling brilliance. His heavy strike targeted the terrifying visage of the malevolent wave, a punch capable of piercing through stars aimed directly at it. Gohan furrowed his brow in disbelief as, to his astonishment, the malevolent wave conjured countless afterimages, his fist narrowly missing its target. This colossal being possessed astonishingly swift reflexes. Gohan recalled how Vegeta, upon transforming into a great ape upon his arrival on Earth, had increased in power but diminished in speed. Smack! In an instant, a single strike caught Gohan off guard, enveloping him in a myriad of dark energies that dragged him forcefully toward the ground. Even the most resilient realm of the Supreme Kai was heavily damaged, a deep crater forming as Gohan lay there in disarray. In that moment, countless dark energies began to invade Gohan's body, terror filling his gaze. What is this gas? His movements grew frantic, his eyes glazed, as the fear within him began to corrode his very being. No. Please, no. Gohan stammered incoherently. Gohan's sudden transformation left everyone speechless. Even Goku could no longer remain composed. Gohan, what is happening? The dark energy has infiltrated him. The old Supreme Kai's voice shattered their collective confusion. Dark energy has invaded. The deepest fears within Gohan awakened, and he now fought a nightmarish battle against his own torment. The malevolent wave. The creature's roar interrupted the old Supreme Kai's words once more. Above them, a bizarre, unfathomable white void descended, a colossal hand reaching down toward Gohan. This is bad. Goku could no longer stand idly by. Gohan had completely lost his will to fight. Instantly, a concentrated energy sphere formed in Goku's hands. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted from his palms as his arms recoiled, immense energy surging into the sphere once more. Stop this. The concentrated energy sphere tore through the air, carrying annihilative power toward the giant hand. It twisted and coiled in the air, the energy contained within reaching its zenith. Boom! In an instant, the two massive hands shattered. The malevolent wave. The malevolent wave. The earth-shattering wails filled every corner of the Supreme Kai realm. A mighty shout erupted as golden light liberated the oppressive sky, scattering the blood-red clouds and piercing the heavens with brilliant rays. In the blink of an eye, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Take care of Gohan. The rest is up to me. The old Supreme Kai smiled knowingly, at last. This fighter was prepared to engage. The only way to dispel the dark energy is to annihilate the malevolent wave. The old Supreme Kai's voice echoed in Goku's ears. Upon hearing this, Goku's body surged forward like a sword toward the malevolent wave, enveloped in golden flames, radiating with lethal brilliance. In the presence of the malevolent wave's enormous size, Goku appeared minuscule, yet this tiny vessel could create such powerful ripples. The speed surpassing even lightning caught the malevolent wave off guard. Despite its body generating dozens of afterimages, it could not evade Goku's punch. Bang! The malevolent wave's massive form began to sway, but it quickly regained its balance, launching a renewed assault against Goku. Yet, Goku would not grant it an opportunity. A flurry of strikes rained down upon the malevolent wave's body, punctuated by its agonizing cries. Is this the power of Mr. Goku? The Supreme Kai realized that the figure they referred to as Goku was indeed formidable, but he never anticipated such overwhelming strength. Terrifying indeed. Jebbit struggled to comprehend how the malevolent wave, which had previously incapacitated Gohan, was now being mercilessly battered by Goku. The old Supreme Kai approached the two, wiping the sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, had I known, I would have developed his potential sooner. The malevolent wave. The malevolent wave. The creature swung its colossal arms, intent on obliterating Goku, but Goku's speed was too great. It could not capture him so easily. Kamehameha. A blue dragon spiraled forth, striking toward the malevolent wave's form, but in that fleeting moment, the creature transformed into a violet mist, vanishing from Goku's sight. The Kamehameha mist. It disappeared, yet the next second, Goku sensed a faint trace of dark energy. I felt it. Above, Goku vanished once more. A second later, both he and the malevolent wave materialized together. Boom. Just as Goku had anticipated, the malevolent wave's body was swiftly pierced by a blue beam spanning dozens of meters. A harrowing scream finally escaping from the creature. The malevolent wave's form disintegrated into countless pixelated fragments, floating in the air, as dark energy began to spread from its body. An eerie purple mist enveloping the Supreme Kai realm. Wonderful. The malevolent wave is dead. Jebbit erupted in jubilation, embracing the Supreme Kai. Yet only the old Supreme Kai's expression remained grave. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Cell Earth. In a desolate wilderness, the sky was overcast and the cold wind howled. A grotesque creature, covered in spots, wielded its terrifying tail. Having absorbed Android 18, it appeared insatiable. Now, it greedily sought high-quality life energy, with the formidable Frieza Force being the prime choice. Thud. The fully formed cell randomly selected a fortunate member of the Frieza Force for absorption. With a swift movement, Cell stood before a handsome man. Swish. In one swift strike, Cell's arm pierced through the man's chest. The man, bewildered and terrified, was fatally impaled in an instant. His body hung limply on Cell's arm, struggling helplessly, his face contorting in agony, until suddenly it transformed dramatically. An ugly toad writhed in Cell's grasp. Cursed Sabo uttered his final words, reduced to mere flesh. In the distance, a walking pink durian witnessed the horrifying scene, its eyes glazed, trembling uncontrollably. Monster instinctive fear took hold as Doria turned to flee. But Cell would not grant him such an opportunity. Swish. The genes from Piccolo were instantly awakened, and Cell's arm pursued the pink durian like a ferocious serpent. Doria too was swiftly transformed into mere flesh. Cell advanced toward more members of the Frieza Force in the Divine Temple. Dondi looked on in terror, witnessing Cell's horrific deeds. This terrifying monster employed such shocking methods to bring death, a sight almost too difficult to comprehend. Yet, Dondi failed to perceive the looming crisis, as Cell was currently consuming only Frieza Force members. This led Dondi to mistakenly believe that Cell was a benevolent entity. As more and more the Frieza Force fell victim to Cell's vile hands, high-quality life energy flowed continuously into his being. His greedy tail seemed endlessly unsatisfied, propelling Cell to continue his hunt for prey. In just half a day, the resurrected Frieza Force had been entirely absorbed by Cell. Peace momentarily returned to the human realm as these demonic entities from Hell were eradicated by Cell, allowing Earth's inhabitants to emerge from their shelters once more. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably, Yet Dondi harbored an ominous premonition, for Cell had not ceased his relentless pursuit of life energy. And soon his figure appeared before the eyes of the Earthlings. A new demon was born, the human realm transformed into a living hell. Within a mere 10 minutes, a city of tens of thousands of humans had fallen prey to his wickedness. It's over. Dondi collapsed, releasing a desperate sigh, drawing in a sharp breath as he recalled the recent events. Lord Dondi, what's wrong? Boppadan supported him. Dondi, what's the matter? Noticing Dondi's distress, the others gathered around him. There's a monster. Dondi gazed once more at Cell's location, where Cell was lifting an Earthling, inserting his tail directly into the individual's body, and in the next moment, that person was reduced to mere skin. In that instant, Cell's head turned, a wicked smile playing on his lips as if he sensed someone coveting him. Oh, the Divine Temple? It seems there's quite a bit of life energy there. Cell turned, nodding slightly, gazing skyward. Dondi collapsed once more. The monster is coming to the Divine Temple. The group immediately closed their eyes to sense, and indeed, an evil and powerful aura surged toward them, rapidly approaching the Divine Temple. What has happened to Earth? Just when one crisis ends, another begins. Yamcha clutched his head, gritting his teeth, struggling to accept this undeniable reality. It's over. Goku isn't here, Piccolo is gone, Gohan is also absent. What should we do? What can we do? Krillin anxiously paced, his feet stomping, until a figure slightly shorter than him blocked his path. I'm here. The speaker was Trunks, arms crossed, exuding boundless confidence from his eyes. Having fully mastered his energy, he was eager for a battle to prove his strength. Trunks. All eyes turned to Trunks. Yes, we still have Trunks. Trunks reveled in the hopeful gazes directed at him, a confident smile gracing his lips, radiating an air of arrogance. Trunks, we're counting on you to protect Earth. Dondi placed all hope on this mere 7-year-old child. Burdened with such responsibility, Trunks nodded. No problem. I'm even stronger than Gohan. I can easily take care of this monster. Clang. Bulma's fist struck Trunks on the head, her expression serious. Trunks, be serious. The monsters appearing on Earth lately are no ordinary foes. Ow, ow, ow. All right. I understand, Mom. I will protect everyone. Trunks' demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, the earlier carefree attitude vanishing in an instant. In that moment, the expectations of everyone around him soared once more. Tension filled the air as they awaited the arrival of the monster Dondi had spoken of. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of evil surged toward them, accompanied by Dondi's trembling voice. It's here. A green alien demon appeared at the borders of the temple, a powerful and malevolent presence enveloping the sanctuary. Thud! A series of crisp footsteps shattered the tense atmosphere, revealing the fully formed Cell. This was the monster Dondi had described. Everyone held their breath, engulfed in sheer terror. Indeed, this was a true monster. Are you the monster? Trunks' brazen words shattered the fear that gripped the others, lifting the weight from their hearts in that moment. Cell's cold, piercing gaze was filled with murderous intent, fixating on the remaining high-quality human life energy on this planet. His grotesque tail writhed once more, greedily twitching. I'm asking you a question. Cell's gaze shifted toward Trunks. What? This individual possesses such abundant life energy. Splendid. Yet it seems he won't be easy to handle. I should start with that group. Cell smirked disdainfully, ignoring Trunks entirely. His eyes roamed over the spectators, and sensing their ominous foreboding, they recoiled behind Trunks. Only the unconscious Tien remained, while Yamcha, realizing the danger, quickly dragged Tien over. Hey, monster, I'm talking to you. Chapter 51. Trunks vs. Cell. The bitter cold wind whipped against the faces of the onlookers. After enduring the devastation wrought by Frieza and Vegeta, the temple lay in ruins. A new battle was on the verge of erupting, leaving the stability of this crumbling sanctuary in question. Hey, I'm talking to you, Trunks exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. Yet Cell remained unresponsive. How dare you underestimate me? You shall pay for this. In an instant, Trunks' aura began to surge, concentrating in the palms of his hands, a blinding light illuminating the entire temple. Stop it, Trunks, Krillin urged, panic creeping into his voice. However, Trunks, feeling humiliated, was far from willing to relent. Haha. Two crimson energy spheres shot toward Cell's body, aimed directly for his chest, but in the next moment, Trunks' gaze turned blank. Cell merely tilted slightly to the right, effortlessly dodging both attacks. Damn it, Trunks muttered, momentarily disheartened, but a triumphant smile soon returned to his face. The two energy spheres split into 4 under his command, curving back toward Cell. Cell's eyes narrowed, realizing that the boy before him was no simple adversary, as the energy spheres reversed direction and surged toward his rear. Cell was forced to evade, his composure beginning to falter. Boom. Ultimately, Cell was struck by the last energy sphere. That's our Trunks. Krillin marveled at the prowess of this 6-year-old child. Indeed, just look at whose child he is. Bulma beamed with pride. Trunks, defeat this monster. Yamcha, feeling a tad awkward, instinctively stepped back. After all, Bulma was now the wife of that man, and her son was valiantly defending his life. Inspired, Trunks unleashed a relentless barrage upon Cell, embodying the phrase strike while the iron is hot. You will regret looking down on me. You will regret it. Trunks harbored a deep resentment for Cell's aloofness, and with each shout, his speed intensified. Whoosh! A wave of energy emanated from Cell, engulfing the entire temple, the ground beneath him shrouded in dust. In an instant, Trunks' energy spheres were repelled, careening wildly into the temple's walls. We're doomed. If this continues, the temple will surely collapse. We're indifferent, but Bulma can't fly, Krillin fretted, realizing the inevitable fate of the temple. Hey, Krillin, don't you dare abandon me, Bulma warned him, sensing the temple's imminent failure. Trunks, please relocate the battleground. The temple can't withstand any more, Dandy shouted toward Trunks. As the smoke cleared, Cell's figure emerged, a golden light shimmering as his protective barrier activated. You have successfully enraged me. Cell's eyes glowed a fierce red, a murderous intent directed at Trunks. I thought you wouldn't speak. Come on, come kill me, Trunks teased, making a playful face as he soared toward the mortal realm, clearly heeding Dandy's earlier advice. Trunks, give it your all. Turn this monster into a pig's head, Bulma shouted, her earlier fears dissipating in an instant. On the plains, the silhouettes of a child and a monster materialized. Cell's rage reached its zenith, the lingering hatred echoing in his mind, marking the first time he felt pain since his inception. Hey, why are you silent again? Trunks continued to taunt Cell. Cell clenched his fists, knowing that the best response lay in his own might. Whoosh! With a rush of air friction, Cell's aura exploded forth, his form lunging toward Trunks. All his fury coalesced into this one punch, as if intending to obliterate Trunks completely. In a moment, the force of his attack whistled through the air, swift as lightning, catching Trunks off guard. At that instant, Trunks' eyes widened in shock. He had no time to evade this unforeseen strike. Bang! Cell's fist connected squarely with Trunks' face, unleashing a torrent of power that coursed through every fiber of the boy's being. Trunks was sent sprawling, his body spinning in midair before crashing toward the mountain with the speed of a shooting star. Trunks paid a heavy price for his overconfidence. Damn it, he grumbled, clutching his stinging face, struggling to steady his swaying form. I can't believe I got hit. Haha. A golden aura radiated from within Trunks, awakening the energy inside him. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Saiyan. Cell began to comprehend why this child exhibited such arrogance. He was indeed of Saiyan lineage. Cell scoffed, resolute in his intent. He was well acutely aware of the Saiyan's capabilities. An overwhelming aura exploded from him, resembling a tidal wave of power. In an instant, Cell's pressure eclipsed Trunks. Die Saiyan. With a speed surpassing light, Cell charged toward Trunks once more. I am a Saiyan. So what? Trunks showed no fear of Cell's menacing aura, his fists clenched tightly, ready to meet Cell's oncoming assault. Bang! The two forces collided, shaking the very heavens, reverberating with a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the realm. Waves of shock rippled through the air, but neither was willing to yield, as they each thrust their other fists forward, striking with equal ferocity. Bang! Another clash of titanic strength resonated through the atmosphere, causing the air to stir violently, and the surrounding mountains to tremble. Didida. Their battle ascended into the skies, Trunks delivering heavy blows relentlessly towards Cell, the remnants of their struggle perceptible even to those far away in the heavenly temple. The shockwaves reached the heavenly temple, the violent tremors making it clear to all that while the battleground was not within the temple, safety was not guaranteed. What an intense battle. It's impossible to discern their movements. Krillin exclaimed in awe, acutely aware that, as Earth's strongest warrior, he had reached a realm beyond his grasp. Bang! A sudden noise echoed as Bulma retrieved a miniature robot from her capsule, directing it toward the temple below. Just wait and see, she declared, then bent down to produce a large electronic whiteboard, projecting the unfolding scene upon its surface. Chapter 52. The transmission of Ultra Trunks. The two combatants exchanged blows relentlessly. Who could have anticipated that the clash of fists could ignite such sparks? Was it merely this? Cell's voice shattered the stalemate, followed by a confident smile adorning his face. Huh, what do you mean? Just as Trunks' thoughts began to fade, a Saiyan energy erupted from Cell's being. Humph. Then I shall utilize your Saiyan power to annihilate you. In the next moment, a chaotic array of lightning enveloped Cell's form, his visage twisted in a terrifying manner, resembling that of a transformed Saiyan. What? You are also a Saiyan. Yet none among us Saiyans bears such an ugly appearance. Trunks' mind was ensnared by the bizarre phenomenon emanating from Cell, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. After absorbing such an immense amount of life energy, Cell had mastered the ability to summon various genes within him, creating a perfect amalgamation. Cells from Piccolo, Frieza, and the Saiyans melded within him. Each type of cell possessed its own merits, yet the most promising among them was undoubtedly the Saiyan cell. As Cell roared, a ferocious energy surged from the Saiyan genes, coursing through every part of his body. At that moment, Cell's chest broadened, his physique became more imposing, presenting a stark contrast to Trunks standing before him. The end of the roar signifies that Cell's power has once again transcended limits, enveloped in a golden glow unique to the Super Saiyan. Do not presume that you are the only one capable of transformation, Cell coldly regarded Trunks. But you lack hair? Your aura has shifted, but I see no golden locks. Or has something else changed? Trunks bombarded Cell with questions, his gaze scanning him incessantly. Oh, I see it now. Trunks peered beneath Cell's waist, pointing at his groin. It's here. I've observed that transforming into a Super Saiyan involves this area turning golden as well. As Trunks adjusted his pants and peered down, a serious expression overtook him. Yes, that is correct. At the Divine Temple, Bulma remained silent. At such a moment, silence was the wisest choice. She wished to burrow into a hole. Her face flushed beyond recognition. All eyes turned to her, seemingly saying, "Your son is quite the observer, isn't he?" At that moment, Cell grew impatient with Trunks' incessant chatter. Hey, why the silence? Could it be that you have nothing to say? Trunks' wild speculations became increasingly absurd as he inched closer to Cell, seemingly intent on uncovering the truth. Damn it, you brat. You're so noisy. Cell vanished from his position, reappearing directly in front of Trunks. Bang! A fist brimming with Super Saiyan power struck Trunks squarely in the abdomen, the terrifying force launching his body away. Damn, just wait. Trunks vowed. I will rip your pants off and discover the truth. Yaha! Trunks suddenly surged, rising from the rubble like a mighty eagle soaring into the sky. The power of Lightning Cell had escalated beyond previous levels, far surpassing his original portrayal in the narrative. Cell's form vanished, leaving only an afterimage, and Trunks found himself lost, his mind spiraling into confusion. Bang! Just as he was engulfed in bewilderment, Cell's fist landed against Trunks' stomach, the overwhelming force striking fear into his very core. Curse it! Anguish and regret mingled in Trunks' eyes. As Cell's fist slowly withdrew from Trunks' body, a resounding crash echoed, his heavy form plummeting to the ground. The Super Saiyan state was immediately dispelled. Is it really over? Trunks lay on the ground, his muscles convulsing painfully. He reflected on his past, transforming into a Super Saiyan at one, learning to walk, and overpowering Gohan in a fit of rage. As a Saiyan, his indomitable pride compelled him to rise once more. I cannot disgrace my father. I am the son of Vegeta. Cell's figure approached Trunks with menacing intent, mere steps away. Cell's tail began to writhe, awakening haunting memories within Dandy at the temple. No. Stop. Dandy's voice pierced through the already tense atmosphere, sending waves of dread among those present. Trunks. Bulma clasped her hands together in prayer, wishing for a miracle. Knowing her son's true strength far exceeded what he had displayed. Trunks, please get up. Bulma's desperate cry soared through the heavens, echoing in Trunks' ears. Mom, Dad said to protect you well when he is not around. Thud. Cell's foot pressed down upon Trunks' head, relentlessly trampling his form. Unbeknownst to Cell, energy surged within Trunks, coursing through his entire being. Cell's gaze was filled with unquenchable greed. By siphoning Trunks' energy, his power would ascend once more. Brat, hold on a little longer. Death is imminent. Cell's grotesque tail gleamed menacingly. Die. The tail lunged toward Trunks' body. Whoosh. Fierce flames ignited once more, a golden aura enveloping Trunks anew. As Cell's tail made contact with Trunks' clothing, a flash of golden light cocooned him, repelling Cell's tail. Following that, the golden light began to dim, shifting from gold to deep green. As countless energy particles radiated from within him, circles of dark green light emanated from his body, the energy rings retracting back into him. My father has never struck me like this. With a furious roar, Trunks' pupils vanished entirely, a violent aura radiating from him once again. The energy rings continued to retract, ultimately reappearing in the palm of Trunks' hand, a pale green energy sphere pulsating with what seemed to be life. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Trunks, a fierce expression returning to his face. At that moment, he had once again erupted into a state of rage, entering the Ultra Transformation anew. Chapter 53, The Malevolent Spirit of Gohan, the Realm of the Kais. The corporeal form of the malevolent spirit had vanished, and following the jubilant cheers of the Supreme Kai and Jebet, the realm of the Kais fell into an eerie silence. It was an unsettling quietude, a stillness that felt profoundly unnatural. The blood-red sky above showed no signs of returning to normalcy with the disappearance of the malevolent spirit. Everything remained shrouded in crimson, and it was not only the old Supreme Kai who sensed the oddity. Crouched on the ground, Gohan's expression grew increasingly grotesque, his anguished groans echoing through the air as the malevolent energy tortured him mercilessly. Ancestors, why has Gohan not returned to normal even after the demise of the malevolent spirit? The Supreme Kai finally acknowledged the anomaly. This means that the malevolent spirit has not truly perished. The old Supreme Kai's expression darkened. The malevolent spirit was, after all, a manifestation of wickedness, existing without a physical form. What they had witnessed was merely an illusion, a facade created by its possession of another. Thus, the strange phenomena in the realm of the Kais had not dissipated, leading to a singular conclusion. Could it be? It has transferred to Gohan. Such explosive news left the Supreme Kai duo in shock, prompting them to distance themselves from Gohan and rush behind Vegeta. The old Supreme Kai lowered his head in despair. Should Gohan succumb to this malevolent influence, the burden of creating a new evil would fall squarely upon him, for he had birthed this enigmatic Gohan. The malevolent spirit. I never anticipated it would be so troublesome. Old Supreme Kai, how can we eradicate the malevolent spirit? With absolute power. Absolute power. In the movie, the malevolent spirit was defeated within minutes by the newly emerged Vegeta. Could it truly be absolute power? A piercing scream of anguish interrupted their thoughts, the source being Gohan himself. Within Gohan's psyche, countless tendrils of malevolence swirled around him, incessantly taunting and mocking. Despite Gohan's desperate attempts, he could not banish them. Damn it! Devil Flash! Kamehameha! Gohan's ultimate technique struck the malevolent energy, causing it to dissipate momentarily, only for it to proliferate once more. Terrifying, sinister laughter echoed throughout his inner realm, driving Gohan to the brink of madness. Damn it! Get away! Gohan flailed his arms at the ghastly apparitions. Yet the malevolent energy began to coalesce into forms of his past adversaries. Frieza, Cooler, King Cold, Android 17, Broly, and the malevolent spirit itself. All figures that had once inflicted psychological torment upon him grew larger before his eyes, their mocking laughter gnawing at his psyche. With a roar, Gohan unleashed his fury, causing these former foes to dissolve into a cloud of smoke. He lifted his gaze, and all the malevolent energy converged once more, bringing forth the darkest moment of his soul. Before him materialized a figure he knew all too well. Vegeta, his true source of terror. It was his father. Memories of defeat assaulting him relentlessly. Years ago, Vegeta had dominated Gohan's body, vanquishing him with absolute superiority. A haunting experience that had planted the seed of trauma deep within his heart, a nightmare he could never escape. The malevolent incarnation of Vegeta utterly defeated Gohan, who collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, devoid of life. The malevolent energy surged into his being, and in that moment, Gohan was fully under its control. In the external realm, an aura of profound malevolence emanated from Gohan, threatening to ignite his very being. Billowing black smoke poured from him, drifting toward the blood-red sky, his weary form being compelled by the dark mist. His hunched back, limp limbs, and drooping head betrayed no sign of vitality. He resembled a mere shell of his former self. This is... Such a phenomenon left the Supreme Kai at a loss for words. Run, Supreme Kai? Jebet interjected, instantly vanishing from the scene. Please, Vegeta. Wake up, Gohan. Vegeta implored, attempting to rouse him. But Gohan was utterly consumed by the malevolent spirit. An embodiment of pure evil surged forth from him once more. Damn it! Must I kill Gohan to attain ultimate power? Gohan. Vegeta. What has happened to Gohan? Such an evil presence. In Gohan's psyche, Goku was also shaken by the terrifying malevolence. The encroaching malevolence was on the verge of spiraling out of control. The architect of this chaos, Vegeta, approached the scene. Has this boy been tainted by malevolence? Vegeta, allow me to handle this. Vegeta was eager to rectify the situation. I know what you're thinking. Last time, your control left me with a mess to clean up. No time for banter, Vegeta. Opportunities like this will come again. Goku was frantic. This was his flesh and blood. Gohan. How do we resolve this? Vegeta's expression turned grave. Defeating the corrupted Gohan would not be simple. Goku stood frozen, understanding the weight of the decision before them. Is there no other way? Goku asked urgently. Vegeta shook his head. Not at present. Gohan, wake up. A thunderous voice, laden with authority, resonated toward Gohan. It was this furious roar that roused Gohan from his slumber. Within his psyche, Gohan has awakened. Wonderful. Goku beamed, momentarily shedding his earlier despair. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression solidified, brows furrowing once more. No, he is not Gohan. As Gohan's eyes fluttered open, beneath his heavy eyelids lurked a pair of exceedingly wicked eyes, crimson irises threatening to stain the entire eye socket. An unending stream of malevolence emanated from Gohan. As the remnants of the malevolent spirit gathered around him, coalescing into an epicenter of darkness, a chilling smirk crept across Gohan's face, his expression darkening to an unsettling degree, instilling a profound sense of dread. His lips parted slightly, facial muscles contorting, the kindness in his eyes vanishing, replaced by endless malice and treachery. Hello, Vegeta. Chapter 54. Gogeta versus Evil Gohan. As Son Gohan's malevolent eyes opened, a thick, dark mist erupted from within him. In an instant, the King Kai's realm underwent a cataclysmic transformation, enveloped in a dense shroud of evil and terror, with an oppressive aura continuously escaping into the void. Gogeta realized, with certainty, that Gohan had succumbed to the nightmares dwelling within him. At this moment, the malevolent force had fully taken over his being. The dark thoughts fused with his corporeal form, giving rise to a new, formidable manifestation, Evil Gohan. Gogeta crossed his arms, maintaining a calm demeanor, as though he still regarded Evil Gohan with indifference. Hello, Gogeta. Evil Gohan's voice resonated in Gogeta's ears. It seems you have been completely consumed. What is this insolence? Gogeta retorted, recognizing that Gohan was no longer the son who had idolized him. He no longer felt the need to temper his words. Insolence. I am your son, Gogeta, Gohan replied, his tone dripping with disdain, mockery, and sarcasm. I have no son as malevolent as you. Inside the realm, Vegeta expressed his astonishment. Hey, Kakarot, your son appears to have become truly formidable. Yet, Son Goku's brow furrowed in distress. Vegeta, he is no longer Gohan. In the distance, Gohan's voice once more captivated everyone's attention. Evil, this is my truest self. Son, you recognize me as your son. Gohan's emotions surged, revealing a countenance Gogeta had never witnessed in Gohan before. This was no mere grimace. A torrent of black energy, intertwined with tumultuous purple malevolence, surged from Gohan's back, unleashing the full extent of his latent power. Inside the realm, Goku shielded his brow with his hand, as the powerful, tempestuous dark energy encroached upon their space. Gohan's rage peaked, and a black-purple inferno pierced the heavens, striking towards Gogeta with an unfathomable speed capable of shattering stars. He's lost his mind. Gogeta swiftly evaded Gohan's punch, enhancing his speed to create distance between them. The enraged Gohan relentlessly pursued Gogeta's figure. Gohan, I do not wish to harm you, Gogeta declared, deftly dodging Gohan's attacks, his gaze sharp yet composed. In response, Gohan's fury intensified. You don't want to harm me. Ha ha ha. Gohan's laughter was laced with scorn. Spare me your pretense. Today, I shall end your life, Gogeta. With renewed vigor, Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, each creating afterimages, indicating his increasing velocity. As gusts of wind ruffled Gogeta's hair. Die, Gogeta. Boom. A punch landed squarely on Gogeta's face, infused with Gohan's pent-up rage. Gogeta was injured. After all these years, this invincible warrior finally tasted the bitterness of pain. His body, now uncontrollable, plummeted towards the ground under the force of Gohan's powerful strike. In that fleeting moment, Gohan, shrouded in darkness, reappeared before Gogeta. The agony you have caused me, I will repay in kind. Die. Gohan bowed slightly, legs bent, hands clasped, delivering a devastating headbutt toward Gogeta. Bang! Gogeta's body plummeted dramatically. Is this the extent of Gohan's power now? A darkened invincibility? Gogeta quickly regained his composure, halting his fall. The pain I caused you? Gogeta questioned, bewildered. Gohan stood frozen, his ominous expression growing ever more sinister as he nodded, revealing his malevolent gaze once more. Still playing the fool, my dear father? The dark energy within Gohan surged anew, enveloping him entirely, as unparalleled strength surged forth. Die, Gogeta. Gohan frantically waved his hands, emitting blinding light from his palms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon Gogeta. Boom! The rampaging energy blasts wreaked havoc in the King Kai's realm, plunging it into chaos. A thick fog enveloped Gogeta, as sand and debris swirled around him. Die! Die! Gohan's hands showed no sign of ceasing their relentless assault, and the speed of his energy blasts escalated. He's gone mad. Gohan has completely lost it. On King Kai's planet, the scene of Gogeta's struggle was reflected in the crystal ball, drawing worried expressions from the four onlookers. I never imagined Gohan, consumed by darkness, could wield such power. The old Kai's forehead glistened with sweat, his voice tinged with guilt, as he acknowledged his part in creating this monstrous entity. But I believe in Gogeta. As long as he is here, a solution will surely manifest. Though the King Kai felt the tension, he still held faith in Gogeta. Look, Jebet exclaimed, capturing the attention of the others once more. In the crystal ball, Gogeta's figure re-emerged. Gogeta was enveloped in a golden protective aura, deflecting the multitude of energy blasts that struck its perimeter. This was also one of the reasons for the realm's upheaval. As the smoke cleared, Gogeta's form faintly reappeared before the onlookers. I knew it. Gogeta can do this. The King Kai reignited his hope. Gohan, I cannot fathom why you harbor such hatred for me. I provided for your mother and trained you alongside me, and now you claim you wish to end my life. Thus, Gogeta sought to understand Gohan's motives for wanting him dead. However, Gohan, consumed by darkness, remained unyielding, his expression fierce and menacing. To kill you. That is my sole desire. No reason. The frenzied Gohan continued to thrash, his energy surging forth, unleashing thousands of energy blasts like a tempest towards Gogeta. Gohan's energy reservoir surged yet again, the malevolent force breaking through its limits, growing ever more rampant. Demon Flash, a streak of darkness, enveloped in black mist, surged toward Gogeta, signifying that the situation had reached an irrevocable state. Chapter 55, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta Madness, Pure Madness. Vegeta realized that Gohan's heart had been consumed by hatred, yet he was unprepared for the extent of its irretrievability. Within the confines of the scene, Goku found himself at a loss for words, utterly perplexed by Gohan's behavior. Vegeta, act now. Vegeta understood the urgency, positioning his sturdy legs, one forward and one back, hands firmly placed on his hips. Kamehameha. Two surges of formidable energy shattered the air, their howling reverberating as malevolent power surged into the energy beam, descending from above. With Vegeta's fierce shout, a blue Kamehameha erupted from his hands like a raging dragon. Propelled by the full might of Super Saiyan power, the two cataclysmic energies intertwined without detonating, merely clashing against one another, with dazzling black-purple and blue halos shimmering at their juncture. In that moment, the entire Supreme Kai realm was no longer merely shrouded in crimson and black. This vibrant radiance infused the singular hue, intensifying the atmosphere of tension and oppression. The collision of these immense forces enveloped the crystal ball in blinding light, nearly scorching the eyes of the four individuals seated before it. The Supreme Kai Shin was awestruck by the terrifying might before him. What an incredible energy. Vegeta, do you think I possess only this much power? I am no longer the one you could toy with. As Gohan's hoarse cry subsided, an even more tumultuous force surged into the colossal black serpent. Within a second, the black energy pillar expanded tenfold. What overwhelming evil power. No, Vegeta, you must stop Gohan. Goku remained steadfast, prioritizing the greater good over personal ties. If this evil force were to wreak havoc on the world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Goku's expression reflected a profound acceptance. He had chosen the overarching perspective over familial sentiments. Vegeta approached Goku, resting a hand on his shoulder. You truly are remarkable, Goku. Just like your son. Vegeta recalled years past when Gohan, confronted by Vegeto's control, bore a resolute expression, determined to protect Earth at all costs. All right. If even Goku has said so, I shall not hold back. Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling against the sudden surge of Gohan's power. The black-purple energy beam began to overpower the Kamehameha, inching closer to Vegeto's hands. The pressure Vegeta had never before experienced coursed through him. Boom. Finally, the black-purple serpent succeeded in fully engulfing the Kamehameha. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, akin to a raging tsunami, drowning the entire Supreme Kai realm, transforming it into an ocean of light. The crystal ball was again submerged in this sea of luminosity, the myriad of glimmers inflicting further injury upon the eyes of the onlookers. Even the divine beings among them could not withstand it. Boom! The deafening sounds of explosions erupted, repeatedly ravaging the Supreme Kai realm. This celestial body, renowned for its resilience, indeed lived up to its reputation. Even such immense damage could not obliterate it. Ha! Vegeta is dead. The manic laughter of evil Gohan echoed throughout the realm, his confidence bolstered by the overwhelming dark power, convinced that Vegeta had perished. Vegeta, Mr. Vegeta? Jebet and Supreme Kai Shin were in a state of panic, the frenzied laughter of evil Gohan creating an illusion that Vegeta had indeed met his end. Suddenly, the sound of rocks scattering interrupted the mad laughter, freezing Gohan's expression in shock. His body trembled in disbelief. Not dead. Amidst the debris, dust swirling, it became evident that evil Gohan's strike had indeed landed on Vegeta. Vegeta stood, his garments tattered, muscular physique exposed, brushing off the dust as he emerged from the rubble into Gohan's line of sight. The astonishment on evil Gohan's face evaporated, for he recognized the formidable strength of the figure before him. Realizing that Vegeta's resurgence was entirely expected, Vegeta paused, gazing skyward, a smirk gracing his lips as he defiantly faced evil Gohan. You little brat, kill me? What gives you such confidence? Is it the evil energy? Splendid. Vegeta is alive. He has risen once more. The emotions of the Supreme Kai duo ebbed and flowed, returning to their earlier excitement. The elder Supreme Kai smiled with satisfaction. Having not anticipated Vegeta's extraordinary resilience, his guilt dissipating in an instant, Vegeta's unwavering gaze dismissed evil Gohan, as an unprecedented sense of oppression radiated from his eyes towards Gohan. With that thunderous roar, the surrounding air began to solidify, energy crashing against the frozen atmosphere, the piercing resonance spreading swiftly. In an instant, the world was transformed, the chilling wind howled, the earth trembled, and a golden vortex of energy materialized above Vegeta's head. The crimson clouds were pierced by the golden light, a brilliance so dazzling that it dispersed the oppressive atmosphere shrouding the Supreme Kai realm. All of Vegeta's energy converged, faint sparks of lightning beginning to envelop him, radiating an even more resplendent glow that expanded outward in waves. Suddenly, Vegeta extended his limbs, arching backward as torrents of energy surged within him, his body absorbing the influx. The lightning fully enveloped him, signifying Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan 2 status. The golden light struck Gohan's face, instilling a sense of dread as his inner nightmares resurfaced. His gaze fixated on Vegeta, whose golden hair, cold eyes, and rebellious spirit embodied the very essence of overwhelming energy, the embodiment of his deepest fears. Indeed, it was the nightmare within him. The haunting memory of that one strike that had rendered him immobile surged back into his consciousness. Evil Gohan's pupils filled once more with dread and resentment. At this moment, his inner turmoil faced an unprecedented blow as the malevolent energy reached new heights within him. Chapter 56. The Eruption of Malevolent Thoughts. With a powerful and arrogant stride, Gogeta advanced, the air swirling beneath his feet, each step sending ripples of energy that gently caressed everything around him, illuminating the King Kai's realm. Confidence radiated from him as he ascended towards the heavens, energy waves reverberating like a resplendent golden flower blooming in the sky. Son Gohan, have you truly resigned yourself? Before Gogeta could finish his thought, a surge of overwhelmingly malevolent energy erupted from Gohan, akin to a monstrous wave crashing down. The familiar visage before him transformed into the ultimate manifestation of Gohan's nightmares, as he was engulfed by an even denser and purer essence of evil. The sinister power inundated his being, a miasma encircling him, relentlessly invading his body. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, the anguish sound piercing through to Gogeta's ears. Gohan. Within the depths of his own mind, Gohan writhed in agony. Aware that this malevolent energy was on the verge of completely consuming him, his eyes filled with defiance. Ah! A roar laced with rebellion erupted from him. A tremendous pressure bursting forth from within, yet it barely penetrated the dark aura. Gohan's gaze was hazy, and with his last shred of sanity, he uttered 5 words, "Father, kill me." This signified his complete subjugation to the darkness. Gohan. The malevolence surged uncontrollably, seizing Gohan's body entirely. With a furious roar, it manipulated him to charge at the Super Saiyan 2 Gogeta. Such speed. Even as Super Saiyan 2, Gogeta felt astonished. No escape. Then I shall confront it head-on. Gogeta's eyes narrowed, his energy propelling his legs forward. With a seamless unity of body and spirit, he surged towards the malevolent Gohan like a shooting star. Boom! The air shattered with the violent clash of their fists, the ensuing force reverberating through the atmosphere and fracturing the surrounding rock walls. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they exchanged countless blows, each strike tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The King Kai's realm was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil, the level of devastation reaching unfathomable depths. I will kill you. I must kill you. Gohan, stripped of all reason, was consumed by unending hatred for Gogeta. In an instant, dark purple energy gathered around Gohan's legs, coiling back as if to unleash a tremendous kick. This is bad. Realizing the imminent threat, Gogeta blocked with a swift kick, their legs forming a taut line. Suspended in the air. Truly malevolent. If that connects, it would spell doom. Though they appeared evenly matched, the truth was otherwise. A denser wave of malevolence surged into Gohan's ankle, infusing him with an even purer evil force. Boom! The dark energy around the malevolent Gohan surged, shattering the equilibrium and forcing Gogeta into a defensive stance. His body pushed back several paces. Gogeta's eyes narrowed. Was this truly the extent of Gohan's power? I am eager to witness your limits. Brilliant bolts of lightning encircled Gogeta as he activated his full Super Saiyan 2 power. Now, let me fully experience your strength. The overwhelming aura did not subdue the malevolent Gohan. Instead, it ignited the Saiyan blood within him, causing it to surge even more fiercely. Roar! The malevolent Gohan bellowed, the dark purple energy enveloping his form unleashed in a feral frenzy as he lunged at Gogeta. The clash of fists erupted into a battle of raw power, the collisions producing earth-shattering sounds, an awe-inspiring display of might. Terrifying. Saiyans are truly fearsome. They are monsters. Jebbet continuously lamented, acknowledging that such immense power had long surpassed that of the divine. Meanwhile, the assembly of gods sat around the crystal ball, spectating as mortals endeavored to save the world. Who, then, is truly divine? King Kai's eyes hardened, reflecting on the absurdity of his past boasts about eradicating Frisia on Earth. The power unleashed by the Saiyans was capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe, and the malevolent Gohan alone could alter the cosmic order. Yet, they were utterly powerless, left only to pray that Gogeta could subdue this darkness. Go, Gogeta! The King Kai's realm echoed with mournful cries, the powerful energy from their strikes shattering the air, creating an ear-piercing cacophony. Above, circles of energy rippled outward, resonating throughout the space. I will kill you. I will kill you. The malevolent Gohan's resentment seemed boundless. As the battle raged on, Gogeta recognized a troubling revelation. Gohan's power stems from his resentment. This was strikingly similar to Broly's situation. As long as one harbored deep-seated hatred, their strength would grow without limits. The source of Gohan's escalating malice lay within Gogeta himself. Hey, Gogeta, are you even capable? The instigator, Vegeta, sneered at Gogeta, unleashing a barrage of mockery. Shut up, Vegeta. In that very moment, Gogeta unleashed an unprecedented power, shaking the heavens and earth, his presence soaring. Bang! The malevolent Gohan was propelled away by Gogeta's swift strike, and Gogeta entered a state of ruthless aggression. He pressed the advantage, his agile form instantly reappearing before Gohan. Ultimate Flash, with his hands crossed over his chest. He unleashed a brilliant burst of light, a fierce explosion erupting upon the malevolent Gohan. Roar! This roar signified that the malevolent Gohan remained unscathed. Indeed, amidst the swirling smoke, He stood unharmed, his hatred for Gogeta now more profound than ever. The malevolent Gohan's jaw clenched, lips curled downward, his visage grotesquely contorted. "I will kill you." In an instant, a purple-black energy sphere began to coalesce above his head, the dark essence overflowing and swirling, an unending surge of power pouring into it. In merely a second, the energy sphere had doubled in size. That power. This is not good. Stop him. Gogeta. Son Goku gritted his teeth, astonished that events had escalated to this degree. Whoosh. Gogeta appeared behind the malevolent Gohan, a lethal hand strike charged with deathly intent poised for execution. Huh. He aimed for Gohan's neck. Huh. Gogeta's body jolted. The silhouette of the malevolent Gohan had vanished before him. Looking up, he beheld the sinister Gohan, now hoisting an energy sphere that had expanded exponentially, looming ominously in the air. Die. Chapter 57. An unprecedented crisis in the universe in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Mere minutes had passed, yet countless new faces had already appeared in rapid succession. However, the atmosphere remained ominously oppressive. Despite the radiant golden light, it could not pierce the underlying darkness. The grotesque visage of Gohan loomed in the skies, as the black and purple energy sphere in his grasp swelled ominously, casting a blinding glow upon the earth. Yet, this malevolent radiance failed to breathe life into the world. On the contrary, a suffocating aura of dread enveloped every inch of the Supreme Kai realm. Die. In an instant, Gohan hurled the black-purple energy sphere with a surge of malevolent intent, unleashing a tempest that swept across the land with terrifying force. In the underworld, the barrier established by the malevolent wave remained steadfast, with the black-purple aura spreading throughout the realm, stirring the newly arrived evildoers into a frenzy. In a heartbeat, chaos erupted anew in the underworld, its already fragile order shattered as the newcomers broke free from their confines and surged into the living world. On Earth, Cell, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Trunks, was momentarily stunned by the cosmic phenomenon, halting his movements in awe. With a resounding crash, Trunks sent Cell flying several meters away. Damn it! Yet, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Cell's mouth. The sight filled him with unparalleled delight. Even King Kai's planet, a minuscule speck 10,000 miles from the Supreme Kai realm, felt the repercussions. What an insidious aura! Who would have imagined it could reach such distances? King Kai gritted his teeth, witnessing this unprecedented occurrence for the first time. Damn it, Gogeta, you must stop him. The universe is counting on you. The four warriors silently prayed, hoping that Gogeta could once again save the world. In the Supreme Kai realm, Gogeta, witnessing the rampant evil energy, understood that the incessant black-purple gas escaping the realm was affecting the universe at large. Meanwhile, Goku realized that the only one capable of preventing Gohan from committing an unspeakable atrocity was Gogeta. Gogeta, please. Goku bowed deeply, fist pressed to his chest, urging Gogeta to muster his strength. With hands clasped before him and his posture taut like a drawn bow, Gogeta prepared to confront the energy sphere capable of annihilating the world. The explosion of energy signaled that Gogeta had reached the pinnacle of his power, an overwhelming force erupting from his being as golden flames blazed fiercely. Come on, I am ready. Blinding light assaulted Gogeta's eyes, causing his pupils to dilate and his eyelids to constrict, the searing pain rapidly spreading across his vision. Yet, enduring this immense agony, Gogeta valiantly fought to keep his eyes open, tracking the energy sphere's trajectory. The sphere drew nearer, emanating heat exceeding even that of the sun's core, scorching Gogeta's skin. Despite the excruciating pain, he steeled himself. A desperate scream erupted from Gogeta, an anguish he had never before experienced, yet it only fortified his resolve to avert disaster. For if he were to falter, those on Earth, his son Trunks, his beloved Bulma, would face unimaginable torment. It's coming. Gogeta, this power, it's unbearable. In the interior, the two Kaioken warriors shielded their eyes, sensing an unprecedented strength approaching. Suddenly, Gohan infused even more energy into the sphere, pushing it forward with relentless force. It hurts. It hurts too much. With a resounding clang, Gogeta's hands felt a piercing pain as the energy sphere made contact with his fingertips. Steam began to rise from his palms, moisture evaporating from his body as wisps of smoke escaped through his pores. This indicated that the suffering he endured had reached an unprecedented height. With a surge of energy, a protective aura enveloped his hands. Yet it failed to halt the advance of the energy projectile. Gohan showed no signs of retreat. I never expected this. Gohan's resentment runs so deep. Gogeta, hold on. You can do it. The black-purple aura inched closer, and suddenly, a monstrous face of malevolence materialized, cloaked in dark energy. What is the matter, Gogeta? Ha ha. The taunting visage laughed mockingly at Gogeta. Damn it. Get away from me. In an instant, Gogeta's Saiyan essence converged, replenishing his dwindling energy reserves. This was the strength born of fury. Boom. In a flash, brilliant golden flames erupted from his being like a blossoming lotus. A continuous flow of energy surging into his arms, causing his muscles to swell as he slowly pushed forward. His body ceased to recline, tilting forward as the once inevitable defeat began to shift. I will kill you. Gohan's furious roar reversed the momentum, unleashing a torrent of purple-black gas that surged from his form, akin to a tempest crashing into the sphere, causing it to double in size. An unprecedented crisis had truly emerged. The purple-black radiance began to engulf Gogeta's body, causing it to quiver as he teetered on the brink of succumbing to the malevolent tide. No, I cannot fall. Visions of his past in the Dragon Ball world flooded Gogeta's mind. Bulma, Trunks, and the unfinished mission with Android 18, alongside the oaths he had sworn to emerge stronger, to shatter the world's rules, and to seek out that enigmatic woman. He yearned to traverse more universes and confront even mightier adversaries. His unwavering conviction echoed in his mind. He could not falter. Gogeta, Gogeta, wake up. Within his consciousness, all the friends he had encountered in the Dragon Ball world appeared before him, from Chi-Chi to Gohan, the Z-Fighters, and finally, the smiling faces of Bulma and Trunks. Wake up, Gogeta. A furious roar shattered the illusion, causing everyone to vanish. Smack. A sharp pain struck his face, and he opened his eyes to find Vegeta before him. Damn it, you brat. How can you just die so easily? You selfish fool. Have you forgotten our symbiotic bond? With a cough, blood spewed from both Goku and Vegeta's mouths as they supported one another. Goku shouted, Gogeta, get up. Don't forget. We are still here. Chapter 58, Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta, A Turn of Fate. King Kai's planet. The crystal ball was engulfed by a colossal purple energy sphere, and at that moment, the deities sensed an overwhelming oppression, fear cascading through their beings like an infinite abyss. Gogeta has been defeated? Jebet wore an expression of disbelief, which soon morphed into sheer terror as he clutched his head, his eyes glazing over. King Kai trembled, collapsing to the ground, acutely aware of the malevolent purple energy surging relentlessly toward the three realms. The old Kai's face fell, seemingly in remorse for all that he had done. King Kai's body stiffened, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost the will to breathe. Earth, the God Temple. What is happening? The sky was shrouded in dark purple malevolence, tightening Dandy's body once more, an ominous premonition coursing through him. Something dreadful must have occurred. After the bizarre events of the past 2 days, Krillin had become quite experienced. How terrifying. Bulma stared at the heavens, seemingly awaiting a savior. In the Kaioshin realm, awakened abruptly by Vegeta, Gogeta rose, gazing at the two before him. Gogeta, let us fight together. Humph. Kid, remember you are not alone. Son Goku and Vegeta. Gogeta understood that there was no need for elaborate words to respond to Goku and Vegeta. The best way to reply was to fight alongside them. Within the interior, the three stood side by side, their eyes fierce, glaring at the massive energy ball before them. Together, they shared the pain that Gogeta felt. Outside, back off. With a shout that echoed through the cosmos. Brilliant golden flames ignited around Gogeta once more, the fresh golden light crashing against the dark purple monstrosity before him. An indescribably powerful force erupted from Gogeta, a monumental aura sweeping over the energy sphere. At that moment, Gogeta radiated blinding brilliance, the golden light piercing through the crimson and dark purple clouds, tearing apart the darkness that enveloped the sky. Under the resplendent glow, the Kaioshin realm once more revealed a cerulean sky, bathing in this purer, more potent aura. The blood-soaked realm was cleansed, returning to its former state. This golden light illuminated the Kaioshin realm, akin to the first rays of dawn, as if ready to rescue the Kaioshin from the clutches of darkness. However, the transformations were not limited to the Kaioshin realm. Changes began to manifest in Gogeta as well. His inverted golden hair surged violently, extending upward until it reached his waist, the disappearance of the furrowed brow signifying that Gogeta's power had once again transcended its limits. The overwhelming aura surged forth, battering the dark purple energy sphere, which began to reverse its course. Golden ripples emanated from his being, and the restored Kaioshin realm was once again engulfed in strange phenomena, a vortex emerging between heaven and earth. Crackling, a bolt of lightning descended, striking Gogeta's lowered brow. This earth-shattering scene signified that Gogeta had achieved a breakthrough in this battle. He had finally shattered the shackles that had bound him for years. The potential of a Saiyan knows no bounds. He had transcended Super Saiyan 2, ascending to Super Saiyan 3. Retreat. In an instant, the energy sphere that had plunged the world into chaos was like a mere marble, easily manipulated by Gogeta's fingertip. The sphere began to whirl towards the malevolent Son Gohan at a sprinting pace. Evil wave. Perish. At this moment, control over the energy sphere had completely shifted to Gogeta, who toyed with it as if it were a mere plaything. Kill. Kill. Malevolent Gohan remained stationary, a wicked grin on his face, naively believing he could regain control of the energy sphere. In an instant, the edge of the colossal energy sphere brushed against his hands. His confident smile vanished as he realized that this power was beyond his control. Boom! The purple light ravaged all, screams echoing, and in the blink of an eye, the Kaioshin realm was submerged in a sea of light, engulfing the malevolent Son Gohan. Within the crystal ball, the Kaioshin realm radiated with brilliance. And as the ocean of light settled, the gazes of the four converged. Wonderful! Gogeta has triumphed. We are saved. Has the evil wave been vanquished? The answer was no. As the light faded, a shadow struggled to rise from the ground. Die. Bang. I will crush you. A flying kick struck malevolent Gohan's head, sending him crashing through several mountains, the sound of crumbling rocks resounding. Gallic gun. A guaranteed kill. A beam of light, several meters in diameter, erupted forth, homing in on malevolent Gohan's body. Boom! Brilliant fireworks exploded in the aftermath. Whoosh! In a flash of movement, Gogeta appeared behind malevolent Gohan, seizing him. Son Gohan. Awaken. Slap. 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 Secret technique. Saiyan energy slap. Countless slaps rained upon Gohan's face, striving to rectify his twisted visage. These were no ordinary slaps. They bore the might of Super Saiyan 3. Slap. Slap. The relentless slapping continued, gradually erasing the malevolence from Gohan's eyes. Within, Gogeta. What is this technique? Vegeta, perplexed, glanced at Goku. Goku shook his head. I do not know. Gogeta maintained his rhythmic assault on malevolent Gohan, each blow infusing energy into Gohan's consciousness. It appeared nonsensical, yet it began to yield results. If words fail, then I shall resort to force. Within Gohan's mind, the overwhelming malevolence was dispelled by the energy infiltrating him. The golden aura transformed into multiple visions of Super Saiyan Gogeta. Dad! Son Gohan broke free from the grip of darkness, rushing to Gogeta, as the nightmare within him sought redemption from the abyss. Overwhelmed with guilt, Son Gohan declared, I will expel all this malevolence from my body. The mysterious state of Gohan awakened anew, unleashing a torrent of power alongside Gogeta to drive away the remaining darkness. Outside, the malevolent aura enveloping Gohan began to dissipate, his visage slowly returning to normal. The once mighty purple-black malevolence had diminished, shrinking into a feeble mass on the ground. The evil wave has ended. Gogeta's gaze turned icy as he coldly proclaimed the demise of the evil wave. Ultimate Kamehameha wave. A decisive strike to change fate. The malevolent energy vanished, signifying the complete annihilation of the evil wave. The figure lying on the ground gradually opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. The individual standing on the ground slowly closed his eyes and swiftly collapsed. How infuriating, this sense of powerlessness, akin to the sensation of physical exhaustion. Indeed, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation is the most taxing on one's stamina. Vegeta smiled as he drifted into slumber. Gohan gazed at Vegeta, his father. He understood that Vegeta had once again saved him. Whoosh! The figures of King Kai, Jebet, and Old Kai reappeared in the realm of the Kais. The three of them felt a wave of relief as the malevolent energy wave was finally vanquished, the heavy burden upon their hearts lifted. Splendid. Mr. Vegeta. Mr. Gohan. King Kai grasped Gohan's hand tightly, an overwhelming sense of gratitude shining in his eyes. You are Gohan, are you not? The person within you is not your nightmare. He is your aspiration. Old Kai seemed to have discerned that Gohan's inner torment was Vegeta and continued. saying, "Those who cannot confront their past will forever remain stagnant, tormented by it throughout their lives." Old Kai turned away and, as usual, retrieved his favorite book to read once more. Gohan's body trembled. A nightmare would repeatedly rescue him from peril? He was not a nightmare. A bolt of lightning struck his soul, shattering the fears within his mind in an instant. And Gohan found solace. "I understand now, esteemed Old Kai." Just as this fleeting calm settled, a voice of urgent distress echoed once more. "Lord Kai, trouble is brewing on Earth again." Chapter 59, Mastering the Power of Super Saiyan. Time rewinds to 10 minutes earlier. On Earth, in a desolate expanse, a thunderous sound erupts as two golden meteors streak across the sky, crafting a breathtaking tableau. A celestial object, radiating a faint green glow, relentlessly pursues Cell. A lunatic, a monster. This Saiyan is indeed a beast. Cell, battered and bruised, bears testament to the terrifying prowess of Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. Even as the fully evolved Cell struggles to fend him off, Cell's gaze flickers nervously backward. The rampaging Trunks is a fearsome sight, his white pupils merging ominously with their sockets, consumed by a singular thirst for destruction. How infuriating! That wretched boy, Cell seethes, incredulous that the once naive child could pose such a challenge. Cell's eyes dart unpredictably, realizing the battle with Trunks is overwhelmingly one-sided. He is utterly outmatched. However, fortune favors him as Trunks' speed does not surpass his own. With this thought, a glimmer of relief washes over Cell's fearful demeanor. He smirks confidently, accelerating once more, increasing the distance between himself and Trunks. Observing their widening gap, Cell smirks. "Huh? Little brat, though your strength may surpass mine, your speed is lacking." Whoosh! Beneath the heavens, a golden blur darts past. This is Cell harnessing the power of his Saiyan cells, transforming into his lightning-fast form. Roar! Seeing Cell's retreating figure, Trunks unleashes a deafening roar, the sound waves reverberating through the surroundings. "Huh! You wretched boy, I shall never tire. I am eager to see how long you can pursue." As Trunks' furious bellow echoes, Cell's triumphant grin widens, compelling him to glance back at the exhilarating scene. Yet in an instant, his expression shifts to one of horror. As if overtaken by the genes of Piccolo, his visage inexplicably turning green, all due to the towering energy column behind him. Trunks gathers luminous energy within his mouth, the faint green energy particles coalescing, for that roar was not merely a sign of fury. Whoosh! The pale green energy column erupts forth from Trunks' mouth, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying cataclysmic energy, its target the diminutive Cell in the distance. What? Cell's eyes widen in astonishment. Though Trunks' speed is not on par with his own, this energy column possesses a velocity that surpasses lightning, hurtling toward Cell's form. So close. The reflection of the energy column is mirrored in Cell's eyes. Too fast. No. This boy is formidable. There is no time to evade. Cursed be it. The Kamehameha wave. A blue energy wave erupts from Cell's waist, yet this technique, which usually signifies overwhelming power, appears minuscule against the colossal energy column. Boom. The two energy waves collide, a large and a small, illuminating the wasteland with their contrasting colors, igniting sparks upon contact. Yet this spectacle lasts merely a fleeting second. In the blink of an eye, the energy column from Trunks doubles in size, the unstoppable wave of pale green energy swiftly engulfing Cell's Kamehameha. It's over. Boom. Cell is swept away by the immense energy column, disappearing from Trunks and Appo's view, leaving behind a tumultuous Trunks. In the divine realm, cheers erupt, with Bulma among the most jubilant, witnessing her son's triumph over the monster. Her heart racing, hands trembling, Bulma cannot contain her exhilaration. Yes. Trunks. I knew you could do it. Everyone, look. Trunks has vanquished the monster. Bulma turns to the crowd, yet their faces reflect no smiles, only grave concern. Krillin interrupts Bulma's jubilance. Bulma, Cell's energy has indeed weakened, but Krillin's gaze shifts back to the screen, just as a series of explosions resound in the distance. The energy waves rippling toward the divine realm. Boom. The violent tremors warn Bulma that the ordeal is not over. A greater threat looms. The uncontrollable Trunks has become Earth's gravest peril. Realizing the severity of the situation, Bulma cries out, "No, stop, don't on the screen." Trunks wreaks havoc upon the Earth indiscriminately, and Bulma's heart aches, pierced by the sight. To prevent her son from further destruction, Bulma hastily retrieves the remote for the flying device, activating the communication mode. Trunks. Her voice echoes through the air, resonating across the wasteland until it reaches Trunks and Appo's ears. Cease this at once. I am your mother. I command you to stop destroying the Earth immediately. Haven and Appo's, you trained in the hyperbolic time chamber? I believe you can control that power within you. Her words seem to strike a chord. Trunks halts mid-air as Bulma and Appo's voice, like that of an angel, purifies the murderous intent within him. Mother. Trunks's white-ringed eyes regain their faint green hue, his once monstrous visage returning to normal. He surveys the devastation surrounding him, understanding he has once again lost control, but that familiar voice resonates anew. Mother. Yes, it's Mother's voice. The device crackles back to life with Bulma and Appo's reassuring words. Excellent. Trunks, I knew you could do it. Well done. You defeated the monster. Trunks pauses, his hands enveloped in faint green light as he contemplates. I have mastered this power. Marvelous. Mother, I did it. Father, I have achieved control over the power within me. Unable to contain his elation, Trunks revels in the strength that surpasses Gohan's, finally mastering it. He has triumphed over the monster. But as the crowd celebrates, a formidable presence draws their attention once more. Trunks and Appo's expression hardens, his gaze sharpened. He stares into the distance with utmost seriousness. No, the monster is not dead. Within a secluded thicket, a crater of immense proportions, easily 100 meters in diameter, marred the landscape. At its heart lay a mangled, verdant entity, its form riddled with grievous wounds. Limbs were contorted at unnatural angles, leaving only the head, torso, and tail intact, a spectacle of grotesque devastation. A motley assemblage of villains, escaped from the depths of hell, had gathered at the crater and Appo's edge. They observed the prone figure of Cell with undisguised contempt. One among them, radiating formidable power, sneered, "How unfortunate to witness such a pathetic scene upon resurrection." Another chimed in with equal disdain, "Disgusting." Cell and Appo's arrival had drawn nearly all the newly escaped denizens of the underworld, encircling the expansive pit. My, what a miserable demise. They murmured, their voices a chorus of morbid curiosity. Suddenly, a subtle rustling broke the silence. In a startling instant, Cell and Appo's head swiveled, his eyes burning with an intense, malevolent glare directed at the throng of onlookers. It and Appo's moving, someone exclaimed, drawing all eyes to the figure in the crater. A distinct sound of shifting and reforming echoed as Cell manipulated the piccolo cells within him, painstakingly reconstructing his shattered limbs. This astounding spectacle left the assembled villains in stunned disbelief. They realized, with chilling clarity, that the green being before them was a true monster. A monster! Run! Cries erupted as the more timid among them fled in terror. Yet, the more formidable villains remained composed, their faces betraying no hint of fear, maintaining their expressions of disdain. A ragged, desperate gasp escaped Cell and Appo's ravaged throat as he greedily inhaled the surrounding air. His breathing was shallow and rapid, as if on the verge of ceasing altogether. He clutched at his core, and a wave of belated terror washed over him. He knew then that the Saiyan child and Appo's power was of an entirely different magnitude than that of the Saiyan cells within him. Damn it! Fortunate! It and Appo's fortunate that the androids 17 and 18 of this timeline are stronger, allowing me to absorb them and avoid being killed by that brat. A scornful voice interrupted Cell's frantic thoughts. Hey, what are you supposed to be? I thought you were dead. Cell raised his gaze to meet the countless eyes fixed upon him, filled with a mixture of fear and fascination. To his surprise, the sight brought a twisted sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Cell and Appo's grotesque tail slithered out once more from his back, his eyes gleaming with predatory hunger as he surveyed the unfamiliar faces around him. Not bad. I can sense that I and Appo's reached a bottleneck. The life energy of these individuals is of superior quality, not inferior to those Earthlings. Far superior, in fact. Cell's gaze lingered on the assembled villains, his tail twitching with anticipation. Hey, I'm talking to you. You, the villain, the one exuding immense power, began to speak, but before he could finish, Cell had vanished from sight. With a sickening tear, Cell and Appo's tail plunged into the villain and Appo's body. In a mere instant, the villain was reduced to a mere husk of skin. The gruesome spectacle sent shockwaves of panic through the assembled villains. Terror gripped their hearts, and they scattered in all directions. Run, run, monster! Cell, however, had no intention of letting them escape. A sinister smile played on his lips as he conjured a barrier with a flick of his wrist. In an instant, the villains were trapped, like lambs awaiting slaughter. The air within the barrier was soon thick with the stench of blood. Cell's tail grew rapidly, piercing their bodies again and again, linking them together in a grotesque human centipede. Their anguished cries filled the air. In a mere 10 seconds, the thousands of villains were reduced to empty skins, their life force drained to nourish Cell. Suddenly, a surge of violet energy erupted from Cell and Appo's body, bathing the forest in an ethereal, violet light, even in broad daylight. The violet aura coalesced into a protective shield, enveloping Cell entirely. In a fleeting 5 seconds, Cell underwent his final transformation. His skin shifted from its original green to a vibrant violet. Cell had reached a new apex. Ultimate Cell. Haha. Power. I have attained new power. Cell reveled in the unparalleled strength surging through him, far surpassing his previous limits. He was now confident in his ability to vanquish Trunks. His gaze turned skyward, towards the faint green glow in the distance, his eyes burning with hatred. With a mighty leap, he soared towards the wasteland. Saiyan brat. Cell roared. Your end is near. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gogeta abruptly sat up, having been healed and restored to full strength by Kibito. Damn it. Cell has arrived as well. He watched the unrestrained Cell in the crystal ball, his anger reaching a boiling point. Cell had achieved his ultimate form, meaning Android 18 had been absorbed. Gogeta could not contain his rage. He turned to Kibito and roared, Kibito, take me there. I and Appo's obliterate Cell with a single punch. Kibito, witnessing Gogeta and Appo's fury, silently grasped his hand. The crystal ball reflected Gogeta and Appo's arrival. You and Appo's resell? He snarled, give me back Android 18. Cell was utterly bewildered, unaware of Gogeta's sudden appearance. In an instant, Gogeta's hair stood on end, cascading down his back as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 once more. With a resounding impact, Gogeta's fist connected squarely with Cell's abdomen. Cell's saliva and fluids spewed forth as he was caught completely off guard. He had believed that in his ultimate form, he could conquer the world, but this unexpected arrival had left him utterly defenseless. Another blow landed, and this time, Android 18 was expelled from Cell's body. Having achieved his objective, Gogeta unleashed his full power, focusing it into a single, devastating blow. The golden aura-encased fist obliterated Cell in an instant. Cell was vanquished with a single punch. Peace had returned to Earth. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Gogeta was now accompanied by a beautiful, aloof woman, Android 18. On this day, everyone gathered once more. Gogeta's attempt to breach the dimensional barrier had failed, so he located the time machine that Cell had arrived in and entrusted Bulma with its repair. Amidst the farewells of his companions, he embarked on his journey through time.